In a world where awakening as a necromancer guarantees you will become a living god, Ju Donghoon got cursed with the most pathetic ability in human history. While other elites command massive legions of terrifying specters, he is trapped summoning 3 fragile bone piles that get completely bullied by basic low-level goblins. He is the ultimate black sheep of the hunter world, risking his life daily for absolutely nothing while everyone mocks his wasted potential. But what the world does not know is that his cursed class hides a legendary secret. By blindly spamming his useless summoning skill 10,000 times, he is about to trigger a hidden evolution that will turn his joke of a squad into an unstoppable army. Let us go back to the beginning to see exactly how the weakest necromancer breaks the entire system. We're dropping right into the action as 2 blades spark against each other in a shower of white lines. The battle is already heating up, and things are looking intense right from the get-go. It's pure chaos on the battlefield as a swarm of green goblins completely overwhelms a group of human soldiers. One guy is screaming for the tanks to get to the front, yelling about how they're being swarmed, but his squad looks totally outmatched. The commander is losing his mind, screaming at his men to hold the formation so they don't get slaughtered. One poor soldier can barely manage a protest as the pressure of the monster horde starts to break them. Up on a ridge, we see a mysterious figure in a dark hood watching the carnage unfold below. He's got that classic vibe of an overpowered protagonist, just waiting for the perfect moment to step in. One of the knights looks back and calls out to the necromancer, reminding him that it's finally time to show off his power as promised. The soldier looks desperate, hoping this guy is as good as the rumors say. Our guy steps up, looking incredibly cool with purple energy swirling around him and a glowing skull staff in hand. He's the prestige class everyone's been waiting for, and he's about to turn the tide. He commands them to come forth as a massive burst of purple flames erupts into the shape of a giant spectral skull. This isn't just a regular summon, this is the real deal. The purple light fades to reveal 3 glowing skeletons armed with swords and shields, stepping out of the shadows. They look ready to tear through anything in their path with those creepy purple eyes. The skeletons don't waste a second, charging into the goblin group and slicing through them like they're made of paper. One skeleton is literally dual-wielding and making it look easy. The regular soldiers are absolutely floored, wondering if they're seeing the ultimate ability that everyone's been talking about. They never expected to see a high-tier necromancer helping out in a lowly E-rank dungeon. The narrator explains that as soon as you awaken this ability, you're basically guaranteed to become a high-level ranker. It's one of the most envied powers in the world, and for good reason. The soldiers are practically fanboying over their party leader, saying it finally makes sense why he was so calm earlier. They think they've hit the jackpot having someone this valuable on their side. Our protagonist, Ju Donghoon, gives a little smirk, clearly soaking in the praise. He's got that unique ability Necromancer glow-up going on, and he knows it. We learn that out of 79 billion people, fewer than 1,000 hold such a rare and powerful profession. He's the elite of the elite, a one-man army that can conquer entire dungeons solo. A massive legion of skeletons stands behind him, looking like an unstoppable tide of death. But just when we think he's the top dog, there's a massive, but that changes everything. Flashback to the reality of his situation where a single, pathetic-looking skeleton is struggling to fight a green goblin. This is Bone 1, and it's barely an E-rank threat. Bone 2 isn't doing much better, getting its ribs rattled by another goblin in a messy explosion of white lines. It's a far cry from the majestic army we just saw in the what could have been scene. Then there's Bone 3, an archer skeleton that looks like it's struggling just to draw its bow. Donghoon admits the truth. He's not a legendary hero, he's just a defective necromancer. Back in the present, he's walking through a peaceful park looking totally dejected. He's trying to convince himself he's just a normal guy, but the disappointment is written all over his face. Some other hunters see him and ask why he only summons skeletons, sounding more curious than impressed. Donghoon can only offer a weak excuse about how they're enough to clear E-rank dungeons, while secretly feeling incredibly jealous of their better abilities. He pulls up his status window, and it's a grim sight. His profession is listed as Cursed Necromancer, and he's stuck at a lowly E-rank, proving he's the black sheep of the necromancy world. The system message basically roasts him, saying a real necromancer commands terrifying specters, but he's cursed to only summon skeletons. Poor guy looks like he's about to cry into his hood. The text boxes emphasize that while he should be a master of the dead, he's trapped with basic bones. It's the ultimate tease, having a legendary title but none of the actual legendary power. He's walking home late at night, shoulders slumped as he realizes he should be the one being envied, not the one doing the envying. The gap between his potential and his reality is a massive pill to swallow. The story takes us back 10 years to when everyone started gaining unique abilities upon turning 20. It was supposed to be a new era of human potential for everyone. We see a busy city street, representing the normal lives people were leading before everything changed. It looks like any other day, but the world was about to get a major fantasy update. It was basically a cosmic roulette wheel where people got random powers, ranging from epic weapons to mundane jobs like blacksmithing or tailoring. Some got the jackpot, while others got, well, tailoring. Others became explorers, healers, or support types, but because it was all luck-based, it created a massive sense of unfairness. Imagine getting a magic die that only rolls ones while your neighbor rolls sixes every day. Despite the unfairness, these abilities were the only reason humanity survived the monster invasions. We see a newspaper headline about suspicious monsters appearing, featuring a cool blue dragon. The narration transitions in any case, as we see a sword plunging into the ground. No matter how unfair the system is, it's the world they live in now. Dong-hoon remembers when he first awakened and everyone envied him for being a necromancer. He was literally standing in a field of defeated monsters, looking like he was destined for greatness. Other hunters were cheering for him, shouting that skeletons are the best and that he was amazing. He really believed he was going to be a top-tier ranker back then. But the reality is that he stopped progressing and stayed stuck as a one-man army only in low-level E-rank dungeons. He's looking at a tiny skull in his hands, realizing this might be his peak forever. We see him knocking on a desk, telling the manager he's finished for the day. He's fallen into a routine of doing mercenary work just to get by. The manager looks up and confirms that Dong-hoon finished his mercenary work and the dungeon report. It's a very corporate, mundane take on what should be an epic lifestyle. He gives a polite bow and says he's heading out now, leaving the office behind. Even with magic powers, he's still just another guy punching a clock. As he walks out of the building, the manager tells him to have a good one. It's a lonely shot of him walking away into the night with his backpack. He lets out a long, cold sigh, his breath visible in the air. He's clearly exhausted and frustrated with where his life is at. Walking down the city sidewalk, he curses the world under his breath. He's surrounded by lights and people, but he feels completely isolated in his failure. His mind goes back to his useless skeletons, like the one with the sword that could barely handle a goblin. He wonders why the world gave him power if it was going to be something so pathetic. Another flashback shows Bone 2 taking a hit to the head. Dong-hoon thinks that if he was going to get a power, it should have at least been something useful instead of this false hope. He watches Bone 3 miss another shot and thinks he wouldn't have even minded being in a production job like blacksmithing. Anything would be better than being a defective version of a hero. His phone pings with a notification. He just got paid 40,000 won for today's dungeon run. That's about $30 for risking his life. Talk about a bad deal. He gives a bitter little laugh as he looks at his phone, realizing he could make more money doing part-time work at a convenience store. It's a real reality check for his prestigious career. Still, he admits to himself that this is the only thing he wants to do, so he can't give it up. He's walking away from the camera, looking small against the city buildings. He stops dead in his tracks as his attention is caught by some big news playing on a massive outdoor screen. Someone is making waves in the hunter world. The news report is about Dark Lord, a necromancer who conquered the Moon Canyon dungeon and became a ranker in just 3 years. Korea now officially has 37 rankers, and this guy is the superstar. The screen shows a cool image of the Dark Lord with a skull on his shoulder. The news anchor says this just proves how ridiculous a necromancer's powers are, which is just salt in the wound for our boy Dong-hoon. Dong-hoon looks up at the screen with a look of pure longing and disbelief. Everyone thinks having a necromancer in their country is such a blessing, but he's living the nightmare version of that dream. He clenches his teeth in frustration, thinking about how that guy awakened on the exact same day as him. It's the ultimate you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about situation. We see a shot of the Dark Lord standing in a massive, glowing red magic circle, looking like a literal god of death. The difference in their power levels is basically infinite. Dong-hoon is shaking with anger while his 3 puny skeletons float around his head with literal question marks over them. He's stuck as a cursed necromancer while his rival is already a world-class ranker. He screams about how unfair it all is as fire erupts around him, showing his intense internal rage. He's hit his breaking point with the universe's sense of humor. He continues his walk, now deeper into a dark forest or dungeon area. His white sneakers look out of place against the rocky, overgrown ground. He stops in a clearing, looking small and lonely under the moonlight. He's clearly searching for some kind of answer or a place to vent his frustration. He brushes his hair back, trying to calm down and accept that life is just unfair. He's resigned to his fate, even if it hurts like hell. A system message pops up again, reminding him that he can only summon skeletons. He thinks to himself that he couldn't just sit back and do nothing despite the curse. He looks at some wooden training dummies and says it's time to get ready. He might be weak, but he's not a quitter. He calls out for his skeletons to come out, with a determined look on his face. He's holding a staff, and purple energy is swirling around him again. The system window for Summon Skeleton pops up, showing that it consumes 10 energy and has 2 special effects. He can name each skeleton, and they'll reappear after death. That naming feature seems like a weird detail for a combat skill. He remembers how shocked he was when he first realized he could name them. He looks almost hopeful, like he's found a small silver lining in his defective ability. He's standing in front of a blue status window, wondering if this naming ability is actually some kind of hidden special ability. He's really grasping at straws for anything that makes him unique. Then he immediately shuts that thought down, realizing it was probably just wishful thinking. He's been burned by hope too many times to trust it now. He greets his 3 skeletons like old friends, telling them it's time to warm up those joints. He's even being careful not to break their fragile bones, which is kind of sweet but also a bit sad. The skeletons start clattering around as they prepare for training. He notes that every time he summons them, the exact same 3 appear. He hands a massive broadsword to number 1, who takes it with a firm grip. At least they look a bit more intimidating when they're armed. Number 2 gets a long spear, and it looks surprisingly ready for combat as it poses with the weapon. Dong-hoon is treating them more like a small squad than just disposable summons. Number 3 gets the bow, and we see it from behind as it aims at a training dummy in the distance. They're getting the full weapon variety treatment. Dong-hoon announces it's time to train as he rests his staff on his shoulder. He's acting as their coach and commander, putting in the work that no one else sees. He sits on a rock, watching them train and thinking that this was his only way of trying to get stronger. He's not just grinding levels, he's actually trying to improve their skills manually. We see a skeleton sword slicing deep into a wooden training dummy with a massive thwack. It looks like the training is actually paying off a little bit. A shot of the forest at dawn shows that at first there were some results. It seems like he might be onto something with this manual training approach. The skeletons have improved to the point where they can handle 3 goblins on their own, whereas they used to struggle with just 1. It's a huge improvement, showing that his effort wasn't for nothing. But then he hits another wall. E rank is still E rank. He admits that no matter how hard he pushed them, or even when a C rank hunter supervised them, they just wouldn't get any stronger. Talk about a frustrating plateau. He's hunched over in the dark forest, calling his own life pitiful. He's put in so much work for such a tiny payoff, and it's finally catching up to him. He looks off to the side with a determined expression, saying he has no other choice but to keep going. He's decided that a life chasing a dream is better than no dream at all. He's sitting in the tall grass, a small figure in a vast, dark forest. He's quoting someone about how it's better to live chasing an impossible dream, which sounds like he's trying to convince himself as much as anyone else. Suddenly, a pair of glowing yellow eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth appear in the bushes with a massive screech. Something big and definitely not a goblin has just found him. Dong-hoon looks back, completely caught off guard with a confused look. He wasn't expecting any company during his late-night self-reflection session. He lets out a panicked gasp as the realization of what he's looking at finally sinks in. His face is shown in an extreme close-up, and he's clearly terrified. A massive, muscular green foot steps onto the ground with a heavy thud. This thing is huge and looks incredibly strong. The monster lets out a low growl, revealing itself as a massive orc with glowing eyes and long tusks. It looks way more dangerous than anything our boy is used to fighting. Dong-hoon is practically frozen in place, staring up at the orc which towers over him. "An orc!" he screams in his head, knowing he's in serious trouble. He scrambles back, clutching his skull staff and panicking about what an orc is doing there. This is definitely out of his league. The system starts freaking out, with messages telling him that Bone 1, 2, and 3 are all suppressed by a strong presence, and their stats are reduced by 20%. The skeletons are literally trembling in fear. Can skeletons even do that? Dong-hoon looks at his skeletons and calls them damn idiots for being scared. He's frustrated that his only protection is folding before the fight even starts. The orc looks absolutely terrifying as it looms over him, and Dong-hoon realizes this means a dungeon break must have happened nearby. Monsters are escaping into the real world. We get a quick explanation that a dungeon break is when monsters from an uncompleted dungeon spill out into the outside world. It's a red, swirling vortex of pure nightmare fuel. The orc raises a massive, crudely made axe high into the air, the blade glinting with a deadly shine. It's about to turn our protagonist into a stain on the grass. Dong-hoon is sweating bullets, thinking he cannot die here. He's got that desperate, wide-eyed look of someone who realizes they're about to meet their maker. He screams for it to stop as the orc swings the axe down with a massive whoosh. He's frantically trying to command his skeletons to block the blow. One of the skeletons gets absolutely crushed by the axe, its head literally being flattened as sparks fly. It's a brutal hit that shows just how much power the orc has. The orc lets out a massive roar as it shatters the skeleton completely. A system alert pops up saying Bone 1 summon has been cancelled, which is gamer talk for your buddy just got deleted. Another alert pings saying Bone 2's summon has been cancelled, and Dong-hoon looks like his world is ending. He's lost 2 of his 3 guardians in seconds. He turns and runs for his life, clutching the tiny skull staff as the orc chases him through the forest. It's a desperate run-or-die situation. A spear or shard of some kind flies past him with a swish, nearly taking his head off. The orc isn't just strong, it's relentless. He looks back and sees the orc still gaining on him, letting out another growl. He desperately calls for Bone 3 to do something, anything, to slow it down. Bone 3 aims its bow at the orc, looking surprisingly calm for a skeleton about to be crushed. Donghoon is begging it to hang in there, realizing he doesn't want to die no matter how pathetic his life is. He hides behind a tree, checking his stats, and seeing that his remaining energy is at 70. He realizes he can summon 7 more skeletons if he needs to. He immediately activates the Summon Skeleton skill, and 2 more skeletons appear in a burst of purple energy. Bone 1 and Bone 2 are back for a round 2. He starts giving orders, telling Bone 1 and 2 to be the tanks, while Bone 3 attacks from a distance. It's a classic RPG strategy, but let's see if it works against the monster that eats tanks for breakfast. The orc lets out another roar as it slams its axe into a skeleton's shield with a massive thwack. The skeletons are barely holding on under the sheer force of the attack. Donghoon is watching from the side, looking absolutely miserable. He's panting and gritting his teeth, realizing his strategy isn't exactly a win condition yet. He's desperately recasting the summon skill, telling Bone 1 and 2 to retreat and then summoning them again as soon as they break. He's basically using his energy as a meat shield buffer. Time seems to be slowing down as he wonders how much longer this can go on. He's completely exhausted, panting as he stares up at the night sky. He's clutching the staff with shaking hands, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He's at his absolute limit, and it doesn't look like the orc is tired at all. The orc growls again, looming over him with those glowing yellow eyes. A system alert pops up with the worst possible news. He has exhausted all his energy. The system gives him a helpful tip, asking if he wants to recover energy and telling him to take a rest. Donghoon is practically screaming that he can't rest because, there's an orc trying to kill him right now. He looks down, his face shadowed as he realizes he's completely out of options. He's sweating, shaking, and looking like he's accepted that this is the end. The orc stands behind him, looking absolutely massive and terrifying. It's a cinematic shot of his certain doom as the monster prepares its final attack. A close-up of the orc's face shows its glowing eyes and massive tusks as it lets out one last screech. It's ready to end the fight. Donghoon looks up with a look of pure terror, asking himself if this is the end. He's totally defenseless and at the mercy of the monster. Suddenly, a massive golden light erupts with a loud bam. A new system message appears in a bright yellow box, alerting him to check the condition fulfillment message. Donghoon is completely stunned, bathed in the golden light as he stares at the message. He stammers, not believing his eyes. His eye glows with a golden light as he realizes he noticed something earlier but didn't have time to check it. This is the classic hidden plot armor moment we've been waiting for. The golden box reveals a hidden condition has been achieved for the cursed Necromancer class. He's unlocked a condition called the Rule of 10,000 Uses. The system explains that raising the rank of his unique ability requires immense effort, specifically using the Summon Skeleton skill 10,000 times. Our boy has been grinding so hard he actually hit the secret level up condition. Another alert pops up congratulating him. His rank has grown to D. He's finally escaped the E-rank hell, and rewards for the rank change are being delivered. He screams for the system to hurry up and give him something as the orc starts to swing. He's literally begging the system to save his life in the final second. The orc is mid-swing as another alert pings. His energy is being restored. He's getting a full heal and a power-up right when he needs it most. His skeleton summon has now evolved into Awakened Skeleton Summon. The skeletons are glowing with intense yellow energy and look 10 times more badass than before. He raises his staff, and it glows with a brilliant yellow light as he activates the new skill. You can practically hear the boss music starting to play. One of the new skeletons blocks the orc's axe with its own shield, and the force is so strong it actually pushes the orc back. Donghoon is amazed, noting that Bone 1's power feels completely different. He checks his energy and sees it's back at a perfect 100. He gives a confident smirk, ready to see what his new awakened skeletons can really do. He casts the new Awakened Skeleton Summon, and 2 more skeletons appear in a flash of purple and blue energy. They look way more detailed and heavy than the old ones. A system alert tells him that a primary weapon has been assigned to the new skeletons. This isn't just basic equipment anymore, they're getting specialized. One skeleton is holding a staff that's literally glowing with magical energy. This is a massive upgrade from a guy with a rusty sword. Donghoon is losing his mind with excitement, shouting about how they can start with weapons now. He realizes his party now includes a tank and a mage. He's got a real team. The skeletons charge in together, looking like a proper combat unit as they surround the orc. He's feeling like a real commander for the first time in his life. Bone 1, the tank, steps forward with its shield raised, absorbing a massive blow from the orc. It looks totally unbothered by the attack that was crushing it just minutes ago. The skeletons are clacking and moving with way more speed and precision, swarming the orc from all sides. The monster is clearly starting to struggle against the new and improved squad. One of the skeletons gets right in the orc's face, making it let out a confused growl. The hunter has officially become the hunted. The orc tries to smirk, thinking it still has the upper hand, but its expression quickly turns to one of concern. Something is happening that it doesn't understand. The orc swings its axe with everything it's got, creating a massive crack and explosion of white lines. It's a desperate attempt to regain control of the fight. But the skeletons are too fast, dodging and weaving as sparks fly everywhere. The orc's weapon misses its target completely, leaving it wide open. The orc's face is shown in a close-up, and it's sweating as it hears a cracking sound. A massive wall of fire is erupting right in front of its tusks. A massive boom fills the panel as the orc is engulfed in a pillar of flames. It's an epic shot of magical destruction that lights up the entire forest. Bone 5, the new mage skeleton, is standing there looking cool as hell with its glowing staff. The system tells us it just used fireball, not bad for a first try. The orc is caught in a massive explosion of fire and light, letting out a final, pained screech. It's the finishing move we've been waiting for. The smoke clears to reveal Dong-hoon standing over the defeated monster, looking totally shocked. He asks what this is, still not fully processing his own power-up. A triumphant system alert pops up, congratulating him for defeating the strong orc. His skeletons stand around him, looking like total badasses under the moonlight. Dong-hoon's heart is racing as he looks at the fallen monster. He really thought his life was over just a few minutes ago. He looks down at the charred and bloody remains of the orc, a grim reminder of how close he came to death. It's a messy, visceral image that proves this was a real fight for survival. He gives a wide, slightly crazed-looking grin as he thinks that maybe there's hope after all. He's finally found his path to greatness, and the defective necromancer is just getting started. We open up with our boy Dong-hoon celebrating his big level up the only way a broke mercenary knows how, with a steaming bowl of instant ramen. You can practically hear the slurping as he finally takes a breather after that insane orc fight. He's staring at his computer screen in total disbelief, probably refreshing the page just to make sure he isn't dreaming. Even after seeing it happen in the forest, seeing the data right in front of him makes it feel real. The status window confirms it. Rank D, his cursed necromancer title is still there, but the awakened skeleton summon skill is a total game changer. He realized the most important thing: his defective ability actually has the potential to grow. He cheers, shoveling more noodles into his mouth. He's starting to realize that the years of struggling weren't for nothing. He put in the effort, and now the universe is finally giving him the results he deserves. He looks back at his new and improved squad, standing tall with their shiny new weapons and shields. These aren't just rattling bones anymore. They look like a legitimate elite guard. Even as he slurps his ramen, he's already thinking 10 steps ahead. D rank is amazing, but the thought of reaching C rank or higher is starting to feel less like a pipe dream and more like a goal. He finishes his meal and wipes his mouth, a new fire in his eyes. He tells himself it's time to get back to the basics, knowing that he can't get complacent just because he hit a new rank. He imagines his skeletons becoming even more powerful, their purple eyes glowing with even more intensity. If they're this strong at D rank, he can only imagine the absolute monsters they'll become as they evolve. He's even dreaming of Bone 5 dropping massive blizzard storms on whole armies. He's gone from, I hope I don't die, to, I hope my skeletons can eventually freeze the entire world, which is a pretty bold career shift. Dong-hoon leans back in his chair with a confident smirk, hands behind his head. He's ready to see just how far this cursed path can take him. Back at the mercenary office, things are getting a bit tense. Some other hunters are whispering about hazard pay and insurance costs, proving that the hunter life is just as much about paperwork as it is about monsters. Dong-hoon walks in and immediately senses that something is up. There's a guy sitting on the couch that definitely doesn't look like the usual E-rank riffraff he's used to seeing around here. He spots a green nameplate on the guy's belt, and his heart sinks a little. A green plate means high-tier C rank, and you have to wonder why someone that powerful would be hanging out at a low-level mercenary office. Our protagonist looks genuinely surprised, his guard going up immediately. He's not used to being in the same room as the big leagues. The manager spots him and practically teleports over, grabbing his shoulder with a huge grin. He shouts a greeting to Dong-hoon, looking way too excited for a Monday morning. The manager sits back down at his desk and leans in, looking all mysterious. He asks Dong-hoon if he's heard of the Blue Guild, which is like asking a kid if they've heard of Disney World. We get a shot of the prestigious Blue Guild logo, founded by the famous Ranker Ki Parang. It's one of the top-tier guilds in Korea, and even just mentioning their name carries a ton of weight. The manager drops the bombshell. Blue Guild just made a request to their lowly mercenary group. They're heading to a newly discovered dungeon, and they need porters. And the best part? The pay is absolutely massive. He holds up his fingers to emphasize the point, like 10 times the usual posting. For a guy who was just complaining about making 40,000 won, this sounds like winning the lottery. Dong-hoon's eyes go wide, and you can practically see the dollar signs reflecting in his pupils. He exclaims about the 10 times pay, his brain already doing the math. He tries to play it cool, rubbing his chin and acting like he's considering his schedule. He notes that there isn't much else worth doing today, but deep down, he's already packing his bags. Still, he's not an idiot. He tells the manager he wants to check what kind of dungeon it is first before signing his life away. The manager pulls up a hologram map showing a newly discovered dungeon near Paju. It looks high-tech and officially scary, which explains why the pay is so high. Then comes the catch. 5 teams have already failed to conquer it. Dong-hoon looks a bit more serious now, realizing this isn't just a walk in the park. The hologram shows a massive warning and danger label with the rank listed as undetermined. That's usually hunter code for everyone who goes in there dies. The manager tries to brush it off with a smile, saying the previous teams were just amateurs. He's really selling the "this is easy money" angle, which is always a red flag. He reminds Dong-hoon that he's just going as a porter for the famous Blue Guild. He won't even have to participate in the battles, he just has to carry the loot and watch the pros work. The manager tells him to just do the bare minimum and collect that sweet paycheck, waving the contract around. It sounds like a dream job for someone who's tired of fighting orcs alone in the woods. But Dong-hoon is sweating, his mind racing. He knows that an undetermined rank means the risks are off the charts, no matter how much help you have. He stares at the danger sign on the map, realizing that 10x pay is basically blood money. Is the risk of an unranked dungeon worth the reward? He flashes back to the orc fight, remembering how close he came to meeting his end. He's still mentally drained from that encounter, making this decision even harder. He looks at the contract, his hand trembling slightly. It's so tempting to take the shortcut to financial stability, even if it means stepping into a death trap. Then he remembers an interview with the Dark Lord. The guy said that if you want to rank up quickly, you have to dive into dungeons that are above your current ability. The Dark Lord's words echo in his head. There's no other way. High risks come with high opportunities, and if he wants to be a ranker, he can't keep playing it safe in E-rank holes. With a look of sheer determination, he grabs the paper. He says he'll do it, committing himself to the dangerous mission. The manager is hyped, shouting with excitement as he tells Dong-hoon the departure is in 1 week. He tells him to be ready at Paju Station, and the deal is officially sealed. We see Dong-hoon signing the mercenary hiring contract, his pen scratching against the paper. This is the moment his life changes forever, or ends. He walks away with his copy of the contract, telling the manager he's going to take the week off to prepare. He looks calm, but you know his heart is pounding. The manager offers to treat him to a meal later as a thanks, and Dong-hoon jokingly asks for 2 meals. It's a nice moment of levity before the impending doom of the unranked dungeon. The contract sits on the desk, a formal reminder of the life or death choice he just made. This is his ticket to the big leagues. A week passes, and we see his skeletons glowing with an intense aura. They look more prepared than ever, their bones literally humming with necromantic power. Dong-hoon is back at his training ground, noting that compared to before, his power is on a completely different level. He can feel the growth, and it's giving him the confidence he needs. He stands before his summons, his shadow looming large behind them. He thinks his skeletons will keep evolving, realizing that his potential is limitless. He commands Bone 1 through Bone 3 to move out, pointing toward the training dummies. He's acting like a real squad leader now, not just a desperate kid. He leans on his staff, watching them with a critical eye. He needs to properly test the abilities of his new D-rank skeletons before he trusts them with his life in Peiju. Bone 1 charges forward and absolutely obliterates a wooden dummy with its heavy sword. The impact is huge, showing that its strength has increased exponentially. Bone 2 follows up with a spear strike that pierces clean through another dummy. The precision and speed are terrifyingly better than they were just a week ago. Bone 3, the archer, lets an arrow fly from its bow. It's moving so fast it's basically a blur of white light as it streaks across the field. The arrow hits with such force that it causes a massive explosion of splinters. Dong-hoon is stunned, thinking that even though they're D-rank, they're already performing like C-rank summons. Then Bone 5, the mage, steps up and unleashes a pillar of fire that completely engulfs a dummy. The heat and light are intense, proving that his party now has some serious magical firepower. Dong-hoon looks at the scorched remains of his training ground and realizes that wooden scarecrows just won't cut it anymore. He's literally outgrown his own training equipment. The chibi version of Dong-hoon is shown crying over his wallet as he realizes he needs to spend a ton of money on better training gear. Success is great, but it's definitely not cheap. One of his skeletons poses with its sword, looking totally badass. Dong-hoon thinks it's good that he's become stronger, feeling a sense of pride in his boys. But as he walks away, he realizes there's still one major problem: him. He might have strong summons, but he's still just as fragile as any other human. He imagines a scenario where a monster ignores his skeletons and just goes straight for his throat. He's the brain of the operation, and if he goes down, everything else goes with him. He also notices something weird. His skeletons seem to be developing their own will. They used to just be mindless puppets, but now they're making their own little clacking expressions and gestures. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks with a confused look. Something unexpected is happening right in front of him. One of the skeletons is standing there, tilting its skull like it's trying to figure something out. It's surprisingly expressive for something without skin or muscles. The purple gem in its staff begins to glow with an intense, pulsing light. Something new is about to happen, and even the Necromancer himself doesn't know what it is. Dong-hoon looks totally panicked as the purple energy starts to swirl around him. He shouts, wondering what's going on, worried that he might be losing control of his own magic. The light forms a vortex around him as he clutches his staff. He's caught in the middle of a magical phenomenon that he didn't even cast. The skeleton looks at him and nods its head, looking like it's actually judging him. Dong-hoon wonders if the thing is actually reading his thoughts. There's a massive thud as something heavy hits the ground nearby. The training session just took a very weird turn. Dong-hoon looks over at the skeleton, his confusion growing by the second. He gives a confused look, totally lost. The skeleton stares back with its glowing blue eyes, and you get the feeling that it knows exactly what it's doing. It's almost like it's challenging him. The skeleton points its bony finger toward the training dummies. It's like it's telling him to pay attention to what's about to happen. Our boy is left standing there with a face full of questions as he realizes his skeletons might be a lot smarter and more independent than he ever imagined. This just got way more complicated. We're straight back into the grind as Dong-hoon tests out his new and improved squad. One skeleton is holding the line with a massive shield, taking a heavy hit from a sword-wielding buddy to test its durability. Next up is the ranged test, and this skeleton isn't even flinching while arrows bounce right off its shield. It looks like a stone wall with ribs, and Dong-hoon is clearly impressed by the defense. The impact sounds are loud, with massive thud effects filling the panel. This shield isn't just for show, it's absorbing some serious punishment without a single crack. The skeleton holds the shield high above its head, looking like a total pro. It's a literal one-man phalanx, and our boy is starting to see the tactical possibilities. Dong-hoon watches with a satisfied grin, commenting on how solid the defense feels. He's finally feeling like he's got a real team that can actually protect him. The skeletons continue their sparring, sparks flying everywhere as they clash. Dong-hoon realizes that with a dedicated tank like this, he won't even need to waste money on expensive gear for himself. He decides to take things up a notch, telling Bone 2 to stop hitting the shield and attack him directly instead. It's time for the ultimate stress test. But he's not just standing there defenseless, he calls on Bone 5 to step up. The mage skeleton activates Air Shield, surrounding our protagonist in a protective purple aura. The attack connects with a massive clang, but Dong-hoon is perfectly safe behind the magical barrier. The Air Shield is holding strong, proving his mage skeleton is worth its weight in, well, bones. He gives a little smirk, thinking that this is not bad at all. He's gone from being a glass cannon to having multiple layers of defense in just a few days of training. He shouts with enthusiasm for them to keep practicing. He's pushing them to their limits, knowing that every minute of training counts. The skeletons are a blur of motion as they resume their combat drills. They're moving with a fluidity that you'd never expect from a bunch of E-rank summons. More sparks and impact lines fill the air as the weapons clash. This is proper, high-intensity training, and the results are starting to show. Dong-hoon looks like a proud coach, watching his team work together like a well-oiled machine. He knows this manual effort is what sets him apart from other necromancers. Suddenly, a system notification pings with a flurry of blue windows. He's stunned to see that his skeleton's stats, strength, magic, and stamina are actually increasing just from the training. His eyes go wide as he realizes what this means. He's not just leveling up himself, his summons are literally getting stronger the more they work out. Talk about a broken, hidden ability. He stammers, wondering what this is as he stares at the glowing blue windows. He's just unlocked the ability to view his skeleton's individual status windows. We get a close-up of Bone 1's stats, showing its class as an awakened skeleton swordsman. It's got actual stats for strength, magic, and technique. It's like he's managing an entire RPG party. He wonders if the other bones have this too, realizing that he can now track the growth of his entire army. It's a literal goldmine of information. He pulls up all the windows at once, looking like a high-tech commander. Seeing all those D-rank badges and rising stats is the ultimate confidence boost. He notes that Bone 1, 2, and 3 have higher stats because they've been training longer. It confirms his theory: the harder they work, the stronger they get, regardless of his own level. He clenches his fist with a look of pure triumph. He tells himself everything he's done so far wasn't in vain, finally feeling validated for those years of useless practice. He starts planning out their future training schedules, determined to raise them comprehensively. He's not just a necromancer anymore, he's a professional trainer for the undead. We get a peaceful shot of the forest clearing as the sun sets. It's the calm before the storm as he prepares for the big porter job. Flash forward to a modern, sleek building under a bright blue sky. This is where the big shot hunters gather, and it's a far cry from the rundown mercenary office. Dong-hoon is getting ready, pulling on his massive backpack. He's traded his casual hoodie for a more official-looking gray hunter's coat. He stands there looking surprisingly professional with his staff and gear. He might just be a porter today, but he's carrying a hidden army in his pocket. He checks his bag one last time, making sure he's got his sleeping bag and rations packed tight. He mutters that everything's well packed, trying to calm his nerves. He looks out at the crowd of gathered hunters, reminding himself that his only role today is to be the porter. He's going to keep a low profile and just watch the pros. He starts walking toward the rendezvous point, his heart thumping loudly. Despite the training, he knows an unranked dungeon is no joke. A staff member is shouting for all the participating mercenaries to gather around. He's giving the usual follow instructions or die speech that everyone expects at a dungeon entrance. Then we see the dungeon entrance itself, and it's terrifying. It's a swirling vortex of black and purple energy that looks like a literal tear in reality. The closer you look, the creepier it gets. It's a hollow formed into a natural entrance, pulsing with a dark, malevolent aura that would make anyone hesitate. The other mercenaries are definitely feeling the pressure. One guy admits it's nerve-wracking, while another agrees that it looks like a seriously high-difficulty dungeon. The purple energy is almost hypnotic, swirling with complex patterns. They say the darker and more complex the color, the more dangerous the dungeon, and this one is basically midnight. Some of the guys are trying to stay positive, saying they're with the Blue Guild so nothing can go wrong. They're already dreaming about having soup and soju after the job is over. Dong-hoon looks at the portal with a grim expression, thinking safety his foot. He knows that being with a major guild doesn't guarantee your survival if things go south. He clenches his teeth, a look of intense seriousness on his face. He's not here for the soup, he's here to survive and get stronger. A symbolic image shows a massive, monstrous hand reaching out from a pile of skulls. The world is full of dungeons where countless people have just disappeared. Another shot shows a ranker sitting atop a mountain of bodies, highlighting the sacrifice and death that hide behind the glamorous spotlight. It's a dark reminder of the reality of their profession. Dong-hoon grips his backpack strap tight, his knuckles turning white. He's scared, but he's not backing down. He decides he'll bet his life on the risk, his eyes burning with determination. This is the moment he stops being a victim of fate and starts taking charge. As he's psyching himself up, a woman in a black tactical outfit walks past him. She's got that effortless elite vibe that makes everyone else look like amateurs. Suddenly, she stops and turns around. She calls out to him, catching Dong-hoon completely off guard. He looks back at the empty building, wondering if he just imagined the voice. He's a bit jumpy, which is understandable given the setting. He slowly turns around to find her staring him right in the face. She's got a sharp, intense gaze that feels like it's looking right through him. She looks him up and down, noting that he's got an energy level around D rank or maybe even higher. She's clearly more perceptive than the average hunter. Then her eyes drop to his belt, where his E-grade badge is clearly visible. She sees the mismatch between his energy and his rank immediately. Dong-hoon is sweating bullets, staring at her with wide eyes. He asks who she might be, his voice probably shaking a little. She ignores his question, leaning in close. She demands to know what his plan is, hiding his skills and applying as a porter to their Blue Guild, her voice full of suspicion. Dong-hoon is panicking internally, realizing this person is something big. He never expected anyone to see through his rank so easily. He grits his teeth, wondering what difference it makes if he's D or E rank to a group of A-grade hunters. He's just trying to mind his own business. She says that guilty expression makes him even more suspicious, her aura starting to get heavy. She asks him flat out if he's a spy sent by a rival guild. She warns him that he's underestimated Blue's intelligence network, and she looks ready to draw a weapon. This is definitely not how he expected his day to start. We get a full shot of her, and she's stunning but terrifying. She's Gi So-yul, a legendary assassin and one of the world's top-tier hunters. Dong-hoon's jaw drops as he realizes who he's talking to. He screams in his head, his face a mask of pure shock. He spots the golden badge on her belt, which is only allowed for S-rank hunters or higher. He's standing in front of a living legend. Text boxes confirm that she's one of Korea's 37 rankers. She's an absolute monster in combat, specialized in silent takedowns. She's the only sister of the Blue Guild Master, making her basically royalty in the hunter world. She's the last person you'd ever want to cross. He's trembling as he looks at her, his thoughts a chaotic mess. He can't believe he's having a conversation with a ranker he's only ever dreamed of meeting. He stammers out that there's been a misunderstanding, calling her ranker ma'am and looking totally pathetic. He waves his hands frantically, insisting he's absolutely not a spy. He tries to explain that a rival guild would never use someone like him for such an important job. She stares at him with a dark, intense gaze that seems to swallow all the light around her. The tension is thick enough to cut with a dagger. Then, she suddenly lets out a little laugh, covering her mouth as she tries to hold it back. She bursts into a huge grin, throwing her hands up playfully. She apologizes, her terrifying aura vanishing in an instant. She admits she was just joking to mess with him, looking totally amused by his reaction. Dong-hoon is left standing there looking completely dumbfounded. Talk about an S-rank prank. Gi So-yul is just standing there looking like a total boss while Dong-hoon looks like he's seen a ghost. He literally can't process why an elite S-rank hunter would be messing with a low-level guy like him. The crowd around them is definitely noticing the weird vibe, whispering about what a ranker is doing with a porter. Dong-hoon's brain is working overtime trying to find a reason for all this attention. You can see the gears turning in his head as he starts to sweat. He's asking himself the big question, could it be that he's actually special? He thinks back to his insane training sessions with his skeletons and wonders if the big guilds were watching him the whole time. If an S rank like Soyul noticed his defective power growing, it would explain everything. He quickly decides that whatever the reason is, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. A ranker showing interest in him is his ticket out of E-rank hell. Soyul gives a playful little laugh, asking if her sudden approach caught him off guard. She's definitely enjoying how much she's rattling him. She starts to walk away, casually tossing out an apology if she was being too rude. Donghoon is left hanging, quickly calling out for her to wait. She stops and drops a truth bomb. She noticed that despite his E-rank badge, he's putting off the aura of a high-tier D-ranker. She calls it fascinating, which is probably hunter speak for "I've got my eye on you." Donghoon is caught red-handed and has absolutely no comeback. He just stands there while the phantom images of his skeletons loom behind him, proving she's 100% right. His expression shifts to one of pure shock as he realizes just how deep her perception goes. He wasn't ready for someone to read him like an open book. He watches her glow with a powerful blue energy, realizing she gauged his entire power level with just a casual glance. This is the terrifying reality of an S-rank's sensory abilities. The panel ends with her giving a sharp, knowing smile. She knows she's got him right where she wants him. Soyul explains that her brother, the guildmaster, actually tasked her with finding a porter for their scouting mission. She's been on the lookout, and her boy just happened to cross her path. She looks him dead in the eye and calls him a suspiciously skilled porter. She's definitely not buying his act of being just another low ranker. She takes a deliberate step closer, asking him point blank what he thinks about her proposal. You can tell she's used to getting what she wants. She makes the pitch to join the scouting team. She admits it's dangerous, but she thinks he's the most capable guy on the scene right now. Her gaze gets even sharper as she says he doesn't look like the type to panic when things get messy. She's banking on his secret strength. Donghoon is floored, asking if she's for real while she just smiles, confident in her knack for reading people's true potential. She reaches out, closing the distance as she prepares to sweeten the deal. She knows exactly how to hook a mercenary, better pay. She strikes a confident pose and promises to double his payment for the run. She's literally throwing money at the problem now. Donghoon's head is spinning, working with a legendary ranker and getting double pay. It's the kind of offer you'd have to be insane to turn down. He doesn't even hesitate, throwing his hand up and shouting that he'll do it. He's all in on this dangerous opportunity. He's pumped up, realizing he can't pass up a chance to grow his power alongside one of the best. He's ready to step into the big leagues, even if it's as a porter. We transition with a dark, gritty panel explaining how dungeon grades work. It's a reality check for the danger he's about to face. The narration explains that dungeons go from E to S rank, and they're as unpredictable as they are deadly. One day you're fighting trash mobs, the next you're face to face with a nightmare. A montage of terrifying monsters from goblins to minotaurs flashes by, showing the wide range of threats out there. Every dungeon is a roll of the dice. A hunter named White Shadow is shown, looking tired. The text warns that you never really know a dungeon's true grade until you're already inside and fighting for your life. We get a pro tip: check the colors around the portal. The darker the shade, the more likely you are to find something that wants to eat your soul. Swirls of dark magic remind us that even the best tips aren't a guarantee. The Hunter Association has to set baselines, but the dungeons don't have to follow the rules. The text explains that if a team of elite hunters can't clear a dungeon, the grade gets bumped up. It's a trial-by-fire system that unfortunately costs a lot of lives. We see a small portal in the distance, representing the unranked dungeons that haven't been measured yet. These are the ultimate wildcards. A glowing red S-ranked badge appears, showing the worst-case scenario. This is what every scout team fears finding. A grim shot of fallen hunters with red X's over them shows the cost of these scouting missions. It's a meat grinder for anyone who isn't prepared. Donghoon stares at the dark, swirling portal of the unranked dungeon he's about to enter. It looks like a doorway, straight into a nightmare. He reaches out toward the energy, knowing that scouting teams are sent in first because you don't risk your main force on an unknown threat. He's basically a canary in a coal mine. He takes a deep breath, realizing that thanks to this, he's gotten an early whiff of the dungeon compared to the others. He's ready to take the risk. The system message for entering the dungeon pops up as he steps into the swirling purple vortex. It's time to find out what's on the other side. He lands inside and finds himself in a dark, damp cave dripping with icicles. It's cold, quiet, and immediately gives off a bad vibe. He looks around at the glowing pearls on the walls, glad that at least visibility won't be an issue. These things are the only thing keeping the darkness at bay. Two of the other hunters are already bickering. One guy wants to loot the pearls for cash, but the other warns him that touching dungeon stuff is a great way to end up dead. Soyul is stretching and looks totally chill, despite the spooky cave. She's an S rank, so this is probably just another day at the office for her. We see that everyone in the group is at least A rank, making our E rank protagonist look like a total outlier. This is a heavyweight team. Soyul's expression goes cold as she tells everyone to stay alert. Even she knows that quiet doesn't mean safe in an unranked dungeon. She starts barking out orders, sending 2 hunters to scout ahead with her. They're going to map out the immediate area. She looks over at a grizzled veteran in a hard hat. This is Guide Kung Shon-wook, the man in charge of finding the way out. She tells him his job is to find the exit while keeping the porter safe. Dong-hoon looks a bit relieved to have a dedicated bodyguard. Dong-hoon asks if he's confident, and the guy just smirks. He's got years of experience and isn't about to be rattled by a cave. The guy tells him that if he wasn't confident, his alias wouldn't carry its weight. He's got that old-school veteran swagger. His status window reveals his special guide alias. The system literally recognizes him as the best person for finding paths in dungeons. So-yul is leading the charge. She calls out for everyone to get moving, her presence instantly taking control of the room. The guide asks if he's feeling nervous, and Dong-hoon admits that he's pretty on edge. At least he's being honest. The guide's face gets dead serious as he tells him to stay nervous. That's not exactly the comfort Dong-hoon was looking for. Dong-hoon is confused, asking for clarification as the guide looks ahead with a grim expression. The veteran hunter explains that there's something seriously off about this place. He can feel it in his gut, and he's usually right. He notes that Ranker Ongjae didn't tell them to stay on edge for no reason. There's a hidden danger here that hasn't shown its face yet. He points out that the cave is unusually quiet and simple. In dungeon speak, that usually means a giant trap is waiting for them. He says that in a cave this narrow, they should be hearing some kind of vibrations if anything is alive. The silence is deafening. He guesses that there might be a hidden gimmick or puzzle they haven't triggered yet. He's trying to solve the dungeon before it solves them. Dong-hoon is impressed by the guy's analysis, but the guy just brushes it off as years of experience. He's seen it all, except for maybe this. He tells Dong-hoon to just follow his lead and focus on finding the exit first. They're sticking to the mission. They head off in the opposite direction of the main team. It feels weird splitting up, but they have their own objective. We see their footsteps echoing as they walk deeper into the dark, silent tunnel. Dong-hoon is sweating buckets, his eyes darting around. He can't shake the feeling that they're being watched by something massive. The guide wipes sweat from his brow, noting the lack of traps or hints. The deeper they go, the more wrong it feels. He turns to Dong-hoon and asks if he feels heavier. It's like the air itself is pressing down on them. Both of them are getting major goosebumps now. The guide admits that this is a first for him too, and he doesn't like it one bit. He looks genuinely rattled, which is a really bad sign for a guy whose whole job is knowing the way. Dong-hoon realizes this pressure is worse than anything he felt, even when standing in front of an S-ranker. Whatever is in here is on a different level. Suddenly, a dark, swirling void appears behind them. It pulses with a malevolent energy that practically screams death. The guide tells Dong-hoon to summon his skeletons right now. He knows they're going to need every bit of protection they can get if things go south. Dong-hoon grips his staff so hard his knuckles turn white. He's terrified, but he's getting ready to fight for his life. Our boy Dong-hoon isn't taking any chances and summons his full squad of 5 skeletons immediately. Purple magical energy surges as they materialize with their specialized weapons, ready to take on whatever is lurking in the dark. He checks his status and sees he's already burned through half his energy, leaving him at 50. He looks focused, knowing he's got to make every move count from here on out. Guide Kang Sion-wook takes a good look at the rattling bones and sounds a bit underwhelmed. He asks Dong-hoon if he's got anything better than basic skeletons, which is pretty rude considering they're his only bodyguards right now. The guide starts panicking, shouting that there's no such thing as a safe spot here. Dong-hoon and the boys are standing by, but you can tell the veteran's instincts are screaming, "Run." The guide lets out a sharp groan as he's hit by a sudden wave of intense pressure. His eyes are wide with shock, looking like he just felt a ghost walk through his soul. The poor guy is doubled over in pain, clutching his chest while Dong-hoon rushes over to help. He calls out to the guide, realizing the expert is the first one to buckle under the dungeon's aura. The guide manages to gasp out that they just need to walk a little further to an open space. He's desperately trying to lead them somewhere they can actually put up a fight. He screams that he doesn't know what's happening, but he can feel multiple powerful presences just ahead of them. Talk about a bad neighborhood. They take off running into the dark blue smoke curling around them like a bad omen. The guide doesn't care if it's the vanguard or monsters, they just need to get moving. Suddenly, massive blue shockwaves of raw power slam into the hallway. It's a literal wall of force that looks like it's trying to flatten the entire cave. Dong-hoon gets hit the hardest, his whole body feeling paralyzed as the pressure increases. He can't even open his eyes or mouth, feeling like the world is sitting on his shoulders. He lets out a muffled groan as he's forced down to his knees, his boots scraping against the cold stone floor. This isn't just magic, it's absolute dominance. Skeleton 5 tries to save the day, casting its air shield to buffer the pressure. Purple energy flares up around them, a desperate bubble of hope in the dark. But the pressure is too much, and the shield shatters into pieces with a loud crack as Skeleton 5 is blasted backward. Dong-hoon is left totally exposed, groaning on the ground. Blood spatters on the floor as Dong-hoon coughs, his face pale from the internal damage. He's never felt anything this overwhelming before. It's like the dungeon itself is trying to crush him. He looks up with a look of pure desperation, calling out for Skeleton 1 to hold the line. He's clutching his side, barely able to stay conscious. The blue pressure lines keep pounding down on him, and he can't believe a skill could get crushed the second it activates. Whatever is putting off this aura is on a whole different level of power. He looks ahead and sees the guide is already far in the distance, running for his life. He wonders how the man moves so fast under this pressure, feeling totally abandoned. Dong-hoon is struggling just to breathe, asking how a newly appeared dungeon can be this nerve-wracking even for a ranker. This is definitely not the easy porter job he was promised. He grits his teeth, his expression turning fierce as he decides that survival is the only thing that matters now. Forget fame or money, he's not dying in this hole. He forces his feet to move, his boots thudding heavily against the floor as he walks straight into the heart of the pressure. He's slow, but he's not stopping. He's panting like he just ran a marathon, but he and his skeletons are making progress. They're a small, determined band of bones and grit moving through the blue haze. Suddenly, a system message pings. He has reached the stage called The Bitter White-Haired Old Man. Dong-hoon looks up, confused by the weird, poetic title. He mutters about what this is now, his eyes scanning the new environment. The pressure seems to have shifted, and a new objective is taking shape. The status window hovers in front of him, confirming the stage name. It feels more like a story than a dungeon boss encounter. The system explains the lore. The boss is so consumed by regret that frost has settled on his hair. There's a massive, glowing magic circle on the floor, marking the final boss room. A final notification tells him to enter the room and defeat the old man. He's standing in front of a massive, ancient wooden door that looks like it's been sealed for centuries. Dong-hoon realizes this white-haired guy is the boss of the entire dungeon. He takes a deep breath, wondering what kind of monster looks like an old man. His eyes go wide as he peers into the room and realizes something shocking. He gasps, "It's a person, not a monster at all." He and the guide stumble upon a group of other hunters huddled on the floor. One guy jumps up, looking like he just saw his savior. He shouts that finally, hunters have arrived. The survivor is practically crying with relief, asking if they're the backup team. He looks completely broken, which is weird because he's wearing some high-end gear. The guide notices the badges on the survivors and his jaw drops. They're all purple badges, which means they're A-rank hunters. What could possibly break a whole team of A-rankers like this? The A-rankers are literally begging to be saved, pleading with an E-rank porter to get them out of there. It's a pathetic sight that shows just how terrifying the boss really is. One of them is so desperate he's asking for food or water first, his throat sounding completely parched. They look like they've been trapped in a survival horror game for weeks. The guide starts handing out emergency rations, but he thinks to himself how off-putting it is to see A-rankers acting like this. They ran away and left everyone else to save their own skins. Dong-hoon watches them eat, feeling a weird mix of pity and disgust. He realizes that in a dungeon, rank doesn't matter if your spirit breaks first. He hands over some canned food, his expression unreadable. He's seeing the grim reality of what happens when the pros fail. A survivor drinks water like it's the finest wine in the world, spilling it down his chin in his haste. They're totally traumatized. It's a miserable scene with the elite hunters sitting on the floor like refugees. Dong-hoon and the guide stand over them, the only ones still holding their heads high. Dong-hoon reflects that honestly, he could have ended up just like them if he hadn't unlocked his skeletons. It's a humbling thought. The guide tells everyone to take it slow and breathe. He's trying to keep the situation from spiraling into a full-blown panic. Dong-hoon takes charge, asking the survivors to explain exactly what happened here step by step. He needs intel before he faces that door. A guy in a white uniform stands up to speak for the group. He looks a bit more composed, but you can still see the fear in his eyes. He points out that he's a B-rank hunter, but that didn't help him one bit here. He calls this place a literal hell that breaks all the rules of dungeon hunting. The survivor says he's been in the business for years, but has never encountered anything as bizarre as this. This isn't just a combat dungeon, it's something else entirely. Another survivor chimes in, sounding hysterical as she points out that there's absolutely no exit. They've searched everywhere, and there's no way back. She explains that no matter which direction they run from the starting point, every path has the same terrifying result. It all leads back here, to that cursed door. They're trapped in a loop, and the only way out is through the boss. The survivors describe how the dark aura traps you completely once you enter. It's like a living shadow that swallows any hope of escape. The survivor's face is cast in shadow as he admits the only thing left is to go through that door and face the old man. He looks like he's describing his own funeral. He adds that the conditions for clearing the stage are absolutely ridiculous. Dong-hoon and the guide look worried, wondering what kind of rules this boss plays by. We see a silhouetted figure of a man with long hair standing in a mist. The survivor whispers that he's insane. There's no beating him. The silhouetted face of an old man with a long beard looms over them. To him, D-rankers and even B-rankers are apparently no better than infants. The survivor grabs the guide's arms, begging for help since they're A-rank backup. He's totally delusional, thinking Dong-hoon and the guide are stronger than they are. The guide looks incredibly awkward with an A ranker clinging to him like a scared child. He doesn't have the heart to tell them he's only B rank. Donghoon speaks up, telling everyone to wait a second and use their heads. He's the only one looking at this logically. He asks the million-dollar question. If the boss is so strong and insane, why is everyone here still alive? Why didn't he just kill them all? The survivor admits it's a good question. He looks a bit confused himself as he starts to explain the boss's weird behavior. He says that surprisingly, the old man doesn't actually kill people. He just sits there in silence, waiting for challengers to step forward. Instead of a fight to the death, the boss administers some kind of trial. It sounds more like an exam from hell than a dungeon battle. The survivor admits they have no idea what the trial actually entails. All they know is that he subdues everyone in the most painful and humiliating ways possible. A flashback shows the silhouetted boss standing over a defeated hunter who's groveling on the floor. It's an image of total, crushing defeat. The boss clicks his tongue in disappointment, saying this one isn't the right material either. He's looking for something specific, and none of these hunters have it. Then he just casually throws them out of the room like yesterday's trash. We see a hunter flying through the air, completely broken and discarded. Donghoon is deep in thought, staring at the boss door. A boss that doesn't kill? That's unheard of in this world. He looks at the heavy blue door with a mix of fear and curiosity. He asks himself what kind of dungeon this is, sensing that this trial might be exactly what he needs. The survivor scratches his head, realizing that the boss is just an old person after all, which means, at the end of the day, he's still human. Donghoon and the guide are completely stunned. This is the first time in recorded history that a dungeon boss has turned out to be a regular human being. Donghoon's eyes are wide as the realization sinks in. A human acting as a dungeon boss? It makes no sense, but it explains why he's testing them instead of just eating them. This just got way more interesting. The guide points to the massive blue door, declaring that regardless of the danger, they have no choice but to open it to find an exit and complete the mission. Donghoon watches the guide think deeply, questioning internally if this guide-specialized hunter can really be trusted in such a bizarre place. Our boy looks absolutely stressed, sweating as he wonders what his next move should even be, while the weight of the situation sinks in. Gi So-yul and her elite A-rank teammates walk up to the group, asking what the hell everyone is still doing out here in the hallway. So-yul takes a second to think before deciding they might as well head straight into the boss room to see what they're up against. She analyzes the situation, realizing from their aura that the survivors they found aren't traps or doppelgangers, which means the threat inside is the real deal. With a sharp look, she notes that even though the boss's aura is intense, they can't just sit around and do nothing. The A-rank survivors are literally crying with joy and sniffing, thinking they've finally been saved by the arrival of a legendary S-ranker and her team. So-yul immediately takes command, ordering the porter and the survivors to stay put while the pros handle the actual boss fight. Donghoon watches them go, realizing the vast gap in power that exists between a regular A-rank hunter and a true S-rank elite. He's starstruck by So-yul, remembering she's not just any S-rank, but one of the top 1,000 rankers on the entire planet. So-yul ties her hair back into a ponytail, getting into combat mode and telling her team to get ready for the encounter. A loud creak fills the hallway as she pulls the heavy handle, opening the ancient gates to the boss room. The Blue Guild scouting team disappears into the dark room with a firm stride, leaving everyone else behind in the tense silence. Donghoon is left sitting with his gear outside the door, staring at the floor while he waits for the inevitable victory from the S-ranker. Suddenly, a massive bang echoes from behind the heavy door, making Donghoon jump out of his skin in shock. It's absolute carnage inside. The A-rankers are being tossed through the air like dolls over a glowing magic circle, screaming in pure agony. Gi So-yul hits the ground hard with a muffled groan, her tactical outfit already showing the signs of a brutal defeat. She's bleeding and gasping for breath, completely overwhelmed by the boss's sheer speed and power after only a few seconds. The heavy door creaks open again as the entire team is unceremoniously spat back out into the hallway in front of the others. Donghoon is floored. He shouts, wondering what the hell just happened, seeing the world-class hunters defeated in record time. He checks the time and realizes they lasted less than 10 minutes. An S-ranker incapacitated that fast is just insane. So-yul is gritting her teeth in rage, humiliated that the boss apparently deemed her unworthy of even a real fight. She suddenly looks up and calls out for the porter, snapping Donghoon out of his shocked state with a start. She demands a high-grade potion from his bag, looking like she's ready to go right back in for a rematch despite her injuries. Donghoon is staring at her like she's lost her mind. She just got destroyed and she's already asking for round 2? He asks if she's sure about this, but she's already made up her mind. The old man didn't kill her, he just completely played with her. She grabs the potion from his hand, her determination burning brighter as she prepares to challenge the boss again. Wounded but defiant, she vows to prove her worth to the old man, no matter how many tries it takes to pass his test. Dong-hoon looks at the door, wondering if worthy is a term used because this boss is actually a hidden master looking for a disciple. He imagines the old man sitting inside, consumed by resentment because he can't find a talented enough student in this era. So Yul downs the potion in one gulp and declares she's heading back into the meat grinder. She charges back towards the boss room while Dong-hoon fruitlessly tells her to wait, realizing she's possessed by her warrior's pride. And so began Gi So-yul's relentless, grueling journey of failure and pain as she tries to pass the trial. Bam! She's blasted right back out again with a scream, her body bouncing off the magic circle on the floor once more. Another attempt, another flight through the air. This boss is playing pinball with a ranker's body like it's nothing. She hits the ground with a sickening thud, looking completely spent but still refusing to stay down for long. With blood on her face and eyes full of tears, she screams in frustration, unable to understand why she's failing so miserably. We see the boss's silhouette again, revealing he's not just a master swordsman but a beast with a spear too, glowing with a blue aura. She yells and throws herself back in for another round, while Dong-hoon can only watch from the sidelines. Another scream echoes out from the room. Dong-hoon is speechless, wondering how much more punishment she can take. One whole day passes, and the only sound in the dungeon is the constant screaming of the defeated S-ranker echoing through the caves. Dong-hoon looks like he's aged 10 years just listening to the sound effects of So-yul getting bodied over and over. 4 days later, and the cycle still hasn't broken. The hallway is filled with nothing but the sound of agony and failure. So-yul is a shell of herself, her face a mask of rage and exhaustion as she continues her relentless trial. She's shocked to find out the old man is also a master of magic, letting out a frustrated scream about who designed this nightmare. Dong-hoon is shaking his head in disbelief, worried that even the Blue Guild's strongest member couldn't save her at this rate. He realizes that not even a full party of 5 rankers might be enough to take down this legendary old man. So-yul sits on the floor, finally admitting that the gap in power between her and the boss is just too vast to close. But her spirit is unbreakable. She vows to keep trying endlessly as long as she's alive, showing the true mindset of a ranker. Dong-hoon is in absolute awe of her. He thinks about how this is a ranker's mindset, feeling both inspired and intimidated. But he looks at his hands and his staff, knowing that while she trains, the other survivors are slowly suffering and rotting away. He looks at the huddle of starving, hopeless hunters who have lost all will to fight and are just waiting to die. The frustration finally boils over for him too. He realizes he can't just sit here and wait for a miracle that isn't coming. He grips his skull staff so hard his hand starts to shake. He's making a massive, life-altering decision right now. He realizes that every single hunter in this room has entered that door and come back out. The guide looks at him with a tired, weary expression, probably expecting him to just keep carrying the bags like a good boy. Except me, he thinks, standing tall and glowing with a new sense of purpose under the cave lights. He starts walking past the elite Blue Guild team, heading straight for the cursed blue door with a heavy step. So-yul looks back in surprise from the floor, asking the porter what on earth he thinks he's doing. Dong-hoon looks her in the eye and declares that he's going in there next. The whole room goes dead silent in shock. She gasps, not believing that an E-rank porter would even consider such a suicide mission. The A-rankers start laughing and scoffing, calling him out for wanting to enter a place where even S-rankers were crushed like bugs. One guy mocks him, asking if a novice necromancer really thinks he can do better with his puny E-rank skeletons. He sneers at him to stick to carrying luggage, looking down at our protagonist with pure contempt. He gets right in Dong-hoon's face, telling him to stop trying to act like he's someone important when he's just luggage. He even puts his hand on his sword handle, ready to physically stop the porter from making a scene. Dong-hoon is sweating, but his eye shows he's not backing down at all. He's focused on the goal, not the bully. So-yul commands him to stop, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade as she stands up. She looks at Dong-hoon with an unreadable expression and asks him the big question, does he not trust her? This is about to get intense. So-yul isn't letting Dong-hoon off the hook easily, staring him down and asking if he's doing this just because he doesn't trust her skills. The tension in the air is heavy as the elite hunters watch the porter step out of line. Dong-hoon quickly shakes his head, telling her, it's not that. He's got that calm, serious look on his face that shows he's actually thinking ahead rather than just being reckless. So-yul reminds him that according to their contract, a porter isn't even allowed to voice an opinion during exploration. Dong-hoon stands his ground, telling her he's well aware of the rules, but he's doing this anyway. We get a close-up of So-yul's hand resting on her dagger. She's not attacking, but the way she's gripping it shows she's still on high alert and ready for anything to go south. She relents a bit, her posture relaxing as she asks him why exactly he's attempting this impossible challenge. She's genuinely curious about what's going on in this porter's head. Dong-hoon starts walking toward the door, explaining that the elder inside mentioned he was looking for someone with potential. He's realized that the old man isn't just looking for a fight. He explains his theory. The old man's resentment comes from the fact that he never found a worthy disciple to pass his skills to. The silhouetted image of the boss looks lonely and bitter in the darkness. He points out that potential is just that, raw potential, and it doesn't mean a finished product. It's not about how strong you are right now, but how much you can grow. Soyeol is completely floored by the idea. She asks him if he really aims to take the dungeon boss as a teacher instead of just trying to defeat him. Dong-hoon gives a firm nod, telling her that becoming a disciple could be the hidden clear condition for this specific stage. He's thinking outside the box while everyone else is just throwing themselves at a wall. A golden treasure chest labeled Hidden Piece represents the rare alternative method some dungeons offer to achieve a clear. It's a high-level strategy that most hunters never even consider. Soyeol ponders the phrase, hidden piece, looking totally exhausted and worn out. She's starting to realize that her brute force approach might be exactly why she's been failing for days. Suddenly, her pride kicks back in, and she asks him if he's implying his potential exceeds hers. That's a bold claim to make to an S-ranker. The red-haired guy, Sop Jian, is glaring daggers at Dong-hoon, thinking things are getting way too tense. He clearly doesn't like a low-ranker acting this smart. Dong-hoon immediately starts backpedaling, waving his hands and saying that's unlikely to be the case. He knows better than to pick a fight with the most powerful person in the room. Soyeol gets right in his face, startling him. She points out that even though he says no, he's not actually denying it. She leans in close, squinting at him suspiciously while Dong-hoon sweats bullets. She's reading him like a book, and he knows he's been caught. Dong-hoon admits that everyone else here has experienced the pain of the trial, but he feels disconnected and ostracized because he's the only one who hasn't stepped into the ring yet. He's tired of being the only one watching from the sidelines. Soyeol looks him in the eye, her expression softening just a tiny bit as she listens to his reasoning. She can see he's not just some arrogant kid. Then she gives a sudden, sharp smirk. It's the kind of smile that says she's found something fun to play with. She tells him he's finally showing his true colors, and that he's been suspicious from the very beginning. She's finally cracked the mask he's been wearing as a humble porter. Dong-hoon looks genuinely confused, wondering what on earth she's talking about now. She says those wolfish eyes of his show that he's been scheming for something this whole time. She definitely thinks there's more to him than meets the eye. She asks him flat out if he's coveting the dungeon rewards or just hoping for some fortuitous event during the clear. She's testing his motives. Dong-hoon's face goes dead serious, his gaze darkening. This person is incredibly sharp. Is she a ranker or a fortune teller? He can't believe how easily she reads his expressions. He's been trying to keep a poker face, but she's seeing right through it. Soyeol turns and tells him to go ahead and try it. She admits she could use a short break anyway, since her previous attempts have left her battered. She adds that she doesn't have much to say since he'll probably fail just like everyone else. It's a harsh vote of no confidence, but at least he has her permission. Dong-hoon is shocked, asking if she's serious. He didn't expect her to cave so easily. She warns him that he only gets one chance. Emergency rations are running low, and they need to clear this dungeon quickly before they all starve. Dong-hoon gives a respectful bow, thanking her for the opportunity. He's got one shot to prove his theory right and save everyone. He takes a deep breath and readies himself, turning toward the massive blue gate with total focus. His boots thud against the stone as he walks toward his fate. You can practically hear the boss music starting to swell. He reaches out and grabs the massive ring handle, his hand looking small against the heavy metal. The system message pops up, asking if he'd like to open the door. Dong-hoon hesitates for just a second, his shadow stretching across the floor. The door swings open with a loud creak, revealing a silhouetted figure waiting in the blue light beyond. The trial has officially begun. The system window identifies the stage, the elder burdened by resentment. It adds that his grief is so deep that frost has literally formed on his hair. As soon as Dong-hoon steps inside, a massive grunt escapes him. The atmospheric pressure in the room is crushing, making it hard to even stand. Thick blue mist swirls around the room, making the whole place feel like a graveyard in winter. It's eerie and full of ancient power. Dong-hoon stands alone in the center of the room, looking tiny compared to the vast, empty space. He's waiting for the boss to make a move. Suddenly, a wave of force slams him down. He screams as the blue energy practically pins him to the floor. The elder slowly approaches through the mist. He sneers, wondering if it's another pathetic one, his voice cold and full of disappointment. He reaches out a pale, skeletal hand toward Dong-hoon, ready to discard him just like the hunters before. The elder's eyes glow with a piercing blue light through his headwear. He looks like a god of death, completely unimpressed by the boy at his feet. Dong-hoon is gritting his teeth, struggling against the weight. It feels like his bones are about to snap under the pressure. Suddenly, a golden notification explodes across his vision. A hidden condition achieved, exclusive for the cursed Necromancer. His eyes go wide with a look of pure shock. He realizes what's happening, triggering something that no one else in the dungeon has seen. Another message pings, congratulating him. A hidden skill has been unlocked. He's just acquired the Encounter the Memory of the Undead. He can't believe his luck. He asks if an S-rank skill is for real. He's just hit the ultimate jackpot in the middle of a suicide mission. The system announces that the memory manifestation skill is now active. Golden light starts to swirl around him, pushing back the blue mist. Dong-hoon looks around in confusion as the world starts to blur. The elder stands there, frozen, as the skill takes over the reality of the room. The notification says he's manifesting the memory of the cursed undead, master of all arts. He lets out a groan as he's suddenly pulled through space and time. He covers his eyes as a vortex of white and blue energy consumes him. He's being transported somewhere else entirely. He lands in a vast, snowy wasteland with a confused look. The dungeon room is gone, replaced by an endless winter. In the distance, he sees the elder, but he looks younger here. The man is sighing about his predicament and how there's no suitable candidate to succeed him. The elder laments the futility of achieving total mastery just to be told to abandon it all. He looks powerful but incredibly tired of his own greatness. A heady blizzard blows across the screen, emphasizing the isolation of the elder's life. He's lived at the peak for far too long. Dong-hoon is spinning around, totally lost. He asks if this is another world, trying to make sense of the snowy environment. He looks up at the massive, frozen mountains, wondering if alternate worlds really do exist within the dungeon system. We get a close-up of Dong-hoon's wide eyes. He can feel the cold and the wind, proving this memory is as real as anything he's ever experienced. He clutches his head as a sharp pain shoots through him. He's starting to absorb the elder's emotions and memories directly into his own brain. The elder's voice echoes, saying he's had quite an interesting life. We see him from behind, looking out over his icy kingdom. A montage shows a warrior wielding every weapon imaginable. Swords, spears, bows. This man was a master of every combat class, from assassin to healer. The elder raises two fingers, explaining that if one can skillfully manipulate energy, then all arts eventually converge into one. He reached the ultimate peak of human capability. He lived an exceptionally long life because he transcended human limits, but even he couldn't stop the onset of aging. Energy can buy you power, but it can't buy you eternal youth. Dong-hoon walks through the memory snow, feeling the elder's physical decline. He notes how cool water felt like swallowing poison, experiencing the pain of an old, failing body. The elder is shown looking frail and shaky, admitting that the aging process is agonizing and unbearable. He's literally dying of thirst but can't even drink. He clenches his withered fist with a look of terrifying resolve. He growls that even so, he refuses to die. His spirit is still as sharp as his blades. The panel ends with a close-up of the elder's eye, burning with a red, vengeful light. He's filled with regret, and he won't let go of this world until he finds what he's looking for. Inside the vision, we get a close-up of the elder's eyes, and they're filled with an ancient, heavy regret. He's reaching out into the void, mourning a life of total mastery that has no one left to inherit it. He screams out into the blizzard, calling his own life a tragedy. He worked his entire existence to reach the peak of every combat art, and his only wish was to find a single disciple worthy of passing it all down to. The elder looks up at the frozen sky, frustrated that every talent he's found has been so lacking. He begins to question if his dream of finding a perfect successor was just a foolish, greedy delusion. Dong-hoon stands perfectly still in the snowy memory, watching this powerful man crumble from loneliness. The elder is practically begging the heavens for a sign, his pride finally breaking under the weight of his isolation. From behind, we see the elder looking small against the vast, frozen landscape. He pleads that he doesn't want to leave like this, the wind whipping around him as he faces the end of his long life with nothing but empty hands. A tear actually rolls down the old man's face, freezing as it falls. It's a heartbreaking sight. The master of all arts is just a man who doesn't want to be forgotten by history. That single tear hits the snow with a soft thud. He's so desperate for a legacy that he's willing to do anything, even if it means selling his soul to the dungeon system just to stay behind. He presses his weathered hand into the permafrost, a silent vow to the world. He refuses to let his century of knowledge simply vanish into the ether. He declares his desire to leave behind the complete him, his resolve hardening even as his body fails. He isn't looking for a hero, he's looking for a vessel for his life's work. Suddenly, the golden notification flares. The memory manifestation skill is ending. Dong-hoon is violently jerked back to reality with a sharp gasp as the snowy world shatters around him. He's back in the dark, oppressive boss room, the blue mist swirling around his feet once more. The contrast between the bright snow and his cold dungeon is jarring. Dong-hoon is panting, sweat dripping down his face as he tries to catch his breath. He mutters about this place, his mind still half buried in the elder's tragic past. He looks up and sees the actual boss standing right there in front of him. The transition from the sad old man in the memory back to this killing machine boss is terrifying. A new system alert pops up, warning him that the master of all arts is observing him closely. The pressure is back, and it's heavier than ever. Dong-hoon clutches his chest, gasping for air as the dungeon's aura tries to crush his lungs. He's back in the danger zone, but he's not the same person who walked in 5 minutes ago. Despite the pain, a slow, confident grin spreads across his face. He's seen the Elder's weakness, and for the first time, he knows exactly how to win this. He thinks there's hope, his eyes gleaming with a newfound fire. He's figured out the one thing the Elder wants more than anything else, and he's the only one who can provide it. The Elder speaks, his voice echoing through the chamber. He recognizes that Dong-hoon just peered into his very soul and calls him an intriguing one. A notification confirms it. The Master of All Arts is officially interested. Our boy just leveled up his protagonist charm stat in the middle of a boss fight. Dong-hoon manages to choke out his thanks while shivering on the floor. He's playing it smart, showing respect while his brain works at 1,000,000 miles an hour. He realizes that if this legend is truly seeking a disciple, this is the biggest hidden piece opportunity in the history of the world. He's not here to clear a dungeon. He's here to inherit a god's legacy. We see flashes of the master wielding every weapon again. He was a one-man army long before necromancy was even a thing. This is the power Dong-hoon is aiming for. He forces himself to stand up, his face set in a look of grim determination. He shouts internally that it has to be him, refusing to let this chance slip through his fingers. However, the Elder isn't convinced yet. He waves the hand dismissively, telling Dong-hoon that aside from a little curiosity, he's still just nothing special and inadequate. A massive wave of force slams into Dong-hoon with a whoosh effect. He groans, being tested again, and the Elder is clearly losing patience with the mere child standing before him. Dong-hoon screams back that the Elder is wrong. He tells the old man that if he keeps acting like this, he'll remain a resentful, haunted spirit forever, never fulfilling his purpose. He doesn't stop there, calling the boss out for being a stubborn specter blinded by pride. Talk about ballsy, he's literally roasting the boss of an S-rank dungeon to his face. The Elder's face is a mask of pure, icy rage. He's lived for centuries as a legend, and he's not used to being talked to like this by a mere child. He raises his glowing hand, blue energy crackling around his fingertips. He threatens to break a limb for him to come to his senses, sounding ready to end the conversation permanently. Dong-hoon shouts for him to wait, his hands up in a desperate plea. He needs to pivot the conversation before he gets vaporized. He acknowledges that the Elder has mastered all arts, something most people can't even do with one during their entire lives. He's buttering the old man up, but with facts. The Elder pauses, his ego stroked just enough. He admits that in a vast world with plenty of time, surely another genius like him must exist somewhere. Dong-hoon points back toward the door and brings up Gi So-yul. He asks the Elder if he remembers the woman from earlier and tells him she's considered one of the strongest people in the modern world. The Elder is genuinely shocked. To him, So-yul was weak and useless, and the fact that she's a top-tier ranker in this era makes him lose all hope in humanity. Dong-hoon watches the Elder's reaction with a calculating look. He thinks to himself that at least the Elder took the bait. He successfully manipulated the boss into a state of total despair. The Elder roars that it's impossible, his aura flaring up. He can't believe that someone with those skills is the strongest, and he accuses Dong-hoon of trying to deceive him. Dong-hoon steps forward with total confidence, telling the boss to look into his eyes and asking if he looks like someone who's lying. He's betting everything on his own sincerity. The Elder peers deep into Dong-hoon's gaze and realizes the boy is dead serious. The truth of how far human potential has fallen finally hits him like a freight train. The Elder sighs about how cruel the heavens are, his anger replaced by a crushing sense of defeat. He thinks he's doomed to take his skills to the grave because the world is full of weaklings. This is it, the moment of truth. Dong-hoon shouts, asking the Elder if he'll use him since no one meets his standards. He's putting his own life on the table as the final solution. The Elder is momentarily stunned by the audacity. He asks if Dong-hoon means for him to use him, his blue eyes glowing with a mix of confusion and mounting insult. Dong-hoon demands that the Elder pass his abilities on to him, his voice full of a desperate, hungry ambition. He's ready to become the vessel the Elder has been searching for. The Elder scoffs, calling him an insolent brat without any shame. He tells Dong-hoon flatly that he'd rather teach a pile of garbage than someone as untalented as him. Ouch. Dong-hoon holds up a hand, stopping the Elder's rant. He tells him to just hear him out. He's not asking to be taught personally. He's got one last card to play, and it's his biggest one. He taps his status window, bringing up his energy levels and skills. He mutters that all systems are normal, preparing for the most important summon of his life. Purple energy erupts in a massive burst as he activates Awakened Skeleton Summon. The room is flooded with necromantic power as his squad materializes. He points to his rattling warriors and asks the Elder if he can see their potential. He isn't offering himself as the disciple, he's offering his army. He looks at his skeletons with pride. They aren't just bones, they're the perfect, immortal pupils that a master of all arts has been dreaming of for 100 years. He explains his logic. If these growing skeletons have limitless potential, and that potential is real, then they are the perfect candidates for his legacy. Since each skeleton possesses a unique ability, tanking, magic, archery, he argues that teaching them individually would be 10 times easier than trying to teach one human everything. He places a hand on a skeleton's ribcage, telling the elder he doesn't have to worry about his one-to-one legacy dying out. These summons will carry his mark forever. He declares that even if he develops them, the only successor will be him. He's the manager of a dream team, and he's ready to sign the greatest coach in history. He emphasizes their best traits. They have the resilience of those who can't feel pain and the courage of those who live without fear. They are the ultimate warriors, period. The elder goes silent, staring at the rattling skeletons with a look of pure contemplation. He's never considered an undead successor in all his years of searching. He turns his back to Dong-hoon, his long white hair flowing as he thinks. The silence in the room is deafening as the fate of the dungeon hangs in the balance. The elder finally whispers what a curious turn of events this is. He's intrigued, and for a boss like him, curiosity is the first step toward a deal. We get a shot of his boots on the stone floor. He's pacing, his mind racing through the possibilities of this defective necromancer's proposal. He realizes that after searching for so long among humans and finding nothing, the talent he sought might not be human at all, but undead. It's a complete paradigm shift for him. He looks at the skeletons and recognizes the souls of incredible warriors within them. He admits that teaching more than one pupil goes against his principles, but he says that he supposes he'll need to compromise a little, a genuine smile finally breaking through his bitter exterior. The master of all arts has reached a decision. A golden notification explodes. A hidden condition has been met. The stage. The elder, burdened by resentment, exclusive hidden condition has been achieved. Dong-hoon looks like he's about to faint from relief. The elder looks him in the eye and tells him he'll trust the determination he sees there. He's officially giving the porter a chance to prove himself. He makes a solemn promise, no matter how hard the trial is. If Dong-hoon succeeds, he will inherit everything the elder has to offer. The legacy is finally being passed on. The notification acknowledgement pops up as the elder declares his desire to leave a mark of his existence in this world. The contract is sealed. The system message warns him that to gain approval, he must reach a certain level and convince the master. This isn't a free pass. It's an invitation to the hardest training arc of his life. Dong-hoon is sweating buckets, but his expression is fierce. He vows that he won't miss this chance of a lifetime. He's going to see this through to the end, no matter what it takes. The elder lets out a hearty good, his form beginning to glow with a brilliant, peaceful blue light. He's finally found his purpose again. The final notification pings, congratulating him. He has cleared the stage. The elder burdened by resentment. The impossible has happened. Our boy just beat the boss without ever drawing his sword. We open up to a blurry white ceiling light as someone slowly starts to regain consciousness. Looks like our boy is finally waking up from his little nap. Dong-hoon sits up in a hospital bed, looking totally confused and groggy. He's definitely trying to piece together how he got here. A close-up on his face as his eyes widen. A sharp exclamation mark pops up as he notices he's not alone in the room. He starts to ask who it is. He looks over at the woman sitting quietly next to his bed. He trails off before the realization hits him like a truck. It's Ji So-yul. She's sitting there with her arms crossed, looking incredibly serious. Dong-hoon is shocked, stammering out her name. Dong-hoon rubs the back of his head, looking around the room. He asks if this is a hospital, still completely disoriented while So-yul starts to properly introduce herself again. She stands up, radiating that top-tier hunter confidence. She formally introduces herself as Gi So-ryul, the master of the Blue Guild. She gives him this intense, terrifying side-eye. She warns that she's also known as the Dark Emperor by many. Talk about an intimidating bedside manner. Dong-hoon shrinks back, sweating bullets. He knows exactly who she is, but he's freaking out trying to figure out why an S-ranker is hanging out in his hospital room. He starts connecting the dots in a panic. If he lost consciousness right after clearing the dungeon, that means he blacked out entirely and she had to bring him here. So-yul sits back down, closing her eyes as she admits she was genuinely surprised. She thought that unranked boss was utterly impossible to defeat. Her eyes snap open, piercing right through him. She tells him flat out that she never imagined a lowly porter would be the one to clear it. Dong-hoon pulls the blankets up like a shield, looking super uncomfortable. He nervously asks why she keeps staring at him like that. He gets even more defensive, clutching the sheets tightly. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a dagger. She waves it off, leaning back in her chair. She claims it's nothing, and she's just curious why a Vice Guild master would personally visit him. We get a shot of her legs crossed gracefully. She sighs and admits that, to be honest, she's burning with curiosity too. She leans forward, demanding to know how on earth he cleared that ridiculous dungeon. She gets straight to the point. What was the reward? Dong-hoon just stares at her silently, processing the barrage of questions. She even asked if he was truly acknowledged and made the old man's disciple. A dark panel shows So-yul's grim perspective. She notes that it's a fair question since she missed the opportunity, rations were out, and the dungeon needed clearing fast. From her point of view, he's just some nobody who stole the jackpot. Dong-hoon swallows hard. He realizes that if she was a more ruthless ranker, she could have just killed him for the loot. He grips the sheets even tighter, the reality of his close call sinking in. The hunter world is brutal, and he just survived by the skin of his teeth. She breaks the silence, asking what he's thinking so deeply about. She's not letting him off the hook that easily. Dong-hoon decides to play it smart. He asks her what kind of news coverage the dungeon expedition received before he answers any of her questions. So, Yule smirks, understanding his angle. She tells him not to worry. They officially reported that the Blue Guild's advance team cleared it, and everyone signed NDAs. A wave of relief washes over Dong-hoon's face. He asks if no one knows that he was the one who cleared the dungeon, finally catching a break. He sits up and gives her a respectful bow. He sincerely thanks the Dark Emperor for her consideration in keeping his name out of the press. She looks genuinely surprised and impressed. She notes that he's way more mature than expected, since most hunters would be desperate to brag to the whole world about a clear like that. He just laughs nervously, scratching his head. He jokes that safety comes first, knowing full well that fame would put a massive target on his back. So Yule stands up, explaining that she didn't just do it for him. It's also a matter of pride for the Blue Guild. Dong-hoon listens with a deadpan expression as she points out the obvious. Would anyone actually believe an E-rank porter was the MVP on a team with a ranker? We see the Blue Guild emblem as she lays out the truth. They're embarrassed. They're keeping it a secret to save face, and he better do the same or else. He quickly changes the subject, asking her a question. She gives him the floor, telling him to go ahead. The sunlight streams through the hospital window as he asks how long he's been out. She drops the bomb. It's been a full 3 days since they left the dungeon. He rubs his eyes, wincing at the lost time. He notes that even though he gained an incredible opportunity thanks to her, 3 days is a long time to be completely vulnerable. He explains his hesitation to spill the beans. Talking openly about the reward is dangerous, and he honestly hasn't fully processed what happened or what the reward even is yet. So-yeol closes her eyes, considering his words. She muses while he begs for just a little more time to sort things out. He holds up a hand, promising to explain everything later. He desperately needs a minute to check his system without her breathing down his neck. He throws in a cheeky wink, telling her she doesn't need to worry about him running away. After all, what hunter could possibly escape the Dark Emperor's gaze? She looks back at him, totally unamused by the flirting, but she accepts the deal. She concedes that since he's agreed to cooperate, she'll be grateful. She turns and heads for the door. She promises to visit again once he's ready to talk, leaving him with a final farewell. The hospital door shuts with a quiet click. He's finally alone. Dong-hoon completely deflates, collapsing back onto his pillows with a massive sigh of relief. That was way too stressful. He stares at the ceiling, thinking about what a crazy roller coaster the last few days have been. Awakening, meeting a ranker, and surviving that bizarre dungeon is a lot to process. We see a shot of So-yeol standing outside the hospital. He realizes he's walking a tightrope. He could either end up on bad terms with the Blue Guild, or this could be the start of a very profitable relationship. Suddenly, a blue notification window pops up in front of his face with a loud ping. He looks over, totally confused. The system is flashing a giant message, telling him to check his reward for clearing the dungeon. He's got an unaccepted loot drop waiting. He shoots out of bed like a rocket. He completely forgot to check his rewards before he passed out in the dungeon. He doesn't hesitate for a second, eagerly jamming his finger onto the accept button. Show me the loot. A cascade of blue windows floods his vision. His maximum energy increases to 20, and he acquires the S-rank skill, Teachings of All Arts. He zeroes in on the most important notification. He shouts about another S-rank skill. That's 2 S-rank skills from 1 clear. He pulls up his status window, confirming his energy is completely maxed out. He's fully recharged and ready to go. A massive, wicked grin spreads across his face. He chuckles, calling it incredible, feeling the surge of new power. He reviews his newly updated skill list. He's got his Awakened Skeleton Summon, plus Memory Reconstruction and Teachings of All Arts. He finally understands why experienced hunters are so obsessed with diving into dungeons. He taps on Memory Reconstruction, wondering what exactly this hidden skill does outside of boss fights. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. It was super useful for accessing the old man's memories, so he figures it'll definitely come in handy again someday. Next, he moves his finger over to the S-rank Teachings of All Arts skill. Time to see what the grand prize actually does. The skill effects pop up. It uses 20 energy to summon the Master of All Arts to this world for 60 minutes. But there's a catch. The Master can't exert physical force, and only Dong-hoon can perceive him. He just stares at the screen in absolute silence. It takes a second for the reality of the skill to sink in. He jumps out of the hospital bed in a flash. No time to rest when you've got a legendary master to summon. He frantically grabs his bag and clothes. He's breaking out of this hospital right now. Cut to a wide shot of Dong-hoon standing alone in an empty, sunlit clearing. It's the perfect isolated spot to test a new skill. He looks down at his hand, holding his breath as he prepares to activate the magic. He commands the skill to activate, and a brilliant, blinding blue light erupts from his hand. A close-up of his intense gaze as the magic swirls around him. He's putting his newly expanded energy pool to the test. The light fades, and the translucent figure of the Elder Master materializes before him. The old man says that he's been summoned, looking majestic as ever. We get a close-up of the Elder Master's face. He gives a wide, knowing smile and simply says, "Kid." The master and disciple are finally reunited. The elder materializes in a burst of blue light, looking as smug as ever. He greets the kid who summoned him, making quite the entrance. Dong-hoon's face lights up with relief and excitement. He breathes out the master's name, thrilled to see his ghostly mentor again. Whack. The elder immediately chops Dong-hoon right on top of the head. He yells that he's a fool, not wasting a single second before handing out some discipline. Dong-hoon crouches down, rubbing his sore head while the elder scolds him. The old man barks that he's an insolent whelp, complaining that Dong-hoon promised to inherit his skills but has just been lazy. The elder gets right in his face, yelling about his lack of work ethic. He scoffs at the idea that with this kind of laziness, Dong-hoon could ever touch the tip of his expertise. Dong-hoon looks frustrated, holding his aching head. He argues that he called him right after he woke up, trying to defend his nap schedule. The elder pauses, a realization hitting him. He recalls that according to the skill's description, the old man can't physically affect this world. Dong-hoon's eyes go wide as he realizes what just happened. If the elder can't physically interact with the world, how did that chop hurt so much? The elder approaches, explaining the loophole. He asks if Dong-hoon thinks it's a problem for him to inflict pain, since they are spiritually connected. Talk about a toxic student-teacher dynamic. Dong-hoon sweats bullets, giving a nervous yes. The elder doesn't care, declaring that since he's summoned, they are starting the lessons immediately. Dong-hoon pulls out his skull staff, ready to bring out his bony squad. He asks if he'll summon the skeletons as promised, hoping to pass the workload on to his minions. The elder shuts that down quickly, saying there's no need for that today. He explains that before the lessons begin, they need to decide what to teach first, and he's already assessed the skeleton's potential. He points a stern finger right at our boy. He declares that the problem lies with him. Looks like Dong-hoon isn't getting out of the hard work this time. Dong-hoon looks offended, little sweat drops forming on his head. He asks why he is the problem, completely missing the point. He prays the old man isn't planning to teach him directly. The elder takes a confident step forward. He asks if Dong-hoon knows why they call him the master of all arts, ready to drop some heavy lore. A vision appears showing the elder's back, surrounded by glowing blue weapons, axes, swords, spears, you name it. He boasts that it's because he mastered countless skills and techniques, enough to earn that title. He gives a wicked, shadowed grin. Absolutely not. He tells Dong-hoon that he won't be passing down just the 10 skills for the skeletons. The boy has to inherit the rest. Dong-hoon clutches his staff, looking absolutely terrified. He stammers, realizing the mountain of work that was just dropped on his shoulders. He gestures towards the training dummies in the background. He reminds the old man that he said his talent was garbage, hoping to use his own lack of skill as an excuse. The elder silences him by stomping his boot down hard. This guy is definitely not taking no for an answer. The elder roars for silence, leaning in with a terrifying glare. The debate is officially over before it even began. The elder gets right in his face, yelling that he made a promise. He says that Dong-hoon will inherit all of his skills, even if it takes an eternity, so not to worry. His eyes glow with an intense, piercing blue light. He says that turning trash into something akin to genius can also be considered a form of art, delivering a backhanded compliment of epic proportions. Dong-hoon stands awkwardly holding his staff. The elder notes that it's actually fortunate he can physically influence the boy, as it will make things much easier. The elder rubs his chin thoughtfully. He muses that it's perfect timing, as he has a technique he never got to try, and if his blocked energy channels are cleared, he formulates a painful plan. His hands crackle with intense blue energy as he prepares the massage. He cheerfully adds that after about 300 days of this, Dong-hoon's bones and muscles should recover nicely. 300 days. Dong-hoon looks completely horrified. He asks for clarification, wondering why this ghost is making long-term plans for his physical body. Dong-hoon tries to back out, sweating nervously. He pleads that he doesn't think he's mentally ready for this yet, against the bright blue sky. The elder isn't having it. He yells for silence, his face a mask of pure intensity. He asks if Dong-hoon has any idea how many people in his world would have killed for this grand technique. The old man strikes a dramatic pose, blue aura flaring up behind him like a supernova. He announces that it's called the Taiking Universal Supreme Art, making it sound absolutely legendary. Dong-hoon just stares at him, unimpressed. He silently wonders why he didn't use such a grand technique sooner. The elder immediately calls him out. He says he can see what he's thinking, you insolent whelp, reading Dong-hoon like an open book. He explains that the technique comes at the cost of his own life force. The elder explains the harsh reality. He asks what good is improving a disciple's potential if it means he'd immediately dissolve into nothing, justifying his past stinginess. Dong-hoon looks confused. He asks what has changed, wondering what changed the old man's mind. The elder spreads his arms, looking pretty pleased with himself. He explains that now that he's already a spirit, it doesn't matter anymore. Dong-hoon deadpans at the oddly convenient reasoning. Dong-hoon brings up a fair point. He asks why the elder didn't use this technique on the challengers who fought him before, as a vision of the blue guild hunters flashes by. Whack. The elder hits him again. He yells at the insolent brat, making sure his disciple stays in line. Dong-hoon rubs his face in frustration. He complains about being hit. The elder just glares, saying that even when he explains things, the boy is a fool of the highest order. The elder runs a hand through his hair, looking exasperated. He explains that this technique is for turning garbage into geniuses. He continues his brutal assessment. He says that if they weren't absolute trash, there'd be no point. It needs to be someone on the level of rotting food waste. Ouch. Dong-hoon's eyes go blank as the insult registers. He repeats the phrase, rotting food waste, his ego taking a massive critical hit. A vision of Gi Soyul appears, highlighting her high-level aura. The elder explains that he can't use the technique on those whose bodies are already tainted by other energy forces. The elder looks back at Dong-hoon. He notes that Dong-hoon's body is pure. Weak, yes, but pure. The fact that the skeleton summons haven't altered his physical form is actually a blessing. The old man admits this method is just a fallback. He says that a naturally talented individual is always better than a created one, turning away. Dong-hoon rubs his chin, taking the insults in stride. He realizes that even though his words sting a bit, this means he too can become stronger. He imagines his skeletons getting buffed by the same purple energy. He thinks that if this benefits both him and his skeletons, it's a win-win, finally seeing the upside. The elder holds out his hands, ready to begin. He asks if he's ready, his expression serious. Dong-hoon snaps to attention, skull staff in hand. He shouts yes, ready to embrace the pain for the sake of power. A massive pillar of blue light blasts down from the sky, completely engulfing Dong-hoon. The massage has officially begun. Invisible forces batter Dong-hoon from all sides. He screams, saying that it hurts so much, getting absolutely pummeled. The elder watches with a totally unimpressed look. He scoffs, asking why he's whining so much when he hasn't even started yet, clearly enjoying the show. Dong-hoon is forced to his hands and knees, the blue energy crushing him down. The elder tells him to endure if he wants to become a ranker. The elder's eyes narrow intensely. Dong-hoon thinks, realizing this isn't even the beginning yet, and that the torture is only going to ramp up. The old man unleashes a flurry of rapid blue slashes. He announces he'll speed things up, while Dong-hoon just screams in agony. Dong-hoon grits his teeth, sweating profusely under the onslaught. He tells himself to endure, refusing to give up. A system notification pings. He has acquired the skill Pain Resistance. This skill can continue to grow. Looks like the torture is actually paying off in stats. Dong-hoon coughs violently, a trembling hand reaching out as he tries to catch his breath. The physical toll is immense. He's lying face down in the dirt, completely smoked. The elder stands nearby, leaning on his cane, looking down at his broken disciple. The elder turns to leave. He concedes that the technique ends here and that he endured well. He adds that while Dong-hoon might be trash, he at least has the knack for enduring. Dong-hoon is still glued to the floor, panting heavily. The elder leaves him with some parting wisdom, as long as you desire strength and can endure hardship. The elder gives a warm, encouraging smile. There's always a way forward. It's a surprisingly wholesome moment from the strict master. Dong-hoon looks up, exhausted but relieved. The elder adds that's enough for today, or so he'd like to say, instantly ruining the moment. The elder taps his cane on the ground with a sharp tap. He demands to know what he's doing lying down when he still has 30 minutes left. Dong-hoon is suddenly yanked to his feet by an invisible force. He questions it, completely blindsided by the sudden lift. The elder hauls him up, Dong-hoon gasps. The master asks if he thinks he's the only one getting a massage here. The elder points toward the tree line where 5 skeletons are standing at attention. He announces that the undead are waiting too. The training never stops. Dong-hoon's face goes pale, a dark shadow falling over his eyes. He mutters to himself, the sheer horror of more training setting in. He's back on the ground, shaking and crying while doing push-ups. He whimpers that he's going to die, completely broken by the relentless grind. The elder is explaining that the foundation of all his power is physical strength, which allows these undead to develop muscles without actual muscles. It's all about manipulating energy to achieve physical feats. He demonstrates by punching the air, creating a powerful shockwave. He declares that this is the essence of his 1,000 years of practiced physical strength. A horde of skeletons suddenly appears, performing complex martial arts movements with incredible speed. If Dong-hoon wants to keep up, his skeletons need to do more than just swing a sword. Dong-hoon watches the display, panting slightly. He's completely stunned that after all his years, the elder can still perform such incredible feats of strength and control. The elder turns to Dong-hoon, admitting that he once thought the boy had no talent. It's a backhanded compliment, but a compliment nonetheless. But then he adds that if there's one thing he has, it's persistence. The elder looks at him with a proud, almost fatherly gaze, acknowledging Dong-hoon's incredible dedication to his craft. He then points at Dong-hoon, calling him the weakest of all. The elder throws him to the ground with a soft thud, starting his own physical training right from the beginning. Dong-hoon is grimacing, admitting that his muscles are already tearing apart. This isn't just training, it's outright torture designed to break him. He's drenched in sweat, completely exhausted, but the elder just looks down and asks what's the point of this training if he gives up. He's pushing Dong-hoon to his absolute limits. Dong-hoon collapses to the ground, panting heavily. The elder's training is far beyond anything he's ever experienced, pushing his physical body to its breaking point. He also confirms that if he keeps this up, the elder will eventually teach him his ultimate awakened skeleton summoning method. This is his reward for enduring the torture. Dong-hoon tries to replicate the elder's air punch, but he's still got a long way to go. He barely manages a pathetic little kick, which is adorable, but also sad. Two of his skeletons are just standing there, doing the exact same air punch as the elder, looking proud as hell. They're clearly picking up the techniques faster than their master. Dong-hoon looks at them, calling them Bone Boy. He's trying to act tough, but he's secretly annoyed that his summons are outperforming him. One of the skeletons turns its head, its glowing purple eyes staring at Dong-hoon. It's like it's silently judging him. Dong-hoon is flustered, telling the skeleton that he's sorry and asking it to give him some slack. He's completely out of breath, and his body is screaming in protest. He complains that he can't see Jack, implying he's still lacking the elder's sensory perception. He's exhausted and frustrated, but he's still pushing through. He eventually makes it home, his hand reaching for the doorknob with a weary sigh. The intense training has taken its toll. He opens the door and sees two familiar faces, the red-haired guy and the guide from the last dungeon. They call out to him, looking like they've been waiting for him. Dong-hoon is utterly confused, asking why they're at his place. He's clearly not used to visitors, especially not ones from his professional life. The red-haired guy smiles, explaining they're one of the surviving teams from the last dungeon. They're here for some good news. The red-haired guy gives him a playful shove, telling him he looks like he's endured a bit. He jokes that Dong-hoon must have taken some extra training to get stronger. Dong-hoon dismisses it, telling them it's just true muscle he's been building up. He plays it off casually, not wanting to reveal the truth about the elder. He mentions that he did get a full 30-minute massage, hinting at the intense body-breaking training he endured. He's got some serious muscle soreness now. The red-haired guy asks if this is really the result of a 30-minute massage, his eyebrow raised in disbelief. He's clearly not buying Dong-hoon's excuses. Dong-hoon's eye twitches slightly, but he holds his poker face. He's still got to keep the elder's existence a secret, even from his new friends. He asks why they're really here, trying to get to the point. He knows these guys aren't just here to compliment his physique. The red-haired guy answers, explaining that his actions and attitude in the previous dungeon left a good impression on them. They were actually quite impressed by his resolve. He extends a hand, introducing himself as Jo Han-gyu, a B-rank hunter. Dong-hoon shakes his hand, a little surprised by the formality. Dong-hoon introduces himself as Ju Dong-hoon, an E-rank mercenary necromancer. He's still playing the humble card, even though he's now a D-ranker with a legendary master. Han-gyu gets straight to the point. There's a new dungeon, and he wants Dong-hoon to join his party. Dong-hoon is surprised, asking about the dungeon. He just got out of one, and now another opportunity is knocking. Han-gyu confirms it's a known C-rank dungeon, and he specifically wants Dong-hoon in his team. This is a massive jump from E-rank jobs. Dong-hoon narrows his eyes, asking if it's true that Han-gyu is struggling financially and trying to secure more funds. He's not afraid to call people out. Han-gyu gets flustered, admitting with a cough that it's true, he needs money, but he's still a B-rank hunter trying to make a living. Dong-hoon sighs, admitting that he also needs money, which is why he's even considering their offer. Everyone in the hunter world is chasing that cash. He asks if this is one of those lucky C-rank dungeons known for giving out rare items. He's looking for a jackpot, not just a paycheck. Han-gyu grins, confirming that it's worth the risk because the rewards can be quite good. He's definitely trying to entice him with the promise of loot. He reveals that recently, one party got something called a power potion from this dungeon. This is huge news in the hunter world. Dong-hoon's eyes light up. A power potion is a rare, high-grade artifact that instantly boosts the physical abilities of a D-rank hunter or above. It's like a super serum for low-level heroes. Han-gyu asks him what he thinks, thinking he's got Dong-hoon hooked. He offers him a spot not just as a porter, but as a full-fledged party member. Dong-hoon looks intrigued, asking what about his porter status. He's always been seen as just the guy who carries bags, not a fighter. Han-gyu laughs, saying that of course, he'll get a fair share of the profits. He's treating Dong-hoon as an equal, which is a major step up. Dong-hoon's eyes go wide. He realizes that if a power potion truly drops, it could mean massive changes for his future. He calculates the value. A power potion costs about 50 million won, around 37,000 USD. That's life-changing money for a guy who is making $30 a day. With a party of 5, that's roughly 10 million won each. It's a huge payday, and he's definitely interested in that kind of cash. Han-gyu assures him that he'll get his share. He's really trying to seal the deal with the prospect of easy money. He asks Dong-hoon if he'll join the team, a hopeful look on his face. Dong-hoon rubs his chin, thinking it over. He admits to himself that he's getting tired of being broke and running around. This could be his ticket to a better life. His skeletons are marching around him in a dreamlike state, ready to tear through any dungeon. He's a necromancer after all, and they're his ticket to greatness. He tells Hongyu that he'll join, giving him the address of the location. He's officially accepting the offer. Hongyu smiles, confirming he'll contact him later with the details. The new party is formed, and Dong-hoon is about to embark on another adventure. We cut back to the elder in his peaceful, sunny training ground. He's got his eyes closed, basking in the sunlight. Dong-hoon bows respectfully to his master, asking for his understanding. He's got to balance his training with his financial needs. The elder opens his eyes, a calm expression on his face. He's surprisingly understanding of Dong-hoon's situation. He explains that it's natural to prefer having experience over training at a fixed risk. He's a realist, after all. He asks Dong-hoon if he's leaving him, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He's still messing with the boy, but with a hint of affection now. Dong-hoon confirms that he's leaving, but the elder's eyes suddenly glow with a menacing blue energy. He groans. He's clearly not happy about being abandoned. Dong-hoon teases him about his face, showing a playful side he wouldn't have dared to show before. The elder's eyes are blazing as he asks if Dong-hoon can't just summon him later. He's a bit dramatic for an ancient master. Dong-hoon looks terrified, stammering. He knows he's pushed his luck too far with the old man's patience. The elder lets out a massive scream, sending Dong-hoon flying into the air with a powerful blast. He's definitely not taking this abandonment lightly. The elder finally calls an end to the session, telling Dong-hoon he did a good job. Poor Dong-hoon is absolutely spent, trembling on all fours while gasping for air. He looks like he's about to pass out, sweat dripping from his face. He's convinced that he almost met his maker again during this warm-up. Thankfully, he's got a new C-rank skill called Pain Resistance helping him out. It numbs his senses as the agony increases, and he admits he'd be dead in the dirt without it. He looks at the status window with a bit of relief, noting that the skill still has room to grow. He's definitely going to need every bit of that growth for what's coming next. The elder repeats his threat with a calm face, making Dong-hoon's heart stop. He screams, thinking he must have misheard the part about making it even harder. His eyes are practically popping out of his head as the realization sinks in. He really thought he was at his limit, but the elder is just getting started. The skeletons are already back at it in the background, showing zero fatigue. The elder announces it's time to officially begin the real lesson. He barks an order for everyone to gather around. He's standing there looking like the ultimate drill sergeant while Dong-hoon and his bone boys line up. The skeletons clatter into place, assuming their stances. The elder tells them to get back into the horse riding stance from their previous training session. He points a firm finger toward the group, emphasizing that they need to perfect the basics. If they want to get stronger, they have to start with the foundation. He announces a new plan. From now on, he's going to teach one specific skill to one of them every day. He asks the million-dollar question, who wants to go first? Dong-hoon is shocked at the mention of learning an actual skill. The elder doesn't wait for volunteers and points directly at the skeleton with the sword. He commands the skeleton with the sword. The sword skeleton looks back with those glowing purple eyes, ready for its first official upgrade. Dong-hoon looks at his summon, realizing it's officially categorized as a swordsman class. It's finally time for this rattling soldier to become a specialist. We see the sword skeleton posing with its weapon, but the status window is a bit of a letdown. It currently has no notable skills and is just performing basic swings. The elder doesn't mind the lack of experience, telling the skeleton that skills can be built from scratch. He gives the order to give it a swing. The old man watches with intense, glowing eyes, analyzing every micro-movement. He's looking for the raw potential hidden in those old bones. The skeleton looks a bit hesitant, but Dong-hoon tries to hype it up. He thinks to himself that this is the moment Bone Boy starts his path to becoming the strongest swordsman alive. He claps the skeleton on the shoulder with a determined look. He's all in on the training, even though he warns the summon that it's going to have to work until its bones literally break. Dong-hoon gives a creepy, over-the-top grin, clearly leaning into the hardcore trainer persona. He's probably just glad it's the skeleton doing the bone-breaking work for once. The sword skeleton looks genuinely terrified, sweating and trembling at its master's intensity. Even a skeleton knows when its life is about to get miserable. The skeleton steps up and delivers a vertical slash. It's a decent swing, but let's see what the master thinks. The elder ignores the skeleton for a second and turns to the protagonist. He asks if his name was Ju Dong-hoon, catching the boy by surprise. Dong-hoon stands at attention, confirming his name. The elder looks him over and decides it's time for a little theory lesson. He looks deep into Dong-hoon's soul and asks what he thinks swordsmanship is. This sounds like one of those trick questions that ends with a push-up penalty. Dong-hoon watches the skeleton swing in the background and thinks it's pretty obvious. He guesses that it's just the technique of using a sword. The elder lets out a disappointed groan, clearly not impressed by such a basic answer. He was hoping for something a bit more profound. But then he admits that Dong-hoon is actually right. There's no need to overthink it. Swordsmanship is simply the skill of handling a blade. He emphasizes the point, nothing more, nothing less. It's a very grounded take for an ancient master who can split mountains. He points to a simple wooden stick lying on the grass and tells Dong-hoon to pick it up. It looks like the disciple is about to get some hands-on experience too. The stick lies there, looking totally mundane. But in this manhwa, even a piece of wood can become a weapon of mass destruction in the right hands. Dong-hoon picks it up, realizing the elder isn't just training his summons. He wants to pass down his entire art to the master as well. This is a huge opportunity. He stares at the elder, realizing the weight of the legacy he's about to inherit. He's not just a manager anymore, he's a student of a legend. The elder tells him to grab it, and Dong-hoon is instantly confused. He asks how exactly he should be holding a stick for a master swordsman. He grips it awkwardly with both hands, looking totally stiff. The elder scolds him again, telling him not to overthink every little thing. Standing behind him, the elder gives the best advice. Hold it in the way that feels most comfortable. He wants natural talent, not robotic imitation. Dong-hoon takes a breath and finds a comfortable grip. The elder asks if he's ready, and then gives the command to swing with everything he's got. He delivers a massive horizontal swing. He looks back at the elder, asking if that was what he was looking for. The elder bursts out laughing, shouting exactly, "Well done." Dong-hoon is left standing there with a face full of questions, totally lost. He's sweating and confused, wondering if the master instructor has finally lost his mind. He didn't feel like he did anything special. The elder points at the grip on the stick and asks Dong-hoon what he notices about his own right hand. He's teaching him to be self-aware. He points out that the thumb stands firm while the other four fingers grip tight. It's a natural, effective way to hold a weapon without being taught. The elder breaks down the swing path, noting the specific angles. He's showing Dong-hoon that his natural swing actually followed a logical pattern. He smiles, explaining that since he didn't teach Dong-hoon anything, the boy simply swung in the way that felt most familiar. It's a pure expression of his instincts. He explains that beneath that swing lies every bit of swinging experience Dong-hoon has ever had. His whole life history was in that one motion. Dong-hoon is stunned, asking if he did that. He never realized that a simple action could carry so much weight. The elder asks a follow-up. If that swing had power and speed, would it be impactful? He's leading him to the core secret of combat. As the elder walks off, he leaves the question hanging. He's forcing Dong-hoon to think about the relationship between form, strength, and speed. Dong-hoon is left in a dazed, wide-eyed trance. The elder mocks his dumbfounded look, telling him to snap out of it. The elder explains the simple truth. Any swing is powerful if it's fast and strong enough. It's the fundamental law of the world, nothing more. Dong-hoon looks at the stick in his hand, a look of realization finally washing over him. The simple truth is starting to click. He grips the wood tighter, thinking he sees now. He's moving past the confusion and into the realm of understanding. He realizes the goal isn't to copy someone else, but to create his own swing and imbue it with his own power. The elder is pleased, noting that he's starting to catch on. The old man gives a little nod, happy to see that his disciple isn't totally hopeless. He admits he sees it a little bit. The elder approaches a training dummy and asks what happens when a swing is repeated millions of times until it reaches its peak. This is where the real art begins. He reaches for the sword at his hip, his hand steady and purposeful. The atmosphere in the clearing instantly changes. He warns him to watch closely. He tells Dong-hoon that this is the swordsmanship that both he and the skeleton are going to master. Dong-hoon watches with bated breath, his eyes wide as he prepares to see a true master in action. The elder delivers a strike so fast it's just a blur of motion. The air itself seems to scream as the blade cuts through it. A massive blade of brilliant blue energy erupts from the swing, slicing through the air with a deafening swish. It's a display of absolute power. The blue energy slash stretches across the panel, showing the incredible range and force of a perfected swing. This is what millions of repetitions looks like. The elder stands calm in the aftermath, telling Dong-hoon there's no need for pointless theories. Action is the only thing that matters. He gives his final instruction for the day, to refine his swing and strengthen his slash. It's a simple mission, but a lifelong one. The elder looks at him one last time, promising that eventually his whole combat style will revolve around the perfection of that one slash. It's the ultimate shortcut to mastery. Dong-hoon stares at his hand, repeating the elder's words about how an awkward stance is fine as long as the result is there. He grips the wooden stick with everything he has, his knuckles turning white. He's ready to start his own million repetitions right now. He charges forward with a roar, the stick raised high. He's determined to make his own law and his own truth through the power of his swing. A golden notification pings, /acquired. It notes that the skill has potential for further growth. Our boy has officially graduated from porter to swordsman. Alright, first things first, looks like some official paperwork is being signed. Someone's finalizing a deal or maybe a mission report. It's Ki Parang, the master of the Blue Guild, looking all professional at his desk. But then he hears his sister Soyul calling his name as she pays a visit. They don't call him a top-tier ranker for nothing. 58th in the world is no joke. He turns to see what his sister wants. So-Yul's standing there, looking like she's got something on her mind. Her brother asks what brings her by personally, since it's a rare sight. The office is pretty fancy, definitely fitting for a high-ranking guild leader. So-Yul isn't just there for a chat, she looks pretty serious. She takes a seat and admits she's worried about something. Her brother is naturally surprised. What could possibly rattle someone like her? She asks a wild question. Could a hunter around D-rank level suddenly demonstrate strength beyond a ranker? She's definitely thinking about our boy Dong-hoon. Her brother thinks it's a weird question to ask out of the blue. He tells her to just answer his question quickly already. He explains that even if they gained a fortuitous skill or opportunity, it usually takes time to fully integrate it. So, a sudden massive jump in power is highly unlikely. He thinks the only logical explanation would be that the person was hiding their true abilities all along, a classic secret powerhouse move. So-Yul is already shaking her head at that idea. She's sure there was no way they were hiding it. Her brother reminds her that even a ranker couldn't escape her scrutiny. She's a literal walking lie detector. Her detection skill is top-notch, as shown by those glowing red eyes. Even a high-level ranker would have trouble staying hidden from her. Her brother is stumped. If he wasn't hiding it, then what's really going on? He can tell she's holding something back. She clenches her jaw, thinking about the dungeon they just cleared. She hasn't even reported anything about that dungeon to him yet. She thinks about how she hasn't reported anything about that specific dungeon to him. That door holds some secrets she's keeping to herself for now. She's totally embarrassed just thinking about how she kept losing to the boss in there. That pride of hers is definitely taking a hit. The memory of that old man just sitting there is haunting her. He's on a whole different level of power compared to anything she's seen. She admits to herself it was her first time being so utterly defeated. That's a tough pill to swallow for a top-tier ranker. Then she wonders how a D-rank hunter like Dong-hoon could handle that same old man. It doesn't make any sense based on rank alone. She remembers that, sure, he stood out from the very beginning. He wasn't like the other porters at all. She gave him a chance to try purely out of curiosity. She never actually expected him to pull it off. But he actually cleared it, much to her shock. She promised to let her brother know once she figured it out. For now, she's decided to just wait and see how he progresses. She's got her eye on him, and she's clearly interested. Her brother notices that sudden grin and thinks something's definitely fishy. She went from being serious to grinning like a Cheshire cat. He's curious because she usually only cared about swordsmanship and nothing else. Seeing her blush like that is definitely raising some red flags for him. She denies everything and decides it's time to bail. Looks like the conversation is over as far as she's concerned. She tells him to forget it and marches out of the office. Her brother is just left there, even more confused than before. Meanwhile, back at a different dungeon entrance, we've got a group gathered. This looks like the C-rank run Dong-hoon was invited to. Jae-ho is there, looking ready for action. He spots someone approaching and gives a little shout of recognition. Dong-hoon arrives on the scene, looking a lot more like a real hunter now. Jae-ho is happy to see his new skeleton summoner showed up as promised. They chat for a bit, confirming that Dong-hoon checked the dungeon info he sent over. Everything seems to be on track for the raid. The dungeon is a C-rank desert type. Simple enough, just defeat the monsters and take down the boss. But simple in a dungeon usually means dangerous. Dong-hoon mentions he followed the advice and slathered on sunscreen and packed some ice water. He's taking the desert environment seriously. Suddenly, Dong-hoon stops and notices something. He's a bit surprised by the number of people gathered there. There are definitely more people than he expected for a small party run. He starts to wonder who all these extras are. The team learns that once they enter the gate, they'll find themselves in a desert. Everyone's getting their gear ready for the heat. Jae-ho explains that he hired 2 extra F-rank porters for this run. He tells Dong-hoon not to worry about the cost since their pay is already covered and won't come out of his share. Dong-hoon gets it. Porters are essential for hauling back loot and materials from a dungeon. It makes sense to have them along for a C-rank run. Dungeons are full of valuable ores and byproducts that can fetch a high price. You definitely need extra hands to carry all that treasure back. He tells himself that a C-rank dungeon should be manageable for him now. He's not that same weak E-rank guy anymore. He thinks about how his skeletons can easily take down high-tier D-rank monsters like orcs. With his current power, he's feeling pretty confident. One by one, the team steps into the glowing blue energy. It's time to see what this desert dungeon has in store for them. They land in the middle of a massive desert, with sand dunes stretching as far as the eye can see. The heat is already radiating off the ground. A notification pops up confirming their entry into the dungeon. The first thing they feel is the dry, hot air and the crunch of sand under their boots. The sun is absolutely brutal out here. A system alert warns them that they're exposed to harsh conditions, which is never a good sign. The heat is so intense that everyone's stats are being reduced by 10%. That's a nasty debuff right at the start. One of the guys is already struggling, saying it's way hotter than he expected. The other guy just tells him to think of it as enjoying a sauna, which is easy for him to say. He asks the others if they're okay since they look pretty miserable. The heat is definitely taking a toll on the non-casters. Dong-hoon admits that compared to the Elder's insane heat training, this is child's play. He's built up some serious mental and physical fortitude. The memory of the Elder's hellish training is actually a blessing in disguise. It's made him practically immune to this level of environmental stress. It's time to call in the reinforcements. Dong-hoon taps his staff and activates his D-rank awakened skeleton summon with a burst of purple magic. 5 skeletons rise from the sand, looking way more imposing than before. They've got their shields and weapons ready to clear a path. The skeletons start moving out, creating small dust clouds as they stomp through the desert. They aren't bothered by the heat at all. Jae-ho is clearly impressed, shouting about how the summons feel stronger than last time. He's starting to see Dong-hoon's true value. One of the skeletons looks almost curious as it stares at the other hunters. Jae-ho asks if they're really that much stronger, and Dong-hoon just gives a confident nod. Jae-ho tells everyone to focus up since the monsters here are mostly scorpions and snakes. It's time to get this raid moving. The mention of snakes has one guy freaking out already. Jae-ho tells them to stop freaking out since they're only C-rank monsters at worst. He tells the porters to just follow along and pick up whatever drops. Their job is simple: stay safe and keep the bags full. The skeletons march forward with a heavy thud. They're leading the charge into the unknown territory. The trek through the sand is grueling, and everyone's looking pretty haggard. They're all wondering just how much farther they have to go in this heat. Suddenly, Jae-ho signals everyone to stop. He sensed something up ahead and his guard is instantly up. A massive blur of motion appears in the distance, accompanied by a loud whooshing sound. Something big is coming their way. One of the guys asks what's going on, but before he can get an answer, the ground starts to vibrate. The silence of the desert is about to be broken. He spots something, and his eyes go wide. The threat isn't just a blur anymore, it's right in front of them. A massive scorpion tail whips through the air with a deadly strike. The first wave of monsters has officially arrived. Several giant scorpions lunge out of the sand, pincers snapping. One hunter lets out a panicked scream as he's caught off guard. A hunter quickly draws a sharp dagger, ready to defend themselves. The fight is on, and things are getting messy fast. One of the fighters manages to block a pincer strike, sparks flying as metal hits shell. They're barely holding their ground against the swarm. Jae-ho is in the thick of it, yelling for everyone to stay alert and get into battle formation. He knows they need to stick together to survive this many monsters. The team scrambles to get into position, weapons drawn. They're ready to show these scorpions why you don't mess with a prepared hunter party. A C-rank desert scorpion closes in, its strength comparable to the orcs they've encountered before. This is going to be a long fight. Dong-hoon stays calm, turning to his mage skeleton. He's got a plan to turn the tide of this battle. He commands his skeleton to cast an air shield on him. The purple magic starts to swirl around the summon, preparing to activate. The mage skeleton's magic is working, and a wave of cool energy starts to radiate outward. It's time to show these monsters some real power. The skeletons are looking absolutely badass, ready to tear through anything in their path. Dong-hoon is confident in his boys. He points his staff forward and gives the final command for them to go and wipe them out. The real battle starts now. Dong-hoon watches the opening clash with a calm look, knowing his own safety is first on the list. His purple air shield is holding steady, giving him the perfect vantage point. Bone 1, the tank, leads the way by slamming its shield into the sand with a heavy thud. It's creating a solid barrier against the desert's first wave of attacks. The system pings as Bone 11 activates low-level eye attraction. The skeleton glows with purple energy, making it the top target for every monster in the vicinity. Dong-hoon commands them to go now and wipe everything out, his staff pulsing with power. He's directing his skeletons like a conductor, ready to clear the path. The desert scorpions fall for the taunt, turning their glowing eyes toward Bone 11. They're totally focused on the taunting skeleton, leaving themselves open to the rest of the squad. A skeleton leaps high into the air, its sword glinting under the brutal desert sun. It's a classic downward strike that looks like it's coming in with a ton of momentum. The sword connects with the scorpion's tough carapace with a massive clang. Sparks fly as metal hits shell, showing just how hard these monsters are. The impact is loud, but the sword doesn't penetrate. Dong-hoon notes that while the sword is sharp, the enemy's armor is no joke. Multiple scorpions are surrounding the skeletons, their pincers snapping in the heat. Dong-hoon admits they may not break through easily, but he's not deterred. He yells out to his team, telling them not to stop and to keep hitting. He knows that even the toughest armor will fall if the attack lands enough times. The scorpion lets out a pained screech as it's pelted with arrows and sword strikes from all sides. The skeletons are definitely putting in the work. More scorpions are getting absolutely shredded, their shells cracking under the relentless assault. The Bone Boys are making this look easy. Dong-hoon watches the carnage with a confident smirk, thinking that this is even easier than he thought. His training has clearly paid off big time. Another monster lets out a dying screech as it's finished off. Our boys just soaking in the victory, looking totally in control of the battlefield. The party leader, Jae-ho, walks up looking totally floored by the skeleton's performance. He calls them amazing and assumes Dong-hoon must have hit a lucky jackpot. Dong-hoon tries to act humble. panting a little while, explaining it was only possible because Jae-ho took care of the big groups first. He's still playing the part of the modest helper. Jae-ho laughs, asking if luck makes someone's personality better too. He's clearly impressed and tells Dong-hoon he's seeing him in a very good light. Dong-hoon looks off to the side, his expression going cold. He's annoyed by the constant mention of luck, knowing exactly how much effort he actually put in. He gives a suspicious side-eye, noticing that the other hunters are actually quite skilled. He's starting to piece together that something is very wrong with this party. We see one of the hunters, a guy with a ponytail, slicing through a scorpion with ease. Dong-hoon notes that each one of their skills is great, which only makes their choice of an E-rank mercenary more suspicious. He realizes that because of their confidentiality agreement with the Blue Guild, the other hunters can't speak or ask carelessly. They're all bound by a silence that's starting to feel dangerous. He looks at the formal contract in his mind, realizing it's the only reason they're even working together. It's a thin layer of protection in a very risky situation. He stares out at the vast dunes, thinking that there's only one way they can solve their curiosity. In a dungeon, that usually means someone is going to get hurt. His internal monologue gets even darker as he thinks about how there are no cameras and no evidence in these places. Dungeon accidents are the perfect cover for murder. The tough guy and the silent girl are watching him with cold, calculating gazes. The mask of a friendly party is starting to slip away. Another hunter in a hood gives him a menacing side-eye from under his cloak. These people are definitely not the good guys Dong-hoon was looking to party with. He clutches his staff tight, his skeleton rattling nervously next to him. He tells himself to stay cautious because it's no longer just a suspicion, it's a threat. Jae-ho turns back with a terrifyingly wide grin, looking like a total psycho. He's finally showing his true colors, and it's not a pretty sight. They arrive at the boss room, a massive set of ruins with a scorpion emblem carved over the entrance. The heat is shimmering as they prepare to enter. The system pings with the stage name, Ancient Desert Scorpion King. But the next message is the kicker. To break the seal, you must offer a sacrifice. The altars are shown, glowing with a dark energy. The message is clear. Place the sacrifice on the 2 altars to proceed. The 2 porters look absolutely horrified as the system specifies the sacrifice must be a living hunter of F rank or higher. Talk about a bad day at the office. Dong-hoon stares at the message in shock, thinking he didn't hear about this. He realized way too late that he's part of a human sacrifice ritual. One of the porters is sweating and trembling, asking why there has to be a sacrifice of all things. She's realized she's the lamb in this situation. The rest of the hunters turn toward the porters with these evil, knowing smirks. They've been planning to kill these girls since the moment they left the city. The 2 girls are frozen in place as the hunters loom over them. The betrayal is total, and the atmosphere is thick with incoming violence. The porter asks what this means while she clutches her bag. She's hoping against hope that she's misreading the situation. Jae-ho just gives her a cold, empty smile and asks if she doesn't understand that 2 living F-rank or higher hunters are needed. He's completely dropped the act. The girls are panicking, asking why they're being targeted. One of them screams, asking what they're doing as they realize they're about to be murdered. The girls call him crazy, but Jae-ho just laughs it off. He tells them it's better that they think like that if it helps them process their deaths. They're crying out in terror, asking why they're doing this. It's a gut-wrenching plea for a mercy that isn't coming. The realization finally hits home. They ask if this was planned from the start. They were never part of the team, they were just walking loot keys for the boss room. Jae-ho just keeps that mocking smile, looking down at them like they're just expendable resources. He's a monster in human skin. Dong-hoon steps in between them, his face a mask of confusion as he asks what this is. He's finally speaking up against the madness. Jae-ho looks at him with total disdain, telling him he shouldn't be getting involved. He's basically telling our boy to mind his own business and let them finish the sacrifice. The tension is insane as Jae-ho asks if Dong-hoon's attitude implies he wants to oppose them. He's ready to kill our protagonist too if he doesn't step aside. He mocks Dong-hoon, asking if he's a romantic at heart or just playing a wandering hero. He's drawing his dagger, ready for a bloody showdown. Dong-hoon tells him to shut up and asks what his real goal is. He wants to know the full depth of this betrayal before the fight starts. Jae-ho just laughs at him, calling him completely clueless. He's clearly enjoying his role as the superior villain. Dong-hoon screams for him to say it as he demands the truth about why they brought him here. He's done with the games. Jae-ho admits they knew they were curious about luck and were basically testing his ability this entire time. They wanted to see if his power was real before making their move. He tells Dong-hoon they had to go through the trouble of taking him to the dungeon just to confirm his value. The whole party is standing behind him, weapons ready. He claims they don't intend to oppose him if he just cooperates. It's a classic villainous join us or die pitch. Dong-hoon just stares at him, his face shadowed as he processes the absolute depravity of these people. Jae-ho asks again if he intends to oppose him. Jae-ho continues the pitch, saying they're people like this and asking if he's willing to join their murderous little group. He tells Dong-hoon that if he joins, they'll divide things fairly. He's trying to buy Dong-hoon's soul with the promise of loot and power. Dong-hoon scoffs, calling him a crazy bastard and saying he prefers to divide things fairly his own way. He's not buying what this psycho is selling. Jae-ho summarizes his dark offer. He's the bad guy, but asks if he wants to join him in doing bad things. It's as honest as he's ever going to be. Dong-hoon looks at him with total resolve and says that if so, to give him the reward. He's ready to take everything they have by force. He grits his teeth, his eyes burning with a righteous fury as he tells Jae-ho to eat dirt. The Necromancer has officially declared war on the villains. Dong-hoon doesn't hesitate for a second, pointing his staff and shouting for Bone 3 to step up. He's surrounded by purple energy, ready to take on the traitors. Bone 3 is already in position, drawing back its bow with a glowing green eye. Dong-hoon commands it to wipe them out, and you know this arrow is going to hurt. Arrows fly through the air, catching the traitor hunters off guard. One guy lets out a surprised groan as he realizes the skeletons are actually dangerous now. Jae-ho quickly dodges the incoming arrows, the projectiles whistling past him. He mocks Dong-hoon, asking if that's really all he's got. The traitor leader smirks, telling Dong-hoon he'll regret his answer. He looks like he's just getting warmed up for a real fight. Dong-hoon stares back with a cold, determined gaze. He tells Jae-ho he has no hobby that involves hanging out with beasts like him, showing he's totally done with their games. The skeletons charge in, their bones clattering as they engage the traitors. It's a messy, fast-paced clash in the middle of the desert. One skeleton takes a direct hit but keeps moving, letting out a rattling growl. It's holding its own against a much higher-ranked opponent. Jae-ho is gritting his teeth, realizing the skeletons are stronger than expected. He tries to rationalize it, thinking Dong-hoon is just lucky to have gained some power recently. The battle continues with a flurry of motion and clanging sounds as weapons meet. Dong-hoon watches from the side, analyzing every move. He notes that although his opponent is a C-rank hunter, he seems almost B-rank. The gap in power is still a major problem for our hero. But then he smirks, thinking that this situation is actually better. He's got a plan that Jae-ho definitely won't see coming. Jae-ho lets out a low laugh, thinking he's still in total control. He's completely underestimating the defective Necromancer. One of the skeletons gets right in Jae-ho's face, making him realize he made a huge miscalculation. The Bone Boys are way smarter than they look. Jae-ho asks why they're recklessly entering unclassified dungeons if it's just to survive. He pulls out a hidden dagger, ready to finish things his way. Dong-hoon looks a bit surprised, his eyes wide as he realizes there's another threat lurking nearby. He shouts, sensing an incoming attack. One of the skeletons takes a brutal hit from a hidden attacker, let out a pained groan. The situation just got a lot more complicated. Dong-hoon feels the shock of the hit through his connection to the skeleton, wincing in pain. He admits that even he, a summoner, felt the shock, realizing this new enemy is serious business. Jae-ho is still laughing, telling Dong-hoon that the hunter he's really facing is something far more dangerous. A new figure emerges from the shadows, looking like a total nightmare in a dark cloak and mask. The system reveals him as an A-rank assassin dispatched by the Shadow Guild. Talk about a massive difficulty spike. Jae-ho looks over at the assassin, asking if he's sure about that guy. He's referring to Dong-hoon, still not convinced the Necromancer is worth all this trouble. The assassin stares at Dong-hoon with an intense, judging gaze. He notes that for someone who gained luck, he doesn't look that strong. Dong-hoon is sweating, realizes he's way out of his league now. He thinks about the A-rank hunter, knowing he can barely handle B-ranks on a good day. He clenches his hand, his mind racing for any way to survive. The presence of an A-rank is basically a death sentence in this situation. The porters are crying, apologizing for getting Dong-hoon involved in their mess. They truly believe this is the end for everyone. One girl is sobbing, wondering what the hell these people did wrong. It's a tragic scene as they face their impending deaths. Dong-hoon stares at them, his face hard as stone. He thinks to himself that just because they're weak, do they have to be sacrificed? His sense of justice is finally boiling over. He clenches his fists so hard his knuckles turn white. He declares that he doesn't want to give up and he wants to save them, finding a second wind of determination. He stands his ground between the skeletons and the A-rank assassin, his purple energy flaring up again. He's going to fight until the very end. The traitor leader just smirks, clearly enjoying the drama. He thinks he's already won. Dong-hoon looks up with a defiant grin, shouting that to him, an A-rank is nothing because he has someone far stronger on his side. He's about to play his ultimate trump card. Jae-ho looks a bit intrigued, finding this interesting. He has no idea what's coming next. The assassin just scoffs, telling Dong-hoon he had no foundation and is just wandering around. He thinks he can end this in a single move. Suddenly, the spirit of the Elder Master appears behind Dong-hoon, looking totally unimpressed. Dong-hoon is begging him for urgent advice on how to handle the situation. The Elder just sighs, telling Dong-hoon that no matter how much he begs, he can't defeat that guy. Not exactly the pep talk he was looking for. He calls it a tragedy that someone who calls himself a disciple can't even handle a low-level thug. He's really laying on the tough love today. The assassin walks forward, completely oblivious to the invisible master standing right there. He tells Dong-hoon to stop complaining. Dong-hoon yells back at the elder, asking if he'd have his regrets too if he dies here. He's desperately trying to guilt-trip the old man into helping. The elder just scolds him, saying no matter how skilled you are, you can't make the impossible happen. He's being a total realist, which is the last thing Dong-hoon needs. The assassin stops and asks Dong-hoon what this luck is that he gained. He's actually curious about why everyone is so obsessed with our boy. Dong-hoon stops for a minute, realize he has a potential leverage point. He tells the assassin that what they want is the luck he obtained as a reward earlier. He turns his attention to the heavy blue dungeon door, thinking this means, in this situation, he's the one with the upper hand. He's found a way to flip the script. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he realizes the traitors act like they're in control, but they actually need him alive for their plan. He laughs internally, realizes that if he doesn't cooperate, it'll hurt them. He's officially become the most valuable person in the room. The elder looks on with a bit of a grin, realize that's the method. He's starting to appreciate his disciple's devious thinking. Dong-hoon turns back to the assassin and asks if he really wants to know about luck. He's got him hooked. The assassin looks intrigued, admitting that of course he'd be interested in the dungeon that even the failure rate couldn't clear. He's ready to hear the story. Dong-hoon gives a fake, polite nod, saying he'll tell him because of course he's an A-rank hunter after all. He's buttering him up while secretly plotting his next move. The assassin thinks it's a good choice and that Dong-hoon is not completely clueless. He's totally falling for the act. But then Dong-hoon's expression goes dark. However, he says, with a look that means business. He tells the assassin that before that, he thinks he needs to deal with those bastards who betrayed him. He's pointing his staff right at Jae-ho and his crew. He declares that until the traitors are handled, he can't speak due to the frustration and anger. He's officially blackmailing an A-rank assassin into helping him get revenge. He stands with his skeletons, looking like a total boss as he tells the assassin that if he doesn't like it, he can just leave. He's got all the leverage now and he knows it. The assassin is speechless, his eyes wide as he realizes he's been played by an E-ranker. He can only manage a single confused noise. The porters are staring at Dong-hoon in total disbelief, their faces a mix of shock and wonder. They can't believe he's talking to an A-rank like that. Dong-hoon gives a fake, polite smile, telling everyone to please understand he has a kind of illness. He jokes that no matter how dangerous it gets, he can't tolerate his pride being hurt. The assassin is just staring at him, thinking about what he's plotting. He can tell there's a devious mind behind that innocent-looking face. He realizes there's no way for him to escape because the potential reward is too big to ignore. Dong-hoon has him trapped in his own greed. He admits that even if he uses a trick, he can't fool an A-rank hunter's eyes and senses. He's playing it straight with the assassin while still keeping the upper hand. Jae-ho is screaming in the background, asking his brother what he's thinking. He can't believe his assassin brother is actually considering this nonsense. Dong-hoon looks at the traitor and says he knows he's going to die anyway. He realized he's in the middle of a Shadow Guild operation and survival is a long shot. Jae-ho is gritting his teeth, realize his good ending is slipping away. He's begging the assassin to give him one chance, or just kill him. The skeletons are closing in on the traitors, weapons raised. Jae-ho screams for them to wait as he realizes he's about to face the music. The assassin finally speaks up, telling Jae-ho to shut up. He's officially sided with Dong-hoon for now. He tells Dong-hoon he'll give him exactly 30 minutes to handle his business. He warns him that if he catches him fooling around, it'll be his end. He gives Dong-hoon a terrifying look, telling him he'll live in agony, never able to die. It's a dark promise of what's to come if he fails. He stares deep into Dong-hoon's soul and asks if he gets it. The Necromancer just gives a firm nod, ready to start his revenge arc. The A-rank assassin stands tall in the ruins, looking down at the carnage with zero emotion. He gives Dong-hoon exactly 30 minutes to settle his beef, warning him that anything foolish leads straight to a lifetime of unbearable pain. Check out that spiderweb mask. Creepy, right? He asks if our boy understands the stakes, and the pressure is definitely on. Dong-hoon doesn't flinch, nodding and giving a firm of course. Meanwhile, Jae-ho is in the back, totally fuming. Jae-ho's face is a mask of pure rage. He can't believe a lowly porter is standing up to him, and he snaps, asking if Dong-hoon really thinks he stands a chance. Look at that handshake. The man is absolutely livid. He's white-knuckling his dagger, ready to tear Dong-hoon apart. Dong-hoon steps up with his skeleton crew, looking cool and composed. He hits him with the classic line, that's something he won't know until he tries. Mic drop moment. Our boy turns to his internal master, the Elder, who decides it's time for some real-world education. The Elder is actually hyped to replace training with a live combat lesson. Looking down at the assassin, Dong-hoon knows he needs to play it smart. He's got to save as much juice as possible for the real threat waiting in the wings. The Elder's got a plan, promising to teach him a trick to flip an opponent's own strength against them. Minimal effort for maximum destruction, that's the dream. Dong-hoon closes his eyes, soaking in the advice. A simple thank you to the Elder, and he's ready to go. The purple aura is flaring up. He grips his skull staff and gives the order to crush them. No mercy today. And we're straight into the action. The skeletons are moving like a well-oiled machine, knocking the traders back and creating total chaos. The skeleton tank slams its shield right into Jaeho's face. The guy manages to block, but you can see he's struggling with the raw power. Incoming. A volley of arrows with glowing red trails screams through the air, giving the traders zero breathing room. The traders are getting absolutely bodied. One of them grunts in frustration as Donghoon watches the squad he built put in work. Jaeho is losing his mind, shouting about the vermin while he tries to hold his ground. He really didn't expect the Bone Boys to be this cracked. Suddenly, things get hot. One of the skeletons raises its staff and a massive fireball starts cooking. Boom. The fireball erupts from the staff, lighting up the desert. This isn't your average necromancy anymore. The traders are practically screaming as fireballs rain down on them. They're totally stunned, since when can basic skeletons pull off high-level magic? One skeleton isn't wasting a second, charging through the smoke to keep the pressure on. Clang. It catches Jaeho in a mid-range clash. The trader leader is fighting for his life against a pile of bones. The skeleton's strength is overwhelming. Jaeho is gritting his teeth, realizing he might have seriously picked the wrong fight. Look at that frustration. He knows he's in trouble. He lets out a curse as the fight slips further away from him. The skeleton delivers a crushing blow, sending Jaeho flying backward. Absolute dominance. From the sidelines, the assassin is actually impressed. He notes the clean and precise movements. There's no doubt these skeletons are elite tier. Even the A-ranker is starting to sweat. He thinks that at this rate, Donghoon might actually pull off the win. Wait, what's that? The assassin senses something new, and his eyes go wide under the mask. He feels a massive presence coming from the dungeon entrance. It's the aura of the lookout they left outside. Why are they here? Jaeho is totally broken, coughing up blood in the sand. He's done, and he knows it. Donghoon walks up to the defeated trader, looking down with cold indifference. The tables have officially turned. A wide shot of our protagonist standing victorious over the guy who tried to sacrifice him. Talk about satisfying. Jaeho is literally scrambling away in the sand, begging for mercy. Where's all that big talk now, buddy? The elder is satisfied, telling Donghoon it wasn't a bad first run. But then he drops the bomb. The real test starts now with the assassin. The assassin is just standing there, waiting. The elder reminds Donghoon that he'll have to put everything on the line to survive this one. The elder warns him not to get cocky. Facing an A-ranker at his current level is basically a suicide mission. Donghoon doesn't care, looking at his skeletons with a grim face. He tells the elder he's already staked his life on this. Suddenly, the portal flares up. Something, or someone else is coming through. The elder is shocked. He yells out that another assassin has joined the fray. Donghoon looks completely blindsided. The elder is face-palming hard. He tells Donghoon that he's got everything but a plan, and now he's in way deeper than he thought. The realization hits Donghoon like a truck. He's totally frozen as his gamble starts to fall apart. He stands alone in the desert, feeling small and utterly weak. He admits to himself that he's got zero tricks left. The self-doubt is real. He asks himself what kind of confidence he thought he had to make such a reckless bet. Look at that shaking hand. He's white-knuckling his staff, trying to find some hidden spark of hope that just isn't there. Jaeho is laughing like a maniac on the ground. He reveals that the Shadow Guild didn't just send one senior member. Our boy is totally outnumbered. Time to move. Donghoon's feet are flying as he tries to book it. He's right to curse. He's running for his life, looking back in total terror. He knows he needs to disappear, and fast. Suddenly, the assassins stop. They look terrified, yelling for everyone to run because the S-rank monster Giso Ryul has arrived. Donghoon and his skeleton look completely lost. He can't believe his ears. And there she is. The legendary S-rank hunter steps through the portal, looking absolutely iconic. Talk about perfect timing. The assassins aren't even thinking about the mission anymore. They're just trying to survive. They know if she catches them, they're nothing but dust. Jaeho looks up from the ground, totally stunned. He stammers out, calling her boss as if he's seeing a ghost. He screams boss as the sheer terror of her presence sinks in. The predator has become the prey. A simple shot of the sand, the quiet before the storm. Donghoon is sweating buckets, watching the legend in action. He's finally seeing what real ranker power looks like up close. We cut to a peaceful view of some trees and blue sky. A nice break from all the desert madness. Giso Ryul is standing at the portal in the forest. She looks like she's just finished a casual stroll, not a rescue mission. She looks a bit conflicted, wondering if she's overdoing it. Girl, you just saved a life. You're fine. She thinks to herself that following him this far feels a lot like stalking. She looks at her gold ranker's badge, feeling the weight of her choice. Even with Blue Guild's top-tier intel, all she could find was this location. She's been hunting for answers. She decides to back off for now. She promised to give him some time to get his head together and tell her the truth. A close-up of her profile as she heads back into the woods. She's definitely got a mysterious vibe. And she disappears into the greenery, leaving the mystery unsolved for another day. Back in the desert, Jaeho's legs are literally shaking. He knows it's game over. One of the traders is being attacked, screaming that he won't die here while a skeleton closes in. Spoilers, he probably will. Another one bites the dust. A skeleton strike catches a trader midair, and he lets out a final, pained yell. Jaeho's face is a mask of pure desperation. He's vowing to survive no matter what, looking completely unhinged. He thinks to himself that he'll use anything he can. He looks over at the two female porters hidden in the ruins. It looks like he's about to make one last, terrible move. The sun is beating down hard on the desert ruins, setting the stage for a final showdown. You can almost feel the heat radiating off the sand in this wide shot of the battlefield. Jaeho is looking pretty rough, sweating buckets as he stares down our boy. He lets out a mocking laugh, asking if he's trying hard while trying to catch his breath. Skeletons are clashing everywhere, and Jaeho thinks he's figured out Donghoon's game. He sneers about how Donghoon can't win with raw strength, so he's resorting to using the pack carriers as a distraction. Someone's making a break for it. We see a close-up of boots kicking up dust as Donghoon prepares to call in his next move. Donghoon stands ready with his skull staff, looking totally unfazed by the trash talk. He shouts out for Bone 11, summoning another undead soldier into the fray. Bone 11 doesn't waste any time, leaping into the air with a clatter of ribs. The motion lines show just how fast these summons are becoming thanks to that intense training arc. Talk about a sneak attack. The skeleton catches Jaeho completely off guard, making him recoil with a look of pure shock on his face. It's a total dogpile as the skeletons swarm the traitorous party leader. Jaeho lets out a pained scream as the numbers game finally starts to work against him. Donghoon watches the carnage, and his internal monologue gets deep. He asks himself a dark question. If he had been the weak one, would Jaeho have spared his life? The tables have officially turned as Donghoon slowly walks toward the defeated villain. Jaeho is slumped over, coughing in the sand while his pride takes a massive hit. Standing over him like a boss, Donghoon answers his own question with a cold, no way. He realizes that for people like Jaeho, everyone else is just a tool to be used or discarded. Donghoon's expression is ice cold while Jaeho is losing his mind on the ground. The traitor is gritting his teeth, absolutely refusing to accept that he's being beaten by an E-rank hunter. Jaeho lets out a desperate scream at the top of his lungs. He calls Donghoon a bastard and demands to know if he really thinks he can just win like this. A loud sound effect of a boot slams firmly into the sand. This is the moment of no return for the traitorous party leader. A brutal finishing move. Blood splatters across the panel as Donghoon finally puts an end to Jaeho's betrayal, his face remaining completely calm throughout. One of the skeletons is still in combat mode, its eyes glowing purple as it delivers a quick strike. These guys are relentless until their master tells them to stop. Jaeho is getting dragged through the dirt, let out a pathetic growl. He's a far cry from the confident leader we saw at the start of the dungeon. Close up on the villain's face, and man, he looks possessed by pure rage. He lets out one last scream as the reality of his defeat sinks in. A wide shot shows Donghoon standing tall among the desert ruins. The fight is over, and the trash has been dealt with. Donghoon looks down at the mess with total disgust. He calls Jaeho damn scum, showing zero sympathy for the guy who tried to kill them all. Jaeho is practically sobbing on the floor, asking why he had to appear before him. He's literally blaming the universe for his own failure. Donghoon asks what he's talking about, his boots crunching in the sand as he closes the distance. He's not letting the villain play the victim. He leans in with a terrifyingly sharp smile, reminding Jaeho that he was the one who lured Donghoon here in the first place. Talk about instant karma. Jaeho is shaking like a leaf, begging for a quick end because he can't handle the pressure. He screams for him to just kill him already, totally broken. Donghoon repeats the word kill, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He looks over at the sacrifice altar, and you just know he's thinking of a way better use for this guy. Donghoon looks him dead in the eye and tells him he won't let him off that easily. The blue energy swirling around him makes him look like a true harbinger of death. Jaeho's eyes go wide as he realizes what's coming next. He spits out "you bastard," but it's too late for words now. Donghoon hovers his hand over the villain, calling upon his undead powers. It's a cinematic shot of absolute dominance. A skeletal hand suddenly bursts through the sand and grabs Jaeho's arm. The guy is totally panicking, yelling about what this is. The skeleton hauls him up like he's made of paper, ignoring his frantic screams to be let go. It's a literal get over here moment. The bone boy starts dragging the traitor across the ground toward the altar. You can see the desperation in Jaeho's body language as he tries to resist. The skeleton throws him right onto the sacrifice stone with a heavy groan. Jaeho is finally where he belongs. Donghoon stands before the altar and calmly explains the plan. He reminds the dying man that since the boss room needs 2 living sacrifices, Jaeho just volunteered for the job. A red system message pops up. Sacrifices have been offered. Jaeho's face is a mask of pure agony and rage as he realizes his own plan is being used to kill him. Dong-hoon turns away, admitting that if things hadn't gotten this messy, he probably would have just left the dungeon without clearing it. He's not just a hero, he's a survivor. He says that now it's different, his gaze turning serious. The betrayal has changed his outlook on how things work in this world. Glowing light starts to erupt from the altar as the sacrifice ritual begins. Dong-hoon declares that from now on, he will return everything he receives, the good and the bad. He watches the energy swirl around the fallen villain with a stoic expression. This is justice, Necromancer style. The two porters watch from the side, looking absolutely stunned but also incredibly relieved. Dong-hoon vows to repay kindness with gratitude, and to avenge grudges without fail. The blood dripping from the spear emphasizes that he's dead serious about this new code of conduct. Jae-ho lets out one final scream, calling him damn scum as the light consumes him. Dong-hoon just tells him that he's simply taking what's owed in return. The system pings in a bright blue box, conditions met. The ritual is complete and the final gate is about to open. Massive blue beams shoot into the sky as the ancient seal is finally released. The floor is glowing with a huge magic circle, and you know things are about to get real. Dong-hoon gives a cold farewell, telling the traitors to live more righteously if they're ever reborn. He stands there like a dark commander with his skeletal guardians. Outside the dungeon, the female hunter is wondering why Giso Ryul hasn't shown up yet. She's looking at the portal, unaware of the chaos that just went down inside. We see a shot of the Shadow Guild members lying face down in the sand outside. Apparently, they all ran away screaming about the S-rank hunter arriving. Talk about a useful rumor. Dong-hoon takes a moment to wipe some sweat off his face, realizing just how close things came to being a total disaster. If it weren't for that Giso Ryul distraction, he would have been in way more trouble. He stares at the empty altar, thinking about how he could have been the one sacrificed instead of them. It's a sobering thought that only fuels his resolve. Suddenly, the massive stone doors start to creak open with a deafening rumble. Something big is waking up on the other side. Dong-hoon snaps his head around with a sharp look. He can feel a massive pressure radiating from the boss chamber. A system alert confirms the worst. The ancient desert scorpion king has been released. This is the big boss everyone was talking about. The ground shakes as a terrifying roar echoes through the ruins. The text says the monster's fury literally pierces the heavens. Yep, that sounds like a bad time. The porters are absolutely shaking in their boots. Even the D-rank skeletons are faltering under the boss's overwhelming aura. Not a great start. Wait, what? A new message says everyone's stats are being reduced by 20% just from being in its presence. The skeletons look genuinely scared, which is saying a lot for a bunch of bones. Dong-hoon keeps a poker face, but even he admits this is nerve-wracking. The difficulty spike just hit 100 real fast. One of the porters is clinging to his arm, practically crying while asking if they're going to be okay. She's clearly regretting this field trip. Dong-hoon gives her a reassuring look, saying the situation still seems better than facing those Shadow Guild assassins. He'd rather fight a giant bug than a bunch of professional killers any day. She asks if it's really okay, while he tells her to just stay calm and breathe. He's doing his best to keep the team from falling apart before the fight even starts. Suddenly, the elder appears behind him with a confident laugh. He tells his disciple to just do what he's always done and remember his training. The elder mocks the boss, calling it a worthless mob and asking if Dong-hoon really needs help with something this small. This guy's ego is on another planet. He tells Dong-hoon that if he can't handle this, he'd rather boil and eat him than continue his training. Dong-hoon yells back not to joke about things like that with such a serious face, clearly stressed. The old master just waves it off, asking who's joking and says he's leaving. He tells Dong-hoon not to forget to summon him tomorrow, leaving him right at the worst possible moment. Dong-hoon shouts for the elder as the ghostly figure starts to fade. A system alert pops up showing that the skill duration is ending. Talk about bad timing. He cries out in disbelief that the time limit's already up. He's left standing there with a half-empty tank as the boss approaches. He stands alone with the skeletons and the terrified porters as the elder vanishes completely. The silence is deafening. A scorpion king looms out of the darkness of the ruined doorway, its massive stinger casting a long shadow. This thing is enormous. The monster's red eyes glow with murderous intent. Dong-hoon realizes that no matter what, he's going to have to face this nightmare all by himself. He grips his staff tight, a determined smirk crossing his face. He's been training for this, and he's not about to back down now. He shouts for it to bring it on, the screen filling with his challenge. The battle of the desert is about to begin. Dong-hoon's just standing there, eyes wide as the desert ruins start rumbling like crazy. You can practically feel the oh crap moment coming from a mile away. The skeletons are getting into position, weapons clacking as they prepare for the worst. The motion lines show just how fast these bony boys can move when the pressure's on. Total silence from the dark doorway. It's that creepy calm before the storm vibe that usually ends with someone getting crushed. Dong-hoon's face says it all as he wonders if it's an attack from underground. He wasn't expecting this twist. Talk about a nasty surprise. Donghoon yells for Bona5 as a massive pillar of purple energy erupts from his skeleton mage. It's casting air shield to keep everyone from becoming desert pancakes. He commands the rest of the crew to spread out and form a formation. He's trying to manage the chaos before the boss makes its grand entrance. The skeletons move with a sharp sound, shields up and ready. They're like a miniature wall of death in the sand. One of the skeletons gets a face full of dirt as the ground starts cracking right under its feet. The bubble shows it's just as confused as its master. Crack. The ancient stone floor is shattering into pieces. Something big is definitely coming up. Boom. A massive scorpion pincer bursts through the floor with a terrifying screech. It's huge, mean, and definitely not here to talk things out. Donghoon's sweating bullets, realizing the monster totally ignored him at the front and went straight for Bone 3 in the back. He asks himself if this thing actually has intelligence. Yikes. The scorpion's red eyes glow with a murderous light. It's a total beast, and the way it's eyeing the backline is making everyone nervous. Another skeleton gets caught in the blast as the monster lunges forward. It's struggling just to stay on its feet. A massive screech fills the panel as the ancient desert scorpion king shows its true face. This thing looks like it eats A-rankers for breakfast. Donghoon commands Bone 4, calling in the reinforcements. The skeletons are clattering their teeth, ready to take a bite out of this giant bug. Bone 4 activates basic taunt, glowing with a taunting purple aura. The scorpion lets out a confused growl as its attention shifts. It screams again, clearly not happy about being mocked by a pile of bones. The desert heat is nothing compared to the rage of this boss. Donghoon shouts that it's coming, watching the massive tail whip through the air. You can see the pure scale of the monster compared to the ruins. Clang. Bone 4 uses basic block to stop a massive pincer strike. It's a literal battle of strength versus bone. Donghoon's face lights up with a confident smirk as he sees it block the attack. He knows it's time to flip the script and go on the offensive. Now's the time. He grips his staff tight, his knuckles turning white. He's ready to pour everything into this final push. The skeletons look toward their master, waiting for the signal. The exclamation point shows they're ready for whatever crazy plan he's got. Donghoon calls out to everyone, the drama level hitting max. Even the skeletons look intense with those glowing purple eyes. Attack. Fireballs and arrows start flying as the whole squad unloads on the boss. It's an absolute explosion of magic and projectile pain. The scorpion is getting pelted, fire erupting on its shell. The sound effects show just how fast the attacks are landing. Donghoon's got that look that says numbers always win in a brawl. He doesn't care about weak points when he can just overwhelm it with sheer force. The monster lets out a pained screech as its HP starts to drop. The glowing eye shows it's starting to feel the pressure. A brutal overhead strike from one of the skeletons. The impact lines and the screams show it's hitting where it hurts. The skeletons are literally dancing around the boss, landing hits with precision. The coordination is insane for a bunch of summons. Donghoon notes that it's pretty tough, but his attacks are definitely working. He's keeping his cool while the boss struggles to stay standing. Green blood starts spraying as the scorpion takes real damage. It's a messy fight, but our boy's definitely winning the exchange. He screams at them that even if they die, they just have to keep attacking. Donghoon's taking a page out of the Hardcore Commander Handbook, pushing his crew to their absolute limit. He checks his status window and sees his stamina's down to 50. He's burning through juice fast, but he's not ready to call it quits yet. He gives a wide, slightly crazy-looking grin, thinking that as long as he has enough mana to summon more, he's basically invincible, spoken like a true necromancer. The skeletons are glowing with a powerful blue aura, looking more like warriors than simple monsters. They're basically the ultimate tank and spank squad. The scorpion screams one last time as a skeletal hand clamps down on its face. It's a brutal move in the middle of the desert. A notification pings that awakened skeleton summon is being used. Purple light fills the panel as Bone 1 returns for round 2. Donghoon's mana pool is taking a hit, but the reinforcements are worth it. The scorpion's screech turns into a question. It's clearly rattled as the tide of battle completely turns against it. The skeletons are charging in like a horde, their feet kicking up sand. They're closing in for the final kill. Donghoon's directing them like he's playing an RTS game, calling for Bone 1 and Bone 2. He's got that intense commander face going on. A massive pincer strike nearly takes out a skeleton, but the attack just barely missed. Talk about a close call. The skeletons lunge with their weapons, the motion lines cutting through the air. They're going for the soft spots now. The scorpion is surrounded, and the flurry of attacks is creating a total blur. It's an absolute meat grinder for the monster. A final, pained scream as the boss starts to fall apart. The red background shows it's officially game over for the king of the desert. One last strike connects with a loud crack. Green slime sprays everywhere as the monster is finally silenced. Donghoon exhales, watching the dust settle. He's looking a bit rough, but he's still standing tall among the ruins. A triumphant message pings. The ancient desert scorpion king is defeated. He throws his hands up and shouts that it's done, while his skeletons strike a victory pose. He's totally drained. His stamina's down to a measly 10. He really pushed it to the wire this time. He looks down at the monster's remains and thinks about how close he came to being the one to fall. A little bit longer, and he would have been out of mana and out of luck. Notifications are popping up like crazy. Bone 1 and Bone 2's stats are all increasing, and their skills are leveling up. Talk about a massive XP dump. He shouts that all of his skeletons' levels went up. He's got that proud papa look on his face. As expected from a C-rank boss, the gains are absolutely elite. A notification announces that the ancient desert scorpion king's poison gland has been discovered. Donghoon's eyes light up when he sees the loot prompt. He shouts, "Of course." He reaches out toward the glowing blue box, his finger hovering over the obtain button. This is the moment every gamer lives for. The item is acquired. The ancient desert scorpion king's poison gland. A small purple gem floats in his hand, humming with dark energy. He wonders if it's just a crafting material. The item description shows it contains about 20 types of deadly poisons and can be used for gear or skills. Talk about a versatile reward. Bone 3 starts clacking its jaw like crazy, its eyes glowing with a weird green light. It looks like it spotted something it really wants. Donghoon looks over, totally confused. He wonders why his skeleton is acting like a hungry puppy. A massive hidden condition. Metalert explodes across the screen. Our boy just hit the secret jackpot. The system explains that a special opportunity is required to unlock the poison arrow creation skill. It needs a poison material of rank D or higher, and he just happened to find a C rank one. Donghoon is floored. He's surprised that skills can be unlocked this way. He's realizing just how deep the hidden mechanics of his defective class really go. He shouts that now he gets why Dark Lord is always obsessed with dungeons. He's staring at the gem, finally seeing the path to true power. He asks himself if he wishes to learn the skill, and you know the answer. Of course, the purple energy flows from the gem into Bone 3, leveling it up instantly. The skeleton archer just got a massive upgrade. A congratulatory message announces he's cleared the stage. Clear rewards are arriving in a shower of golden light. He's finally escaped the desert. Donghoon closes his eyes, soaking in the victory. He looks peaceful and determined, ready to see what's next on his journey to the top. He's back in the forest outside the dungeon, the blue sky looking better than ever. It's a peaceful end to an insane day. One of the porters is shaking, her eyes shadowed as she realizes she's actually alive. She whispers her disbelief, her voice probably trembling. Both porters are practically crying with relief, thanking Donghoon for the rescue. They really thought it was game over for them in that desert. One of them vows that she will never forget this kindness. Donghoon just gives a modest smile, telling them to think of it as a valuable experience and to be more careful with who they follow next time. He waves goodbye as the porters head off toward safety. They call back their thanks and wish him well, leaving him alone in the quiet forest. He holds out his hand and a brilliant light erupts. He asks himself if he should check the rewards, his face full of anticipation. A notification pops up, congratulating him. He has obtained the item Trace of the Ancient Desert, a B-rank item from a C-rank dungeon. Now that's what I call a huge win. A triumphant golden message pings in the center of the panel. Donghoon has officially obtained the Trace of the Ancient Desert. It's a huge win after that intense scorpion fight. A brilliant light erupts from his hand, pulsing with ancient power. He wonders what it is, staring at the glowing object. The light fades to reveal a detailed golden key floating in his palm. Donghoon looks genuinely surprised. He's never seen loot like this before. He takes a closer look at the key, which is intricately carved with ancient patterns. He asks himself if it's a key, trying to figure out its purpose. A new blue item window pops up, revealing its true nature. It's an item that unlocks the hidden ruins of the ancient desert and acts as a gateway to another dungeon. The text confirms it's for a linked dungeon. Donghoon realizes this item is way more valuable than just basic equipment. It's a ticket to a whole new challenge. Long black hair sways in the breeze as someone approaches from the forest. The atmosphere suddenly feels a bit more tense. A familiar figure emerges from the trees, looking as cool and deadly as ever. A voice calls out, saying it would be nice if someone explained it. Donghoon snaps his head around with a confused look. He recognized that voice immediately. It's Ji So-yul. There she is, the legendary S-rank hunter, standing tall with her tactical gear. She's got that sharp, judgmental gaze that always makes Donghoon a bit nervous. She says it's been a while, looking a bit awkward. She mentions that since he's been running dungeons and seems more organized now, she decided it was time to find him. Donghoon is totally floored, his jaw practically hitting the grass. He never expected a ranker like her to actually track him down. One of his skeletons is clattering in the background, mirroring its master's confusion. Donghoon is panicking internally, wondering what he should say. He's sweating bullets, asking himself what he should do. Should he tell the truth, or should he lie a little? It's a classic don't mess with the boss dilemma. He eyes So-yul's dagger, realizes that if he gets caught in a lie, things are going to get very painful, very quickly. So-yul just stands there with a calm, patient expression. She's clearly waiting for him to make the first move. Dong-hoon gulps hard, making a decision. He thinks it's better to just be honest. Being truthful with an S rank is usually the safest bet. He clenches the golden key in his hand, realizes he's just a low-rank hunter who knows nothing about this high-level world. He decides to form a connection with her while he has the chance. He looks up at her with a look of pure determination. He's ready to grab this opportunity with both hands, even if it's terrifying. He takes a deep breath and starts walking toward her. He asks Gi Soyul if she wanted to know how he cleared the dungeon and what the reward was. He stops right in front of her, looking her in the eye. He promises to tell her everything, but then he adds a sharp but. He leans in a bit, his expression becoming serious. He says there's a condition. Talk about ballsy negotiating with a ranker. A close-up of his mouth as he delivers the ultimatum. He's not just a porter anymore, he's a man with a plan. Soyul looks genuinely surprised, a little blue question mark appearing over her head. She repeats the word condition, clearly not used to being challenged. Dong-hoon explains his first condition, for her to protect him until he grows stronger. He admits there are some people bothering him, probably referring to the Shadow Guild. Soyul looks thoughtful, asking what's next. She realized he must have more to offer than just a request for a bodyguard. He holds up the golden key for her to see. He says he's still a beginner, so he'd like her to tell him if there's something he doesn't know, as long as it's not too much trouble. Soyul's eyes go wide as she sees the item. She gasps, asking if it's a catalyst, clearly recognizing the rare loot. Dong-hoon is shocked by her reaction. He asks what a catalyst is, realize he might have found something even more special than he thought. She leans in close, her eyes fixed on the key. She asks if he got this from a dungeon. Dong-hoon can only offer a simple, stunned yes. Soyul lets out a bitter laugh, calling him incredibly lucky. She explains that the chance of getting a catalyst from a regular dungeon is basically zero. The golden key glows intensely in the panel, as she explains there have been fewer than 100 known to the entire world. Plus, it's a bound item, so it can't even be traded. Dong-hoon stands there with his skeletons, looking totally dazed. He asks what it is, still trying to wrap his head around his good fortune. Soyul explains that a catalyst is a kind of unique opportunity. She adds that if you dig deeper, linked quests will appear, giving him a bit of professional advice. We get a montage of rare items, shimmering gems and glowing artifacts, with a massive S in the center. Catalysts are the stuff of legends. Dong-hoon shouts, questioning if it's S rank, his eyes practically popping out of his head. So, Yul confirms that it's an item rankers themselves are desperately searching for. She stares at him with a serious, unreadable expression. The weight of his discovery is finally starting to sink in for both of them. She looks down for a second, then looks back up with a firm nod. She declares that she'll accept his condition. Our boy just landed a legendary bodyguard. Dong-hoon's face lights up with a look of pure relief and joy. He beams, asking if she's serious, probably feeling like he just won the hunter lottery. But then Soyul's expression goes cold again. She warns him, pointing a finger at him. She tells him she has a condition of her own. She looks determined, and you know she's about to ask for something big. Flash forward to a modern city building at night. Someone is entering a digital code into a keypad. The door creaks open to reveal a dimly lit apartment. Dong-hoon and Soyul are walking inside together. Looks like they've arrived at his place. Soyul looks around with a bit of a judgmental glance. She asks if he's been living in a place like this, not sounding particularly impressed. She points at a stack of used instant ramen cups on the desk. She notes that it's pretty shabby. Dong-hoon is totally embarrassed, reminding her that he told her there was no need to follow him inside. But Soyul is persistent. She insists that she can't back out and that a promise is a promise, while Dong-hoon frantically tries to hide his laundry. She scans the room with her sharp eyes. She confirms that there are no surveillance devices or skills detected nearby and that he's safe. She's really taking this bodyguard thing seriously. Dong-hoon looks up, realizes she's checked everything from his living space to the surrounding area. She tells him she'll be staying on the building's roof for now to keep a lookout. He looks a bit stunned as she heads toward the exit. She calls back over her shoulder, telling him to let her know when it's time to go training tomorrow. The door shuts with a click, leaving Dong-hoon alone in his shabby apartment. He mutters to himself, still not quite believing his new reality. He sits on his bed, looking exhausted but deep in thought. The events of the day are playing over and over in his head. Back at the forest, Soyul had made her final request, for him to let her observe his training process. It's a weird condition for an S-rank hunter. Dong-hoon had asked for clarification, looking totally confused. He couldn't figure out why she would care about his low-level practice sessions. She explained that she'd been sensing his energy for a while, ever since he cleared that dungeon. She noted that it's been growing exponentially stronger. She narrowed her eyes, her curiosity reaching a fever pitch. She was most curious about how he got so strong so quickly. Back in the present, Dong-hoon sighs, realizes he's already explained everything about his opportunity luck to her. He's come clean about almost everything. He stares into the distance, his face a mask of concern. He's managed to secure a powerful ally, but the secret of his elder master is still his own. We see a vision of the Elder Master, the legendary old man himself. Dong-hoon realized that this is the one secret he can never reveal, not even to Soyul. He remembers the training he's undergoing, the millions of repetitions, and the brutal physical conditioning. It's a path to power unlike anything else in the modern world. He stands in his apartment, looking at his reflection in the window. He thinks about the remaining issue, realization hitting him. A dark silhouette of the Shadow Guild looms in his mind. He realizes that if they continue to threaten him, he'll have to deal with them sooner or later. His expression goes cold and hard. He vows to return what he's received. He's ready to fight back against anyone who tries to take his hard-earned progress. Suddenly, a massive force slams him down onto the table. It looks like his training session has started early, and it's a rough one. Dong-hoon gasps as he's pinned down by an invisible weight. He's struggling just to stay conscious under the pressure. The Elder Master appears over him, looking totally unimpressed. The old man scolds him to stop whining, and that his body is starting to take shape now. We get a close-up of the Elder's face as he gives a small, menacing smirk. He starts to ask what he means, and you just know he's about to drop some ancient wisdom or another beating. He blasts Dong-hoon with a wave of blue energy, sending him flying backward with a pained scream. He tells the boy that it's time to increase the intensity of their lessons. Dong-hoon is scrambling to his feet, yelling that this is just violence, while the old man just stands there looking bored. Talk about a tough teacher. The Elder raises an eyebrow, his expression going from amused to stone-cold serious. He asks about violence, and the look in his eyes says that the real training is only just beginning. Violence? The Elder is genuinely offended that his technique massage is being slandered as simple brutality. He spent years refining these beatings, thank you very much. He gets right in Dong-hoon's personal space, asking if he's prepared for the next level of pain. Our boy is panicking, desperately trying to negotiate for a 5-minute break that he's definitely not getting. In the distance, we see the Elder basically tossing Dong-hoon around like a sack of potatoes while Gi So-yul watches from the tree line. She's keeping quiet, but you know she's judging the absolute chaos unfolding in front of her. All that suffering is actually paying off, though. The system pings with the best news ever. His pain resistance has leveled up to C rank, and he even managed to unlock the B rank version in the same session. Dong-hoon is face down in the dirt, growling and trembling from the sheer physical toll. He survived another round, but he looks like he's about 10 seconds away from a permanent nap. Gi So-yul stares at him with a stoic expression, her hand on her hip. She's seen some crazy things as a ranker, but this training regime is on a whole different level of nope. She stands over the groveling protagonist, thinking about how many times she's watched this happen without ever getting used to the sight. She can't believe he's endured this kind of reconstruction every single day. Dong-hoon is having a moment of realization. Even though he's come clean to So-yul about almost everything, she still can't actually see or hear the bizarre old man standing right there. It's a trippy visual showing So-yul and the Elder. Side by side, they're occupying the same space, but she's completely blind to his presence. To her, Dong-hoon is just fighting ghosts and gravity. The Elder doesn't give his disciple a second to wallow, screaming at him to get back up immediately. He points out that there's still 30 minutes of instruction left on the clock. Dong-hoon dranks himself up with a weary yes, knowing he has to push past his limits to get to the next level. He refuses to stay lying down when there's still power to be gained. It's time for the skeletons to get their workout in too. Yesterday was Bone 3's turn to level up, but today the spotlight is on Bone 4 as its eyes glow with a new intensity. Dong-hoon watches his summons with a look of pure focus, noting that they're growing stronger every single moment. But he knows the real problem is that he needs to keep up with them or get left behind. He pulls up his personal status window, taking a second to appreciate the laundry list of skills he's managed to accumulate. He's gone from 0 to hero in a record time. We get a quick montage of the elite bone skills in action: slash, stab, shoot, and block. His army is becoming a versatile combat unit with no weak links. The mage skeleton erupts with a massive burst of purple magic, looking absolutely terrifying. Dong-hoon notes that, except for these magic skills, he's pretty much mastered everything the Elder has thrown at him. He realizes that to take the next step and learn the skeleton's high-tier abilities, he's going to have to master the manipulation of chi. It's the final piece of the puzzle. The ground is marked with training circles and stances, showing the manual labor they've put in. This isn't just magic, it's thousands of hours of practiced martial arts. The Elder beckons him over, telling him it's time to sit in a lotus position. He looks surprisingly calm, which usually means the mental training is about to be even harder than the physical stuff. Dong-hoon takes his seat, but the Elder immediately starts lecturing him. He's told that just sitting there isn't enough. He needs to recite the Taking Heart method he was taught last time. The master warns that it's not about memorizing it blindly. He wants Dong-hoon to focus and actually feel the formless energy circulating through his veins. Close-up of our boy as he shuts out the world and enters a deep state of meditation. He's trying to find that one tiny spark of chi hidden beneath his exhaustion. A swirl of blue energy starts to manifest around his head as he concentrates. He's finally starting to tap into the fundamental power of the world. The elder explains that breathing is the most important part of the technique. He warns that if Dong-hoon can't feel the energy while he's personally laying the foundation, his dead soldiers will never reach their full potential. Dong-hoon is struggling, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he asks himself, what if he can't do it? The self-doubt is starting to creep in. He knows there's no room for failure. If he can't keep up, the elder will just judge him as talentless and use a more powerful technique to force the results. That sounds like a lot more technique massages are in his future. He lets out a long sigh, deciding that as long as he can get stronger, he'll endure whatever it takes. He's surrounded by a vortex of chi as he settles into the rhythm. A ball of brilliant blue light forms in his palms as he forces himself to endure. He's finally moving past the basic porter stage and into the realm of true masters. We transition to the city at night, the apartment buildings glowing under the moonlight. It looks peaceful, but the Shadow Guild is lurking somewhere in those shadows. Gi Soyul is standing on a rooftop, her tactical gear looking sleek in the dark. She's keeping her promise to watch over Dong-hoon while he sleeps. She looks down toward Dong-hoon's place, reflecting on how she's really become the disciple of that bizarre old man. It's an unlikely partnership between a rancor and a ghost. She remembers her own time in the dungeon, flashbacking to when she was covered in blood and losing count of how many times the elder made her suffer. She knows exactly how hard Dong-hoon is working. She lets out a heavy sigh, thinking about how terrible the whole situation is. It's a mix of respect and pity for the guy she's protecting. Her mind goes to Dong-hoon's brutal training, remembering the sound of his bones being twisted and reconstructed by the elder's techniques. That kid has some serious mental fortitude. She clenches her fist against the roof railing, deciding that it can't be helped. She thinks she'll just keep observing for now, curious to see the final result of this training. A shot of the elder's powerful silhouette reminds us that he was once a master who couldn't be beaten, regardless of who he faced. He's the ultimate benchmark for strength. Soyul realizes that just watching Dong-hoon grow might give her the inspiration she needs to break through her own limits. She's found a new reason to stay by his side. We cut to Dong-hoon's bedroom where he's sprawled out on the mattress, staring at the ceiling. He looks like he's been through a war zone. He thinks about how far he will grow, probably talking about himself. He's exhausted and sweating, but there's a look of genuine excitement in his eyes. Transition time. At that time, Shadow Guild headquarters. We're heading into the heart of the enemy's territory to see what they're plotting. Dark red wine is being poured into a crystal glass. Someone is celebrating, and it's probably not the good guys. The boss of the guild asks if the assassin really needs extra support just because of one girl. He sounds skeptical that Gi Soyul is that much of a threat. The boss's face is cast in shadow as he waits for an answer. You can tell he's not the type of person who accepts excuses for failure. The assassin from the desert is kneeling on the floor, sweating buckets as he gives a loud yes. He knows he's lucky to be alive after the last mission. Meet the big bad, Nick Jakan, the owner of the Shadow Guild. He's world ranking number 92 and his alias is Hellhound. You just know this guy is trouble. Jakan looks out the window, admitting that this should have been dealt with before Gi Soyul got even more involved. He's annoyed that a simple job has become a political mess. He taps his fingers on the desk. He's wondering if this opportunity is actually powerful enough to give someone control over a rancor. The assassin insists that the mere fact that a picky girl like Soyul is paying attention proves how significant the target is. He's desperately trying to sell the boss on the importance of the target. Jakan muses that it certainly seems tempting, his reflection showing in the wine glass. The Shadow Guild is officially going all in on hunting our boy. He snaps his fingers, calling for his secretary. He's ready to make a move. A woman with long dark hair and a shadowy aura steps into the light. Jakan asks for the Shadow Guild's current schedule to see if he can squeeze in a murder. She tells him that the entire next month is fully booked, which makes the boss pause. Even an A-rank guild has a busy calendar. Jakan thinks, rubbing his chin. He asks again what rank that Ju Dong-hoon fellow is supposed to be. The assassin answers E-rank, looking a bit sheepish. He knows it sounds pathetic that an A-rank guild is struggling with a low-level mercenary. Jakan stands up, realizes that the target still has a long way to grow. He sees this as a potential long-term investment or a very annoying loose end. He tells his secretary to clear his schedule after that month is up. He declares that he'll go check him out himself, sounding like a true predator. A close-up of his mouth shows a sinister, jagged grin. Nick Jakan is coming for Dong-hoon, and things are about to get very bloody. Back in the sun, Dong-hoon is mid-push-up, counting out the reps. He's definitely getting that physical glow-up he was looking for. Gi Soyul is sitting on a rock nearby, counting for him. She shouts out the last count, acting as his personal trainer. Dong-hoon screams out the number as he pushes up one last time, every muscle in his body quivering from the effort. He collapses onto the grass with a happy laugh, totally wiped out but satisfied. He's making progress, and he knows it. Soyul stands over him, her expression turning serious. She calls his name, getting his attention immediately. He looks up from the ground with a confused look. He was hoping for a high five, not a serious conversation. We get a close-up of her boots as she takes a firm step toward him. The training session is officially over, and the real talk is starting. Gi Soyol stares at him with a look that says she's finally reached a decision. She declares that she has something to say to him, and you just know this is going to be a game changer. Gi Soyol's expression is hard to read as she starts to speak. She says she has something to tell him, her voice sounding serious and a bit tense. She looks Dong-hoon right in the eye, reminding him of the promise she made. She asks if he remembers her promise to protect him from any ambush until he grew stronger. The scene shifts to a shot of her standing alone on a rooftop at night. She looks cool and heroic, but she admits that watching over him 24/7 is a bit much. Dong-hoon gives a nervous little laugh, looking a bit guilty. He definitely didn't expect a top-tier ranker to take the bodyguard job so literally. Soyul crosses her arms, asking him how she's supposed to protect him if she's not watching all the time. She's got a point, but it's still making Dong-hoon sweat. He points out that she's a ranker with her own dungeons to clear and guild matters to attend to. He's basically telling her she has better things to do than babysit an E-ranker. Soyul admits she's been watching him for about 2 weeks now. She even says she's been neglecting her own guild activities just to keep an eye on his progress. She holds up 2 fingers, giving him a choice. She tells him there are still things she needs to do and that he has 2 options to choose from. She says her first option is for him to follow her around for 6 hours, her fingers still up. The second is for him to use the key, the medium he obtained after clearing the dungeon back then. Dong-hoon looks surprised as he repeats the word key. He's forgotten all about that B-rank loot from the desert. A brilliant golden light erupts as he calls up the item's info. The trace of the ancient desert glows in the panel, pulsing with mysterious power. We get the full description of the item. It's a key to uncover the secrets of a hidden medium. It can unlock the dungeon Ancient Desert, and it's bound specifically to Dong-hoon. Soyul explains that, since it's a bound item, it'll be a solo dungeon. She thinks it might be safer for him to be inside a place where even other rankers can't interfere. Dong-hoon looks at the golden key in his hand, a look of concern on his face. He wonders if it wouldn't be more dangerous inside since it's a B-rank dungeon. Soyul gives a sharp, confident smirk. She's clearly thinking of something that Dong-hoon hasn't realized yet. She simply says not really. She's staring him down, her gaze intense and full of hidden meaning. She tells him that he might not even realize how much he's actually grown. She can see the change in his aura and power even if he can't. She encourages him, saying it could be a good opportunity to check his strength. She really thinks he's ready for a B-rank solo run. Dong-hoon is left standing there, thinking to himself if he just got praised by a ranker, it's a huge boost to his confidence. He reflects on his time as an abnormal necromancer where no one ever acknowledged him as anything more than an E-rank porter. The validation is hitting him hard. A shot of his old E-rank badge floating in the dark. He thinks to himself that he can't believe he's receiving someone's recognition, the words echoing in the empty space. Soyul just gives him a small, knowing smile. She's satisfied that her words have had an impact on the boy. Dong-hoon grips the golden key with total determination. He mutters that it is indeed a good idea, his expression hardening. He looks up with a confident grin, telling her he'll go with the second option. He's ready to face the challenge head-on. Soyul looks pleased, saying she knew he would choose that. She asks if he's planning on going immediately. Dong-hoon points out that there's no reason to hesitate. He's already finished his morning training, so he's warmed up and ready to fight. Soyul tells him to infuse his energy into the key to activate it. She adds that the dungeon will appear, sounding like a professional guide. Dong-hoon holds out his hand, and the key begins to glow with an intense, brilliant light. Golden energy starts to spiral around his fingers. The light is so bright he has to squint, but he keeps his energy flowing. The process is clearly a bit taxing. The system message pops up, asking if he would like to activate Trace of the Ancient Desert. The next box confirms that it can open the dungeon Ancient Desert. The forest around them is bathed in a cool blue light as the portal starts to form. A solo dungeon warning message hovers in the air. Dong-hoon looks back over his shoulder with a confident smile. He calls out to his legendary bodyguard that he'll be back soon. Soyul gives a little nod and a smile, watching him go. She's got high hopes for what he'll accomplish in there. A massive burst of golden and white light fills the panel as Dong-hoon is transported. It's an epic departure for a solo raid. His boot thuds onto solid ground, kicking up a little bit of dust. The landing looks stable enough. He looks up, realizes he's arrived in a completely different environment. He mutters to himself, his eyes wide with shock. In the distance, a massive pyramid looms over a desert landscape. The notification confirms he's entered the ancient desert and discovered the pyramid. Purple energy starts to swirl around him as he prepares for action. He knows a B-rank dungeon isn't something to take lightly. The system message pings. Summon Awakened Skeleton is active. His squad is coming in to support him. His army materializes in a flash of purple and blue magic. Skeletons with shields and spears clatter as they take their positions. Dong-hoon starts walking toward the pyramid's entrance, telling himself there's no need to rush. He's thinking logically and assuming the main threat is inside. He gives the order to maintain formation and follow him. He's acting like a proper commander now, not just a desperate fighter. One of the skeletons gives a firm nod, its eyes glowing with purple light. They're ready to lay down their lives again for their master. Dong-hoon reminds himself that as D-rankers, they're bound to be too weak for this B-rank dungeon. He's not being overconfident despite the praise. He clenches his gloved fist, thinking that they must fight like the weak. It's a strategy focused on numbers and precision over raw power. They enter a dark chamber filled with blue light. The transition is sudden and a bit spooky. Dong-hoon looks around the quiet room, his guard up. He's surprised that there aren't any monsters waiting for them at the gate. He says that was easy with a bit of a grin. He thinks he's catching a lucky break, but we all know that never lasts in a dungeon. Suddenly, a loud thud echoes through the hall as a boot hits the floor. The environment starts to shift. Dong-hoon looks around in confusion as a blue system message pings, discovering a connection between the dungeon and Hunter Ju Dong-hoon's profession. His face turns to one of pure shock as the next message appears. The dungeon is transforming. You cannot exit the dungeon. Talk about a trap. The room is bathed in a dark, flickering light. Dong-hoon and his skeletons look totally on edge as the pyramid starts to rearrange itself. A massive thud fills the panel as a heavy stone wall slams shut behind them. They're officially locked in. Dong-hoon grunts as a sudden wave of dark energy slams into them. His skeletons are being knocked back by the force of the transformation. A brilliant blue fire erupts in the background as the dungeon's true form begins to manifest. It's an epic and terrifying scene of magical energy. Dong-hoon screams as he's nearly knocked off his feet. The atmospheric pressure in the pyramid has just skyrocketed. He hits the floor hard, trembling from the sheer weight of the aura. He groans, realizes he's in way over his head. He pushes himself up, his hands shaking in the dirt. He admits to himself that he entered with such confidence just to be stuck in a situation like this. He looks ahead into the darkness, his expression turning serious. He knows there's no way back now, only forward. He calls out for Boney 3, his skeleton archer. He needs to start getting some intel before they get ambushed in the dark. He clenches his fist again, telling himself it's fortunate that his skeletons ended up with him. They're the only ones who can protect him now. He commands them to scout their surroundings first. He's trying to stay calm and follow a logical plan despite the fear. Bonehead 3 steps forward and activates the skill Secure Vision. A massive burst of blue energy shoots out from its head, lighting up the entire hall. Dong-hoon squinting into the light, noting that there's an open space at the far end of the corridor. He's found their first objective. He starts walking toward the light, his boots thudding rhythmically on the stone. He wonders if this is even the right path. He tells himself he has no choice but to go forward for now. He's moving with his skeletons, a small island of light in a sea of darkness. They reach a massive chamber where a brilliant, swirling blue sun is floating in the air. The scale of it is absolutely breathtaking. Dong-hoon shielding his eyes from the glare. He stammers, totally in awe of the spectacle. The system message confirms the stage name, Resentment of the Sun Spear. It sounds like he's just walked into a major boss arena. A massive spear of pure white and blue light appears in the center of the chamber. The goal is clear: break through the obstacles and reach the Sun Spear. Suddenly, the ground starts to rumble again. Dong-hoon lets out a panicked shout as something big starts to emerge from the floor. The solo raid has officially begun. We open with a grim flashback, rain pouring down on a cold stone city. The atmosphere is heavy and depressing, setting the stage for a tragic backstory. A mysterious figure is hunched over in the downpour, growling like a beast. You can hear the rain pelting against the cobblestones as the tension rises. Black feathers scatter everywhere as someone is brutally slashed. The red lines tell us this wasn't just a scratch. This man with the massive mustache looks absolutely terrified, screaming that it's a monster at the top of his lungs. He looks like he's seeing a nightmare come to life. The crowd is losing it, calling someone a dirty, lowly creature. They're screaming at a half-breed to just die already, showing just how cruel people can be. A hand, white knuckles, a staff, as blood sprays across the panel. The narration gets dark, mentioning how some people tried to cut his hands off the moment he was born. The hooded figure stands in the rain, surrounded by hatred. The text adds that others even tried to cut his ankles just to keep him down. Close up on those hollow, shadowed eyes. He admits that in the end, someone actually succeeded in taking his sight. Talk about a brutal origin story. Suddenly, a bald, monk-looking dude lunges forward with a knife, screaming for him to die. He's moving fast, ready to end the monster once and for all. Blood splatters everywhere as the blade finds its mark. It's a messy, visceral shot that shows the absolute brutality of the attack. The silhouette of the victim is shown against a red spray of blood. He groans, taking a massive hit that would put anyone else in the ground. Bare feet stand on a wooden platform as blood drips into a puddle. The violence is reaching a breaking point. The hooded figure with massive black wings stands among a pile of bodies in the rain. He's the only one left standing after the slaughter. He thinks that if everyone's going to try to take what is his face battered and bruised. You can see the shift from victim to predator in his expression. He takes a step forward, his bare foot splashing into the rainwater. The sound of the drop hitting the surface is the only sound in the silence. Then he too shall take what is theirs. It's a vow of absolute vengeance as he disappears into the mist. This guy is officially done playing nice. Back to the present, and Dong-hoon is facing a literal wall of spears. Skeletons are clacking everywhere as the sun spear energy fills the room. Dong-hoon mutters a curse, his eyes wide as he realizes he's in for a fight. He's definitely not a fan of being outnumbered 100 to 1. A massive red warning pops up. 100 D-rank ancient skeleton spearmen are approaching. Talk about a major difficulty spike. The skeletal army marches forward with a rhythmic sound. Their feet are hitting the floor in perfect unison, which is never a good sign. Dong-hoon barks out orders, telling Bonifor to block from the front. He's trying to stay cool while a literal horde of death closes in. He realizes it's suicide to fight them in the open field. He needs to lure them into a corridor where he actually stands a chance of surviving. The strategy is simple. Only a limited number of enemies can enter the narrow hallway at once. It's the classic bottleneck play. Sun Tzu would be proud. He decides they'll hold on and take a few out at a time, his eyes narrowed in focus. He's playing the long game now. The spearmen charge. The sound of their running feet echoes through the ruins as they swarm the entrance. Spears slam against the shield with a flurry of sound effects. Bonifor is holding the line, but you can tell the pressure is insane. The bottleneck is working. The skeletons are clashing in the doorway, creating a chaotic pile of bones and steel. Dong-hoon thinks it's okay for now, but as he watches the spears thrusting through the gaps, he knows he can't hold this position forever. He starts charging up his own purple magic, a small, skull-shaped energy ball forming in his hands. He's getting ready to drop a nuke. The spears keep pounding against the shield, the impacts getting louder and more frequent. The defense is starting to buckle under the sheer weight of the numbers. Bonifor's durability will reach its limit eventually. He screams to his crew to not hold out recklessly. He knows when it's time to pivot. He commands them to fall back slowly. He's trying to maintain the formation while retreating deeper into the hallway to keep the bottleneck alive. The skeletons are retreating, their spears still clashing with the enemy. It's a controlled withdrawal, which is hard to pull off under fire. A spear hits the shield so hard it creates a massive explosion of white lines. The impact is staggering, showing just how strong these ancient spearmen are. Dong-hoon is staying positive despite the overwhelming odds. They'll defeat them one at a time and aim for the next target. 3 spears fly through the air at once. The ancient spearmen aren't just melee fighters, they're throwing projectiles now too. A massive blue magic circle erupts on the floor as the skeletons charge. The whole room is glowing with necromantic power. Dong-hoon's face is a mask of pure determination. He's done running, it's time to start clearing some space. A skeleton delivers a horizontal slash, cutting through multiple enemies in one go. The coordination is actually getting pretty impressive. Dong-hoon cheers for his skeleton as his squad starts making some real progress. He's hyped to see his training finally paying off in a big way. Close up on a skeleton with glowing red eyes, looking like a total demon. It's let out a rattling growl as it prepares its next attack. Boom. Boneheads uses Fireball, and the entire corridor is filled with a massive pillar of flames. That's one way to clear a bottleneck. The fire is absolutely devouring the enemy skeletons, turning them into charred ribs and dust. The destruction is total and looks amazing in the blue ruins. The hallway is littered with shattered bones and glowing embers. Dong-hoon took down a massive chunk of the army in one shot. A skeletal foot steps forward into the clearing smoke. It's slow and steady, looking like a scene from a horror movie. Dong-hoon slams his staff down on a remaining enemy skull, crushing it into splinters. He's not leaving any survivors. More spearmen emerge from the dark, their glowing eyes fixed on our protagonist. It seems like the army really is never-ending. Dong-hoon is huffing and puffing, realized that this isn't enough. He's reaching his limit, and the boss hasn't even shown up yet. He yells for them to keep it coming, his smile turning a bit more manic. He's leaning into the madness now. The corridor is packed with skeletons as far as the eye can see. It looks like a literal river of bones flowing toward him. Spears clatter against the shield. The cycle is repeating, and it's a race against his mana pool. A skeleton gets absolutely pulverized by a heavy blow. Bone fragments fly everywhere as his front line takes another casualty. Dong-hoon raises his staff, purple energy swirling around the skull ornament. He's not out of tricks just yet. He casts Summon Awakened Skeleton, and Bonehead 4 materializes in a burst of magic. He's spending 10 energy to keep the front line from collapsing. The new skeleton looks around, its jaw clacking as it assesses the situation. It's ready to jump straight into the meat grinder. Dong-hoon vows that he'll just pick up a new spear if it breaks, gripping his staff so hard his knuckles turn white. He's gonna keep stabbing until there's nothing left to stab, with his own method and his own stance. He's fully embracing the Elder's teachings now, making the skills his own. He activates Pierce, his whole body glowing with blue energy as he lunges forward. The motion lines are insane, showing the raw speed and power of the thrust. It's a blur of blue light as the attack connects with multiple enemies at once. He's slicing through them like they're made of paper. Dong-hoon takes a glancing blow but keeps his momentum. He's in the zone now, and nothing is going to stop him from reaching that spear. The enemies are screaming as they get shredded. He's tearing through the spearman army with zero mercy. Dong-hoon is looking exhausted, leaning on his staff while sweat drips from his chin. He's at his absolute limit, but the goal is finally in sight. The system pings. The sun spear sleeping in the pyramid has awakened. It says the spear is sneering at him, which is pretty rude for an inanimate object. Dong-hoon is genuinely offended by the system's trash talk. He's staring up at the glowing artifact with pure annoyance. He doesn't know who this sun spear guy is. He's still clacking his teeth, his skeletons rattling in agreement. He reminds himself that he's cleared dungeons far worse than this. He's the one who convinced the legendary old man who even a ranker couldn't defeat. He tells Boney 4 that they're pushing forward from here on. He's done being defensive. It's time to take the fight directly to that taunting spear. He hunkers down behind a massive, heavy shield, his skeletons backing him up. They look like a miniature phalanx ready to charge. A massive warning fills the entire panel. It's the ultimate boss fight imminent signal. Another 100 spearmen are approaching. Dong-hoon looks like he's about to cry, yelling in exasperation. The grind never ends. He screams that at this rate, there will be no end to this. He realized he can't kill them all, he just needs to get to the end as fast as possible. A spearhead glows with blue energy as it charges toward him. The sound of the run tells us it's coming in hot. The enemy army crashes against his shield like a tide. He thinks that he has to get to the end as soon as possible, his arms quivering from the weight. He yells for Boney 4 as spears shred his defense. The impact lines and cracking sounds show the shield is finally reaching its breaking point. He yells for his skeleton to hand over its shield, as he'll be tanking from now on. He takes the massive barrier himself, showing he's not afraid to get his hands dirty. A massive blow nearly knocks him flat, but he digs his heels in. He's becoming a human wall in the middle of the storm. He calls for Boney 5 to cast air shield on him while the others watch his back. It's a total turtle formation strategy. His face is set in a look of grim determination. They'll be ignoring the mobs and running straight to the boss room. It's either reach the goal or die trying. He shouts for them to roll the dice as he charges into the horde with his shield raised, blue energy trailing behind him. It's the ultimate gamble. A close-up shot shows a boot slamming into the ground with a massive thud effect. The intensity is already through the roof. Dong-hoon is booking it through the corridor, screaming for everyone to run as he leads his skeletal army. The blue-lit dungeon hall is a total blur of motion. The skeletons are clattering after him, spears at the ready. He yells that if their feet aren't moving, then they should use their hands and keep pushing. A massive clang fills the panel as spears hit Dong-hoon's heavy metal shield. The impact lines are everywhere, showing just how hard they're being hammered. He lets out a pained groan as he hunkers down behind his defense. The pressure is insane, but he's not backing down yet. The skeletons are getting swarmed, with massive impacts as the enemy closes in. One skeleton lets out a scream as it takes a hit. Dong-hoon is still running, pushing through the pain with a desperate scream. His cape is flying as he tries to break through the horde. He mutters that he's got it, his face shadowed with concentration. He's finally figured out the win condition for this stage. The objective box glows, to break through the obstacles and reach the sunlance. He's almost there, but the almost is the dangerous part. A skeleton gets absolutely pulverized, its head literally exploding into fragments. The sound effect shows just how brutal the hit was. Dong-hoon realizes that he just needs to touch the sunlance thing to finish this. He's sweating bullets as he closes the gap. One skeleton delivers a final horizontal slash. They're fighting with everything they have to give their master an opening. The skeletons continue their desperate charge, their running feet echoing through the chamber. Dong-hoon is right behind them, shield raised. He screams again for them to run, his face a mask of pure determination. They're entering the final stretch, and there's no room for error. He pleads with himself that it's just a little more, his eyes wide and gritting his teeth. He's pushing his body to the absolute limit. A brilliant white light erupts from the end of the hall as he reaches the sunlance. The light tells us he's finally made it. He hits the ground hard. He's made it through the fire, but he's definitely feeling the burn. A system message pings. The sunlance mocks him. It calls him a pathetic human, which is pretty rude for a legendary weapon. The sunlance continues its rant, insulting him for challenging it with such pitiful skills. It scoffs at how humans are weak despite being so lowly and cunning. Dong-hoon grunts, thinking about what he knows. He points out the obvious. He's just an E-rank hunter. Talk about punching above your weight class. Skeletal feet stand on a blue glowing floor. As the atmosphere gets heavier, the sounds show that more reinforcements are on the way. Dong-hoon shouts a curse, realize that the trial isn't over yet. He's surrounded by skeletons that look way tougher than the ones he just fought. The skeletons are literally everywhere, staring him down from both sides of the corridor. It's a total ambush. He looks completely exhausted, panting frantically as he wonders when this will end. He's reaching his breaking point. A skeleton lunges at him with a horizontal swing, the sound showing the speed of the attack. He just barely manages to dodge. A massive blow shatters a skeleton's shield. The text emphasizes just how desperate the situation has become. Dong-hoon stands his ground, realizes he needs to focus only on his next move. He's looking pretty badass among the clashing bones. He screams about the damn dungeon as he starts running again, his footsteps echoing through the blue ruins. A massive impact fills the panel as something gets absolutely crushed. The red blood and black ink splatters make it look like total carnage. A long time later, we see Dong-hoon panting heavily, sweat dripping from his chin. He looks like he's just finished a marathon through hell. He mutters to himself, stopping dead in his tracks as he notices something weird in front of him. There's a massive pile of bone fragments blocking the way. He realizes with a shock about those bone fragments. They're the remains of the ones he just fought. Talk about a terrifying realization. He's been running in circles this whole time. He trails off as he wonders if this dungeon is a certain type, the horrible truth sinking in. A hologram of the dungeon's layout appears, showing a perfect octagon with an infinity symbol in the center. He gasps, realizing it's a circular structure. He gives a manic grin, realizes that whether he goes forward or backward, he's just going to end up in the same place. He stares down the long, empty corridor, looking totally defeated. The realization of the trap is sinking in. He realizes that he'll just end up meeting them again, as a squad of spearmen emerges from the shadows. He clutches his skeleton buddy, looking completely lost. He asks what he should do, his confidence totally shattered. He wonders if he should fight or give up, while a skeleton lunges at him with a spear. The sound effect shows just how close it is. He checks his stats. His stamina is at 20. He's almost out of gas, and he's still facing a whole army. While there are about 30 skeletons left, he's doing the math, and it's definitely not looking good for our boy. He decides he has no choice, his skeleton giving a resolute sound. He's going for one final, desperate play. He screams that at this point he'll have to do whatever it takes, charging toward the enemy. He tells his skeletons to block them as much as possible so they can't get close. Arrows and spears fly everywhere as the battle resumes with even more intensity. The sounds show the pure chaos of the clash. He lunges forward, thinking he'll break through somehow while the bones are blocking. He's looking for any opening he can find. He delivers a brutal hit, crushing an enemy skull with his bare hands. This kid has definitely been working out. He psychs himself up to get it together. There's no dungeon he can't clear, breathing hard with a resolute sound. He finally makes it back up to the top, leaning against the wall with an exhausted sigh that he finally made it up. He's huffing and puffing, muttering that this is hard as hell. He snaps his head around as a notification pings to break through the obstacles and reach the sunlance. He's back where he started. He looks up and sees a massive black vortex swirling in the ceiling. He wonders where exactly this sunlance is. The black hole is literally swirling and pulsing with dark energy. He asks if that could be it, pointing toward the ceiling. A skeleton gets absolutely smashed by a heavy blow. The scream shows the urgency of the situation. He commands his strongest skeleton to come here. He tells it to grab him and throw him up with all its strength. Talk about a Hail Mary play. The Sun Lance taunts him again, saying he finally figured it out. It calls him a foolish human and dares him to come closer. The lance threatens to turn him into a handful of ashes, as Dong-hoon stands alone before the swirling portal. He growls to see who wins, his boot grinding into the floor as he prepares for launch. He lets out one last yell as he jumps. He's thrown high into the air by his skeleton buddy, shooting straight toward the black hole. It's a total leap of faith. The wind whistles past him as he enters the vortex. The darkness is starting to swallow him whole. Two glowing red eyes appear in the center of the dark spiral. This isn't just a weapon, there's something alive in there. He's falling deep into the dark void, his cape flapping as he yells. It's a cinematic shot of his certain doom, or epic victory. A triumphant golden message pings, congratulating him. He has reached the sunlance. He did it. He actually reached the goal. Another alert pings. The ancient skeleton spearman disappears. His army is gone, leaving him totally alone with the boss. He gives a satisfied smirk, breathing a sigh of relief. He's made it past the trial of 100 spearmen. He shouts that he's got him as he enters a new, even creepier chamber. He yells for him to come here and let him see his face. He's done being insulted by a voice in the dark. Suddenly, a massive caution box explodes across the panel. The sunlance appears. He lets out a panicked gasp as a massive shadow looms over him. He's paralyzed with fear as a new alert pings, using skill, memory recollection. He's about to get a massive lore dump right in his brain. The final panel shows a bright yellow box, teleporting shortly. He's being pulled out of the room and into a vision. Buckle up, folks, this just got real. We dive straight into a flashback. The sky colored with a deep, dusty orange. The action lines tell us things are about to get violent and fast. Meet the Sun Spear, but way before he was a dungeon boss. He's wielding that massive weapon with a lethal grace, looking every bit like a fallen legend. The dude is absolutely cold. He mocks his opponents, asking if they're trying hard, while he grips his spear with a terrifying amount of intent. One of the hooded soldiers charges in, but you can tell he's already outclassed. The motion lines show him lunging forward into what is clearly a death trap. A brutal strike finishes the job. The Sun Spear is done being nice, shouting that these people were the ones who started the bullying in the first place. He stands tall with his spear, surrounded by a dark, vengeful aura. He's had enough of being ostracized, and he's finally making them pay. The red background highlights his internal rage as he tells them not to blame him for being harsh. This guy's gone through some serious trauma. He looks like a dark god, his wings glowing with a sinister light. He's officially reached his breaking point with humanity. Suddenly, we see people kneeling before him, calling him a great hero and a warrior of the Desert Empire. Talk about a complete shift in attitude. This bald guy is practically begging for mercy, pleading for the Sun Spear to lead their poor souls and save them. Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. The Sun Spear just smirks with pure evil. He mocks the idea of leading or saving them, giving them a cold, not a chance in return. The crowd continues to scream and wail as the sky turns a blood-red color. He declares that this desert only needs one thing to survive. And that thing is death. It's a chilling wide shot of the temple complex, emphasizing the total destruction that's about to unfold. He commands them to raise their spears, his own hand tightening around the shaft of his weapon. The genocide is officially starting. A sea of spears rises into the air. It's a terrifying image of a people being turned against each other by their own hero. He stands atop the pyramid, looking down like a vengeful king. He orders them to mercilessly massacre their own kin right then and there. He screams for them to burn everything to ashes like the parched sun. The desert is about to become a literal graveyard. He lets out a manic laugh that echoes through the ruins. This dude has completely lost his mind to resentment. The vision is fading as we see one last shot of the winged madman standing over his ruined empire. A golden notification pings. The S-rank skill memory reproduction has officially ended. We're finally heading back to reality. Dong-hoon collapses to the ground, huffing and puffing from the mental strain. That was way more lore than he was prepared for. He looks up with a weary gaze, trying to process everything he just saw. The Sun Spear's origin is a total nightmare. The boss himself is hovering above, his wings creating a heavy sound in the air. He looks ready to end the MC right now. Dong-hoon stares at the legendary warrior, realizes that this is the face of Sun Spear. It's a heavy moment for our low-rank hero. The boss just glares back with those hollow eyes, his wings fluttering with intense energy. The battle is about to get very real. Dong-hoon is sweating bullets, asking himself if this dungeon is really just B rank. The pressure is insane. He notes that the aura is almost exactly like that bizarre old man from the failed dungeon. He's starting to sense a pattern here. The Sun Spear speaks, calling Dong-hoon a filthy and wicked human. He asks if our boy is here to deny his existence as well. The boss lunges forward. He's moving with a speed that the MC definitely can't keep up with. Dong-hoon yells, realizing he's about to get skewered. He's completely defenseless in the face of this top-tier warrior. The spear is coming straight for his chest. MC is terrified, thinking he's going to be stabbed with zero way out. Wait, what? A hand suddenly reaches into the frame and grabs the spear mid-thrust. That is a high-level save if I'd ever seen one. Dong-hoon is floored, staring at the figure that just blocked an S-rank level attack with their bare hand. It's the Elder. He stands protectively in front of the MC, looking totally bored while holding back the boss. The Elder scolds him, telling him to get a grip on himself. Dong-hoon is tripping out, asking how the heck the Elder is even here. Dong-hoon realizes he's totally tapped out. His energy is at zero. He shouldn't even have the juice to summon a single bone, let alone the Master of Arts. The Sun Spear boss is just as confused, staring in disbelief that a human actually managed to dodge his attack. He roars in anger, asking if a mere human really thinks they can withstand his spear techniques. The ego on this guy is huge. The Elder moves with a sharp step, his footwork looking effortless compared to the boss's wild charge. Clash. The Elder blocks another strike. He's making a world-class boss look like a total amateur. The system pings. The Master of Manhwa has just activated his absolute shield. Dong-hoon can only grunt as the shockwaves push him back. The shield is holding strong, glowing with a bright blue light. The Elder just sighs, calling Dong-hoon a foolish boy. He continues his lecture, asking how a disciple could fail to distinguish between illusion and reality. Wait, what is he talking about? Dong-hoon looks genuinely confused, squinting through the dust. He asks about illusion and reality, his head probably spinning. He looks down at his hand, noticing it's starting to glow and blur at the edges. Something isn't right here. Realization hits. He asks if none of this is real, and the Elder confirms it. Apparently, they're inside the MC's own head. The Elder explains that while Dong-hoon was unconscious, the Sun Spear guy actually intruded into his mind. This is a mental battle. The Elder tells him to step aside, noting that this boss isn't someone the current Dong-hoon can face yet. He walks toward the Sun Spear with a smirk, calling him a fascinating monster that once ruled a world. He's actually hyped for this fight. The Sun Spear's silhouette glows with a dark red energy. The Elder admits that in terms of pure spear skills, this guy is actually stronger than him. Dong-hoon gasps, asking if it's that bad. But the elder just laughs it off, saying the boss is only superior in one weapon, overall he's still far beneath the master. The elder draws his sword, saying he's finally found some entertainment after death. He tells his disciple to come forth, getting ready for a show. We get an epic close-up of the elder's eyes glowing with power. This dude is a literal legend for a reason. The Sun Spear takes flight, diving in for the kill. It's an S-rank clash for the ages. The boss is screaming about humans blocking his path again. He's clearly projecting a lot of his past onto this current fight. Another flashback shows him bleeding and blinded. He yells about how they mercilessly took away his freedom for no reason. He bellows that he'll make them feel the same pain he endured, diving down with his spear. This guy is the definition of holding a grudge. The clashing of metal echoes through the mindscape. Dong-hoon watches the fight, thinking that the boss's movements feel familiar somehow. He suddenly has a breakthrough. Something is finally clicking in his brain about the connection here. He remembers entering the pyramid and the system message about discovering a connection between his profession and this dungeon. As they clash, Dong-hoon repeats the keywords: the dead, the spear, the skeletons. He's piecing the mystery together. He watches the spearhead glow with that distinct energy. He gives a confused look, his eyes wide with realization. He recognizes that specific movement. It's the same one he's been training his summons to do. He sees the skeletons in the background of the boss's aura. He gasps about the bones, finally understanding the true nature of the Sun Spear. He repeats the word bones, looking completely stunned. He's just discovered that the boss of this dungeon is actually a necromancer's creation. A golden alert pops up. The stage objective is to subdue the Sun Spear to achieve the true awakening of his spearman skeleton. This is his class quest. He screams for the elder as the two warriors continue their dance of death in the distance. He's got to stop them before the quest is ruined. The elder turns back, looking annoyed. He yells that the boss isn't the MC's match yet and tells him to stay out of it. But Dong-hoon stands tall, his eyes burning with determination. He declares no, he has to do this. He pleads for him to let him handle it. He's ready to step up and claim his destiny. The Sun Spear's red eyes glow with a murderous light as he glares at our protagonist. He looks absolutely done with wicked humans and ready to end this conversation permanently. A wide shot shows the massive gap between the boss and Dong-hoon. The sunlight window gazes down on the battlefield, adding a holy but deadly vibe to the whole mindscape fight. Dong-hoon flinches, sweating bullets as the pressure continues to mount. The elder asks the million-dollar question, so what are you going to do? The elder points out that the creature is actually Dong-hoon's summoned beast. He's basically telling the boy that if he can't control his own summons, he has no way to win this trial. A visual of the spearman skeleton is shown behind the Sun Spear, emphasizing their connection. Dong-hoon realizes he must overcome this himself. It's not a battle for the elder to win for him. The elder looks genuinely surprised, his eyes wide. He questions it, probably not expecting such a sudden burst of resolve from his talentless disciple. Dong-hoon steps forward with a loud sound, his boot slamming into the stone floor. He's officially declaring that this stage belongs to him, not his master. He declares that this is his mind, so he will take it, his gaze hardening as he walks toward the legendary warrior. He's taking back his own mental territory. He stands tall, facing the winged boss. He tells the Sun Spear that he'll endure everything until all his hatred is spent and the boss is forced to surrender. His boots crunch on the floor with a rhythmic sound. He's moving with a purpose now, no longer just reacting out of fear. The Sun Spear is insulted, calling him a dirty human again. He can't believe the audacity of this lowly creature trying to stand up to him. The boss roars about the deceitful and vile human, raising his massive spear for another strike. The red sound effect tells us he's putting everything into this next move. Dong-hoon charges forward. He knows he can't just play defense anymore. He has to meet the Sun Spear head-on. A montage of the Sun Spear's past victims flashes by. The boss scoffs at the idea of a human understanding him, telling Dong-hoon not to make him laugh. The winged warrior screams his hatred, his eyes totally blacked out. He bellows that he hates humans and curses them, his rage filling the panel with a dark, red aura. He brings his spear down with a heavy thud, the impact vibrating through the floor. He's more than just a boss, he's the personification of 1,000 years of resentment. He bellows for the human to die, lunging through the air. He's coming in for the finishing blow. Clash. The MC takes a direct hit, let out a pained groan as the spear nearly skewers him. The motion lines show just how fast and brutal the attack was. Blood splatters across the frame. Dong-hoon is taking serious damage, his body being tossed around like a rag doll in his own mind. The boss doesn't let up, delivering a horizontal slash that has Dong-hoon coughing up more blood. He coughs, being dismantled by a legendary tier warrior. The Sun Spear looms over him, another strike landing. MC is struggling to even stay on his feet at this point. The Elder Master watches from the sidelines, realize that the situation is becoming critical. Dong-hoon is screaming in agony as the mental damage begins to manifest physically. A brutal overhead strike connects. Blood sprays everywhere as the MC takes a hit that would kill anyone else instantly. Dong-hoon collapses to the floor, panting and bleeding. A system notification pings. Pain tolerance is active. He admits that it hurts like hell, but he's still conscious. He drags himself up, shaking and bleeding out on the floor. He groans that it hurts and is painful, but he's still refusing to give up the fight. The Sunspear looks down with those pitch-black eyes, unimpressed. MC mutters that he's still fine, even though he looks like he's been through a meat grinder. Dong-hoon spits out, "Yeah," his gaze sharpening. He tells the boss to let him see his grudge, inviting the winged warrior to dump all his pain on him. His hand begins to glow with an intense golden light. He's finally tapping into the real power needed to overcome this Sunspear resentment. Dong-hoon stands tall, his spear glowing with energy. He's surrounded by the blue light of the mindscape, looking every bit like a hero himself. He commands him to pour it all out, his face set in a look of grim determination. He's ready to absorb everything the boss has to throw at him. The Sunspear is taken aback. He asks if Dong-hoon thinks he can take his grudge, his anger reaching a boiling point. He tells Dong-hoon that it's impossible even if he completely understands him. He truly believes his pain is unique and insurmountable. The boss roars about such arrogant words, charging forward again. The sound effect shows his speed hasn't slowed down one bit despite the long fight. Dong-hoon moves with a sharp step, his own spearwork becoming more fluid. He's starting to synchronize with the boss's movements. Metal clangs on metal with a flurry of sounds. The battle is a blur of motion as the MC pushes his skills to the limit. A massive impact forces Dong-hoon back. He groans, taking heavy hits, but he's holding his ground better than before. He grinds his teeth, his arms quivering from the weight of the boss's strikes. He admits to himself that there has never been anyone on his side in this world. The boss shouts about his origin. Half human, half beast, a hybrid between a human and an eagle monster. He's finally opening up about why he feels so alone. He clenches his bloody hand around his spear, asking if there is anyone who would like someone like him. He's practically screaming for a connection while trying to kill Dong-hoon. The MC is caught in the middle of a flurry of yellow energy slashes. He's taking hit after hit, let out a desperate yelp as his HP drops further. The boss bellows that he shouldn't have been born. He remembers how people thrust knives at him from the very moment of his birth. We see more flashes of the Sunspear's past, being blinded, having his hands and ankles cut. Dong-hoon screams in agony as he experiences these memories directly. The boss's face is twisted in a look of dreadful pain. He asks the MC if he has any idea what that feels like. MC hits the floor hard, his hands hitting the bloody stone. He's at his limit, but he managed to survive the worst of the boss's emotional dump. Dong-hoon is trembling on the floor, bleeding from his chest. He manages to choke out some words, looking toward the winged warrior. He says softly that it must have been hard. The Sunspear's eyes go wide in shock. He was expecting another insult, not genuine empathy. The boss scoffs, but his expression has changed. He admits there must have been people who pitied him, but in the end, they were all the same. He remembers how they feared him and stabbed him in the back. The trauma of betrayal is what really keeps him anchored in this dungeon. A symbolic shot shows the boss as a small child with wings, huddled alone as his emotions slowly died. To him, humans were nothing more than lies and betrayal. Dong-hoon takes another hit that sends him flying. The boss is still lashing out, shouting that he became a monster because humans treated him like one. Dong-hoon grunts, asking if this is the process of letting go of resentment. He's basically acting as the boss's emotional therapist through combat. He clenches his bloody fist, realizes that with every attack, the creature's emotions are weakening little by little. He's winning, but the price is high. He thinks about the creature's emotions as another massive blast of energy hits him. He's taking the hits so the boss can finally run out of rage. He collapses again. He looks up at the Sunspear and asks how long he is going to keep being sad like this. Talk about a call-out. He grabs his own spear with a bloody hand, the grip making a sound. He's done being the punching bag. It's time to end this trial for real. He bellows for him to think about it, his face a mask of blood and grit. He's screaming at the boss to wake up and see that the past is gone. He screams that honestly, the reason he's in pain, he knows it well. He's getting right in the boss's face, his words hitting harder than any spear thrust. Clash. The two warriors are locked in a struggle, weapons sparking. Dong-hoon tells the boss not to try to judge him as he pleases. The Sunspear goes quiet, his expression softening as he admits it. He asks if he knows the reason he's in pain. He's finally ready to face the truth. He bellows about how he was abandoned and his emotions withered, leaving scars that will never heal. He asks the MC what he's trying to reverse now. Dong-hoon gives a weary smile, blood dripping from his chin. He agrees that the past can't be undone, showing he's finally on the same wavelength. But then he adds that what he's saying is to be reborn. He's offering the boss a way out of his eternal cycle of hatred. Dong-hoon says that it's for him alone, staring directly into the boss's pitch-black eyes. He's offering him a new purpose, a new reason to exist. The Sunspear looks totally stunned. his mouth open as he asks a confused, "What?" He's never been offered a second chance like this before. MC explains the reality of the situation. The ones who tormented him are long gone. He reminds the restless spirit that he killed them all. The boss looks down, thinking that's right. He's starting to realize the futility of his endless resentment. He looks around at the ancient ruins, realizes that this place is where he buried himself after slaughtering every human. He's been trapped in his own grave for centuries. The boss stands tall among the dunes, his wings finally going still. He wonders if he can live a new life, and you can tell the Sunspear legend is finally ready to rest. "Yes," Dong-hoon replies with a firm, determined look. He's standing his ground, bloody but unbowed, as he tells the restless spirit that he's not there to debate the ethics of the past. The panels show the Sunspear's past self being oppressed, contrasted with his current state. Dong-hoon acknowledges that while the humans weren't right to oppress him, he wasn't right to massacre them either. It's a cycle of violence that needs to end. Dong-hoon says it's just about what he wanted, his boots crunching on the blood-stained floor. He's cutting through the drama and getting to the core of the spirit's pain. Close up on Dong-hoon's intense, focused gaze. He's seen the truth in the spirit's eyes, and he's ready to offer a way out of the darkness. The battle continues for a split second. Sparks fly and motion lines blur as the two clash one more time. The tension is thick enough to cut with a dagger. Dong-hoon grunts in pain, a brilliant flash of light filling the panel. He cries out as he takes a heavy blow, but he's still standing. A wide shot shows our hero alone in the vast desert mindscape. He looks small against the endless horizon, but his resolve is bigger than any ocean. The elder master approaches with a proud smile, his boots thudding on the sand. He declares that he truly is his disciple, finally acknowledging Dong-hoon's growth. The elder praises him for properly embracing that child's resentment. He realized that Dong-hoon didn't just win a fight, he solved an ancient tragedy. A golden notification pings. Pain resistance has been upgraded by 1 level. All that suffering is finally paying off in permanent stat boosts. Another ping confirms. Pain resistance grade A has been acquired. The text warns that the skill still has room for further growth. Our boy is becoming a literal tank. Dong-hoon gives a weary smile, looking at his master. He tells the elder that he'll accept the pain as many times as needed to reach the top. The Sunspear's massive weapon falls to the ground with a heavy thud, blood splattering the white floor. It's a symbolic end to the conflict. The winged warrior looks up at Dong-hoon with a look of pure awe. He admits that our protagonist is truly different from any human he's ever met. A close-up of the spirit's bare feet standing in a pool of blood. He whispers that he wants to be born again, showing that Dong-hoon's message finally reached his soul. The warrior bows his head, kneeling before Dong-hoon. He calls him my lord, a term of absolute submission and loyalty. The winged spirit repeats his pledge. He acknowledges him as his lord. The light of the Sunspear begins to fade into a peaceful aura as the deal is sealed. Golden boxes explode across the screen. A hidden quest has been fulfilled and the stage resentment of the Sunspear is officially cleared. Rewards are arriving. We cut to a glamorous party in a high-end ballroom. It's a total 180 from the bloody desert, with people in fancy suits and dresses drinking champagne. The crowd is laughing and having a grand old time. It looks like a typical high society gathering for the elite of the hunter world. A hand holds a glass of red wine, the liquid swirling as they talk. This looks like the Blue Guild's victory party. The one person isn't enjoying themselves. Gi So-yul stands alone, letting out a bored sigh. She's surrounded by luxury, but all she can think is how boring this whole scene is. She grumbles to herself that she came because her brother asked her to. She considers the whole event to be a massive waste of her time. A man in a suit tries to chat her up, saying he used to tolerate these parties when they were a chance to talk to rankers. She's clearly not interested in his small talk. Her mind drifts back to the old man from the dungeon. She realizes that compared to that legendary master, everyone in this room is basically just a newborn child. She brushes her long hair back with a weary sigh, just wanting to finish her drink and leave. She feels totally out of place among these amateurs. A voice calls out to Soil, snapping her out of her thoughts. She gives a side-eye to the intruder, her expression turning suspicious. A blonde guy in a tuxedo walks up, grinning from ear to ear. He tells her he's been looking everywhere for her and that it's been a while. He gives a sharp, confident smirk and asks if she remembers him. He looks like a typical high-ranking hunter with an ego to match. Back in the mindscape, Dong-hoon tells the spirit to enjoy it as he prepares for the final stage of the ritual. The Sunspear looks a bit lost, asking what exactly he's supposed to do. The spirit asks what he wanted to do, his blacked-out eyes searching Dong-hoon's face for an answer. Dong-hoon gives a firm yes, leaning on his staff. He tells the spirit that for a moment, he could clearly feel everything he felt in the past. He points his staff toward the horizon, telling the spirit that his desire was all of it. Every bit of pain and longing was understood. A symbolic shot of the winged warrior standing alone in his ruined city. Dong-hoon explains that he clearly felt the spirit's past self. He says he knew what hurt him, what emotions he felt, and what he desired. Close-up of Dong-hoon's bloody, determined face. He tells the spirit that within all that hatred, there was undoubtedly something else. A brilliant image of a peaceful desert oasis under a clear blue sky appears. Dong-hoon reveals that he wanted to see the world. The spirit is stunned. He whispers the word world, his eyes wide as he looks at the vision. Dong-hoon describes the sensation of soft sand beneath one's feet. The visual shows sand pouring through a hand with a soft sound. He adds that the camels roaming the desert must have intrigued him, as a silhouette of a caravan crosses the dunes in the sunset. We see the warrior as a young child again, looking out at the world with curiosity. Dong-hoon reminds him that this was his original heart before the hatred took over. A hand reaches up toward a bright, glowing sun. Dong-hoon calls this an undeniable truth that exists beyond the good and evil of humans. Dong-hoon asks if that isn't enough. The spirit looks back at him, his face a mask of shock and realization. Dong-hoon admits that, to be honest, he can't fully empathize with the spirit's pain, but he felt it for a moment, and that's what matters. He explains that that's why he doesn't want to comfort his emotions recklessly, his expression serious. He's not offering pity, he's offering a new start. He tells the spirit to set it all aside, the hatred, the humans, the bitterness. He's telling him to let go of the weights holding him down. Dong-hoon tells him to just think about the fact that he can see the world, standing tall before the winged warrior. The spirit looks up with a glimmer of hope. He asks if that means he can show him the world, his voice trembling. Dong-hoon gives a confident, of course. He's ready to become the vessel for the spirit's new life. He announces his true nature. He is a necromancer. Though cursed, he is a sorcerer who deals with death. Purple flames erupt around his glowing skull staff. The Elder Master stands in the background as Dong-hoon explains that his world is completely different from the ancient desert. He starts to ask if he still wants to see such a world, reaching out his gloved hand. The Sun Spear looks totally flustered and shocked by the offer. He's never been treated with such kindness by a human before. Dong-hoon gives a charismatic grin despite the blood on his face. He commands him to take his hand and come under him. Talk about a recruitment speech. The system pings. The Sun Spear is in anguish. The Sun Spear is conflicted. The boss is having a total internal crisis right now. The spirit asks if he's different from other humans, staring at the lone necromancer standing in the center of the mindscape. Dong-hoon just stares back with those calm, steady eyes. He doesn't need to answer. His actions have already spoken for him. The spirit bellows about his pride. He is the absolute ruler of the ancient desert empire. He's not ready to give up his status just yet. He stands atop his pyramid in a vision, wings spread wide. He yells that he was the star that swallowed the mighty sun. He points his glowing weapon at Dong-hoon, declaring that he does not serve just anyone. He's testing Dong-hoon's worthiness one last time. The spirit adds, especially if that someone is human, his black eyes narrowing. The tension is back to 100. He looks Dong-hoon dead in the eye and asks if he is truly worthy of being his master. This is it, the final test of character. Wait, what? A new message explodes. A hidden quest has been activated. The condition has been fulfilled. Dong-hoon has triggered the final hidden event of the dungeon. The prompt is clear. Prove that you are the true master. Upon proof, the Sun Spear's memories and power will be inherited by Bone 2. Dong-hoon gives a sharp, slightly manic smirk. He muses if there is no choice, realize he's about to enter a whole new level of power. A massive burst of light fills the panel as he charges up his energy. He's not backing down from this final challenge. He stands tall with his spear, asking how he is supposed to prove that. He looks every bit like the master he's claiming to be. The spirit answers with a cold grin. He says it's simple to take his spear. He asks if he can endure the true power of the sun, not the faded flame of resentment. Dong-hoon grips his spear tight. He's ready to take whatever the legendary warrior throws at him. The Sun Spear moves with a speed that creates a shockwave, his feet leaving cracks in the floor. He's coming in for the ultimate strike. He dives through the air, wings spread, spear pointed straight at the MC. It's a do-or-die moment that looks absolutely epic. The spirit bellow as he delivers the true power of the sun. The final clash has begun, and the fate of the necromancer hangs in the balance. A golden sunset bathes the city in a warm glow as a conversation drifts through the air. Someone is being reminded about a ranker they befriended on a trip to America. Looks like someone's making high-profile connections. Meet the blonde guy in a tuxedo, laughing and sounding a bit too full of himself. He mentions that they've been dying to meet Soil, trying to play matchmaker or dealmaker for the ranker. Soil isn't looking impressed, crossing her arms while Blondie suggests setting up a meeting. He tries to sweeten the pot by mentioning some exclusive, limited edition whiskey. Nice try, buddy. Close-up of Soil's face, and she's looking totally done with this conversation. She gives a skeptical sound, clearly not interested in whatever VIP meeting he's pitching. A simple clock on the wall shows that time is ticking away. Soil announces that she'll only be staying for now for today, having somewhere better to be. Blondie is stunned, pointing out that the party's only just getting started. Soil just brushes it off, mentioning a prior appointment. We all know she's probably just heading back to watch over our boy. Soil gives a polite thank you for today as she heads for the exit. Blondie is left standing there, offering a weak shore as his social networking plans go up in smoke. And she's out. Soil marches away with a firm sound of her heels. She looks way more comfortable leaving the party than she did attending it. Blondie's expression goes totally dark the second she's out of earshot. He calls her an annoying woman and wonders what exactly makes being a ranker so special. Talk about a sore loser. He's gritting his teeth, his jealousy coming out in full force. He's definitely not going to let this go easily. He's heard rumors that she's hiding a boyfriend and decides those rumors might actually be true. He's already plotting his next move to get some leverage. He mutters that he'll need to look into this, looking like he's ready to hire a detective. If he finds out she's hanging out with an E-ranker, he's going to lose his mind. A massive burst of blue energy erupts from the portal as Dong-hoon finally returns from the solo dungeon. Talk about perfect timing for a dramatic exit. He steps through the glowing gateway, his silhouette looking strong against the shimmering light. The B-rank solo run is officially over. Dong-hoon exhales, looking like he's just carried a mountain on his back. He's sweating and exhausted, but the look of relief is undeniable. He collapses onto the grass with a heavy thud, his skull staff falling next to him. He's let out a long sigh, totally wiped out from the mental and physical strain. He's sprawled out on the ground, admitting that he thought he was going to die for real. That B-rank trial was no walk in the park. He looks up at the darkening sky, noting that the sun hasn't quite set yet. He's been in there for a while, and the quiet of the forest feels amazing after all that combat noise. He remembers that Anjay said she'd be out for about 6 hours. He checks the time, thinking that she should be back soon. The system pings with some good news. Bone 1 is being adjusted. It looks like the clear rewards are starting to be distributed to his summons. Dong-hoon watches as all his skeletons, Bone 2 through Bone 5, start getting adjusted too. His whole army is about to get a massive power spike. He checks the stats and is floored. Everyone's strength and stamina are increasing by 1. Even their skill levels are jumping up to 8 or 9. Talk about an elite leveling session. The spotlight falls on Bone 2, the spearman. He pulls up its individual status window, seeing its name change to Solar Spear and its vitality hitting a solid 100. He notes with a proud grin that, unlike the others, it's become something special. Bone 2 has officially inherited the memories and will of the Solar Spear boss. The spearman skeleton glows with an intense golden aura, looking way more intimidating than before. It's even got a name change to Solar to match its new legendary status. Dong-hoon's eyes go wide as he realizes the Solar Spear skeleton has gained all 3 of the boss's attacks. That's a massive upgrade for a single summon. We see a vision of the new skills: Solar Combo, Raging Desert, and a Storm-like Sand Attack. This skeleton is basically a miniature boss now. It even has Soul Flame, which amplifies its movement and attack speed. Dong-hoon is looking at a literal one-man army made of 1 skeleton. He cheers that they're all incredible, looking at his new and improved squad. But then he stops, realizes there's one more thing to do. He decides he can't just keep calling it Boney anymore. He settles on Solar, even if it sounds a bit cold. It's better than skeleton number 2, I guess. He mutters that this isn't the end, tapping the system window again. He's ready to check the rest of his clear rewards. A message confirms he has cleared the unmeasurable level stage. A great achievement has been accomplished. Rewards are being distributed right now. A brilliant golden random box floats into his hands. A congratulatory message states he has obtained the golden random box. An S-rank item? Our boy just hit the ultimate jackpot. He's staring at the ornate chest, his mouth literally hanging open. He stammers, not believing his own eyes. He remembers how, as an E-rank hunter, he's never even gotten a decent item before. This is a life-changing moment for someone who is struggling to make rent. And now him, an S-rank item? He's holding it like it's made of glass, still totally in shock. The system asks if he would like to open the golden random box. Dong-hoon can barely get the words out, telling it to open it. He gives a wide, hyped-up grin as the chest starts to open. You can practically hear the lute music playing in the background. A massive pillar of golden and white light shoots up from the box. It's an epic reveal for whatever treasure is waiting inside. It's a staff. A massive, glowing S-rank staff emerges from the light. A congratulatory message announces he has obtained an S-rank item. Dong-hoon catches the weapon, looking like a true high-level mage now. This isn't just any stick, it's a legendary tier artifact. Behold, Flame Dragon Staff, rank S. It gives a massive plus 100 to vitality and reduces skill cooldowns by 20%. Plus, it boosts firepower by 100%. Dong-hoon notes the plus 100 vitality, trying to act casual while his heart is pounding. He realized that for an S-rank item, it might not seem world-breaking, but it's still insane. The staff pulses with fire energy, looking like a literal piece of a dragon. The description adds that the stronger the user, the more broken this item becomes. He starts doing the math. How much would it fetch on the market? He pulls out his phone, ready to see just how many zeros are in his future. He's scrolling through the hunter board, tapping the screen with a determined look. He's going to get some expert opinions on his new treasure. He posts the specs of the Flame Dragon staff on the general discussion board, asking for an evaluation. Let's see what the community has to say about an E-rank mercenary getting an S-rank drop. And the comments are exactly what you'd expect from the internet. They tell him to stop attention seeking and question how an E-rank merc would get an S-rank item. Dong-hoon is fuming, muttering about these jerks. He grumbles, wondering if he has to shove the truth in their faces, looking like he's about to start a flame war. He's actually taking the time to respond to the haters. He pulls out his phone again, decide to ask them to look at this, and if they still don't believe him as he prepares to record some video proof. He reposts with video proof, and the tone on the hunter board changes instantly. People are asking if it's legit and saying that the S-rank item is insane. The community is losing its collective mind. They ask why the stats are like that and say it's clearly OP. He's officially the talk of the hunter world. Dong-hoon gasps as his phone starts blowing up with notifications. The sound of pings is echoing through the forest as the post goes viral. He questions why it's on the best board. He's accidentally made himself the #1 trending topic in the country. He scrolls through the news, see headlines about a mystery S-rank item surfacing. He's even on the Dungeon Report news ticker. He questions why this is even in the news. Dong-hoon is sweating bullets, realize his mistake. He thinks that thankfully, the hunter board has good security, so his personal information shouldn't leak. He's desperately hoping his ID isn't compromised. He checks his inbox, and it's a nightmare. 78 new messages and counting. He cries out in despair, wondering why he has so many messages. He frantically hits the delete post button. He yells that he'll forget selling it for now and that he's not ready to attract this much attention yet. Talk about a total panic move. He takes a deep breath, trying to calm down. He stops, realizes something important. He muses, looking at the staff, that there's no rule saying he has to use it. He realizes he can just keep it in his inventory for now and stay under the radar. He says his vitality's restored anyway, so he'll check it out right now. He grips the staff, ready to see the real firepower of an S-rank artifact. The staff erupts with a brilliant fire effect, looking like it's alive. The sound of the magic filling the panel is epic. The system confirms. Summon Awakened Skeleton is active. He's spending 10 vitality to bring out Bone 5 for a test run with the new staff. The skeleton mage appears in a flash of purple and blue magic. Dong-hoon calls him over with a determined look. He says here, extending the Flame Dragon's staff toward his summon. He's handing over the legendary treasure like it's just a regular present. The skeleton takes the staff and its eyes instantly glow with a new, fiery power. It looks like it just won the skeleton lottery. Close-up of the skeleton mage as it lets out a rattling, demonic laugh. The sound of the staff hitting its hand is ominous as hell. This thing is about to cause some serious property damage. Dong-hoon says here, extending the Flame Dragon's staff to his skeleton mage. It's an insane gift for a basic summon. The skeleton doesn't even hesitate, snatching the legendary staff from its master's hand in a split second. Talk about a lack of gratitude. The system confirms Bone Guy 5 equips the staff of the fire dragon. The staff glows with a fiery energy that matches the skeleton's new, more powerful aura. Dong-hoon's jaw drops as he watches his summon take the staff. He's totally stunned that a lowly skeleton could even use such high-tier gear. A group of skeletons stands around looking confused with question marks over their heads. Dong-hoon explains that normally, a necromancer's undead can't equip items. His defective class just keeps breaking the rules. Dong-hoon rubs his chin, thinking hard about his first S-rank item. He realized that while the staff works for the skeleton, it's still a massive waste of value if he can't use it himself. He looks at the skeleton holding the staff and asks himself if he should just give it to Bone 5 permanently. It's a tough decision between a powerful summon and a massive paycheck. He wonders if he should sell it, his greed starting to win out. He's already dreaming about the mountain of cash an S-rank item would bring. The skeleton mage lets out a clattering laugh, gripping the staff tightly. It looks like it has no intention of letting go of its new toy. Dong-hoon decides the money is more important. He commands it to hand it over, reaching out to take the staff back. The skeleton actually pulls back, avoiding his hand with a defiant clack. Dong-hoon is shocked. Is his own summon actually disobeying him? He sighs, giving in. He realized that a happy, high-tier summon is better than nothing, especially if it can help him clear harder dungeons. He grumbles for it to just take it. The skeletons clatter their teeth together in celebration, looking way too proud of themselves. Dong-hoon gives a small smirk, thinking that maybe this skeleton will achieve a true awakening like Sun Yang one day. He's starting to see the long-term potential of his army. Back to business. Dong-hoon hits the reward claim button on his system window. He shouts that rewards are being distributed as more golden items start to manifest. A massive burst of golden light fills the panels as a new item appears. A congratulatory message announces he has obtained the item, Root of Racial Conflict. The item is a small, glowing piece of wood. Dong-hoon looks intrigued, thinking if it's another catalyst after his experience with the golden key. We get the detailed item box for the Root of Racial Conflict. It's an A-rank catalyst that unlocks the secret ruins of a hidden desert quest. It's even bound specifically to Dong-hoon. He holds the glowing root in his hand, realize he's found a whole new dungeon path. This day just keeps getting better and better for our lucky MC. He remembers Gi Soyul's advice about how catalysts lead to linked quests and unique opportunities. He's starting to see the big picture of his career now. A montage of S-rank icons and rare loot flashes by as Dong-hoon considers his future. He's determined to reach S-rank and become a true legend in the hunter world. He looks back at a vision of Sun-young, the winged warrior boss. He wonders if this new dungeon will be related to other legendary skeletons like his spearman. An image of a massive legion of elite skeletons looms in his mind. He asks himself, what if all 10 of his skeletons become absolute beings from their respective worlds? He muses with a wide, slightly scary grin if that would make this profession way too overpowered. He's finally starting to realize the world-breaking potential of his cursed class. He asks why on earth this is happening, staring up at the sky. He can't help but wonder why this mysterious system is favoring him so much. He pulls up his status window again, looking at his cursed Necromancer title and his growing list of skills. It still feels like a dream he hasn't woken up from yet. He yells, scratching his head in frustration, to not overthink this. He decides to just ride the wave of good luck instead of questioning it. He looks at a leaderboard showing various rankers from around the world. His goal is clear: climb that ladder and become a household name. He decides that even if that's the case, he can just make use of the system himself, clenching his fist with determination. He's ready to play the game and win. A shadowy silhouette of a skeleton appears, reminding us of the dark power he wields. He's not just a hunter, he's a master of the dead. The narration explains that a skeleton is also known as a skullhead, undead beings that have nothing left but bones in their entire bodies. We see a skeletal archer standing alone in the woods, looking oddly peaceful for a creature of death. It's a quiet moment that emphasizes the strange nature of his summons. A skeleton with a halberd bows its head and calls him "my lord," showing its absolute loyalty. It's a cool and eerie visual that shows how far they've come. Dong-hoon is shocked as the skeleton speaks directly to him. Its eyes glow with an intense yellow light as it delivers the message. The skeleton stands tall, its bones rattling as it explains that it can really see ahead and sense the future. Dong-hoon is totally floored by this new ability. He looks at his summon with a look of pure confusion. He mutters that it doesn't even make sense for something without nerves or muscles to be walking around, let alone talking. We get a close-up of Gi Soyul's boots as she walks up behind him. The night has fallen and the atmosphere is getting serious. She stops and stares at the clattering skeleton with wide eyes. She gasps, calling it truly fascinating, her ranker senses clearly picking up something special. She notes that a talking skeleton is such a rare sight that other necromancers would be left totally speechless. She's impressed by his defective summons once again. Dong-hoon questions her calling it a skeleton, but he quickly corrects her. He tells her she should call it Sun-young because it's his one and only precious one. Sun-yang bows politely to Soyul. She's surprised but nods back. Acknowledge the summon as an individual rather than just a tool. Dong-hoon asks if she's sure she's okay staying here like this. He's a bit concerned about having a top-tier ranker hanging out on his roof. She replies not to worry with a confident smile. She reminds him that she'll protect him until he grows strong enough to handle himself. She holds up a finger, adding one condition: she'll only watch over him until he reaches A rank. It's a fair deal for free, top-tier security. She walks away toward the edge of the roof, her hair blowing in the wind. She mentions that with his current growth rate, joining a major guild will be easy for him soon. Dong-hoon looks a bit skeptical, thinking that reaching A rank still feels like a long way off. He's still just a D ranker in his own eyes. He protests, saying he's still D rank while checking his status window. But the look on Soyul's face says she knows something he doesn't. She admits that honestly, she still can't believe it. When they first met, he was just a porter at the level of 5 D ranks, but now? She looks over at Sun-yang and notes that the skeleton alone is already close to B rank level. Dong-hoon is improved every day at an insane pace. He mutters that he realizes she's right. Sun-yang has the potential to become even stronger if he can regain his original strength from when he ruled a world. Sun-yang turns to his master and tells him he doesn't need to personally guide his training. He rattles that his lord is correct. The skeleton vows to hone its own spear techniques and strive to regain its original strength to assist its lord. It's a very dramatic and loyal speech for a pile of bones. Dong-hoon nods, giving the command for Sun-yang to train on its own. The skeleton gives a firm obedience before heading off. We see Sun-young practicing a horizontal slash in the distance, the motion creating a powerful shockwave. He's already putting in the work. Dong-hoon sits alone on the roof, looking at his hands. He asks himself seriously when his rank will go up, getting a bit impatient with his progress. He looks at the A-rank catalyst in his hand, realizes the system giving him a C-rank quest must mean there's a way for him to reach that rank soon. He shouts that the next goal is C rank, his eyes burning with a new fire. He's ready to take the next step on his path to greatness. Back at his apartment, Dong-hoon is rearranging some cardboard boxes. He's creating a makeshift wall in the middle of the room. Gi So-yul peeks over the wall with a suspicious look. Dong-hoon tells her she really doesn't have to go this far for him. He explains that it feels wrong to have her sleep on the rooftop every time, looking a bit sheepish. He's trying to be a good host, or at least a better roommate. He shouts, holding his hands up defensively, that he won't cross the line, ever. He's really trying to maintain his gentleman status. He points to a sleeping bag rolled up in the corner. He tells her that just like yesterday, she can roll out her sleeping bag over there and sleep. He gives a nervous laugh, adding that no matter how much of a guest they are, he can't give up his own mattress. Talk about some E-rank priorities. He says with a smug grin that comfortable sleep is important, trying to justify his selfishness as wisdom. So Yol just stares at him with a blank expression, totally unimpressed by his reasoning. She can't believe she's protecting someone this weird. Dong-hoon asks what she means by this, gesturing to the box partition. He insists they need to be clear about these living arrangements. He explains that he still counts as one of the weak in this hunter society, and he's terrified of how her brother would react if he found out she was staying with him. A vision of her brother, the powerful blue guild master, looms behind her. His glowing blue eyes and menacing aura are enough to make anyone sweat. Dong-hoon slams his hand on the table with a firm no. He's decided that the cardboard partition is the only thing keeping him from a very painful death. So Ayul just sighs, realizes she's not going to win this argument. She stands there looking at her strange new housemate, probably wondering what she's gotten herself into. Dong-hoon asks what she means, looking totally caught off guard by Gi So-yul's sudden intensity. You can practically see the danger flags waving in the background. So-yul stands over the cardboard partition, looking cool and deadly. She tells him that if she really wanted to, a little box wall wouldn't even exist. Talk about a power move. She warns that his head would fall off in an instant, her shadow stretching across the room. The blue aura around her makes it clear she's not just joking around. Dong-hoon is sweating bullets, letting out a shaky yes. He's realized that no matter how many boxes he stacks, he's still sharing an apartment with a world-class assassin. Suddenly, her expression softens and she gives a little smirk. She clarifies that she meant that it would be meaningless, her aura vanishing in an instant. Dong-hoon is left huffing and puffing from the near-death experience. He thinks to himself, if this woman spends all her time thinking about how to kill people, he's genuinely worried about her mental state, wondering if murder is her only hobby. It's a hilarious and terrifying roommate situation. A sudden, loud banging on the front door interrupts the tension. Someone is clearly in a hurry, and probably not a fan of doorbells. Dong-hoon and So-yul both snap their heads toward the door, their expressions a mix of surprise and suspicion. Who could be coming over this late? A voice calls out from the other side. The banging is frantic, making it sound like a real emergency. Dong-hoon looks confused, asking what anyone would be doing here at this hour. He's definitely not expecting guests in his shabby apartment. He decides it should be fine to open it, thinking that if it were a high-ranking hunter, So-yul would have sensed them way before they hit the door. He pulls the door open with a wary greeting. His guard is up, ready for whatever Shadow Guild goon might be waiting on the mat. He wonders if she's a resident here as he sees a young woman standing there, looking totally distressed. She's not exactly the ninja assassin he was expecting. She asks, her voice trembling, if he's Ju Dong-hoon. Dong-hoon is totally lost, asking if she knows him. The girl is practically crying, begging him to please save her brother. She looks completely desperate and heartbroken. Dong-hoon is floored. He stammers, realizes this random girl knows his name and is asking for his help out of nowhere. She hands him a piece of paper, her hand shaking. She explains that this was left at their house, and you just know it's bad news. MC stares at the paper, his expression going from confused to horrified. He mutters, the weight of the situation finally hitting home. The paper has a photo of a man tied up and gagged on the floor. It's a literal kidnapping ransom note. The stakes just got way higher. He reads the note, do you want to save your brother? Send him by 8 p.m. tonight. It even warns that if anyone else shows up, the brother will die. Talk about a classic villain move. Realization hits Dong-hoon like a truck. He realizes the only ones who would pull something like this are those Dark Shadow Group bastards, his gaze turning stone cold. MC grunts as So-yul suddenly appears right behind him, scanning the note. She's not happy that someone is operating so blatantly on her watch. The girl gasps, clearly recognized the legendary ranker standing in the kitchen. So-yul notes that the method is exactly like the Dark Shadow Groups. She realized they must be resorting to low-level kidnapping since she's been sticking so close to Dong-hoon. Suddenly, MC's phone pings with a new message. He says that on top of that, this message just arrived, his face a mask of grim determination. He checks the phone and it's from Hellhound, Nick Chakong himself. The message says he's currently messing with the Parang Guild too. Dong-hoon mutters that it's a perfect setup. It looks like the Shadow Group has launched a multi-pronged attack to keep the big players busy. Close up on So-yul's gritting teeth. She thinks about how they messed with Parang, her aura starting to flare up. You do not want to be the guy who threatened her guild. Dong-hoon watches her, realizes she must be worried. He can't believe they'd actually attacked the Parang Guild, but he's also touched that she's staying with him because of her promise. He tells her there's no other choice, and that she should head back to Parang for now. She asks him to clarify, looking surprised by his suggestion. She refuses immediately, saying she can't do that. She reminds him that her brother's ranking is 58th and that he's not weak enough to be taken down by some petty dark shadow group. We see a cool shot of her brother, the Blue Guild Master, glowing with power. She's got total faith in his strength. But then her expression turns concerned. She says that compared to that, he's alone. The moment she leaves, who knows what could happen to him. She's really take her bodyguard job to heart. Dong-hoon sighs, admitting she's right about the danger, but he asks if they shouldn't focus on saving the kidnapped person first, showing his hero side. He points out that the note specifically asks for him to come alone, if the total trap, and everyone knows it. Dong-hoon agrees, his eyes narrowing. He realized that Hellhound has already made his move to separate him from his protection. He reminds her that he's not just some weakling anymore. He's got the Elder and the Sun Spear on his side. He's building his own legendary squad. He asks if she remembers something she once told him, his face half-shadowed in a very dramatic shot. He quotes her, that life is a journey that begins with connections and ends with connections. He's really internalizing her advice. A vision of the kidnapped man appears. Dong-hoon realized that someone who is connected to him is suffering because of him. He can't live with that on his conscience. He declares that he can't just stand by and watch, his resolve reaching its peak. He's officially stepping up to the plate. He stands tall and tells her that he doesn't want to be a cowardly hunter. He's finally embracing the true mindset of a hero. He says with a sharp, determined smile that he has to give back what he's received. He's ready to deliver some much-needed karma to the Shadow Group. So-yeol stares at him for a long moment before giving a weary fine. She knows she can't stop him when he gets that look in his eyes. She tells him she'll head to Parang first, quickly sort things out, and then join him later. She warns him to be careful since it's definitely a trap. She looks back at him and asks if he remembers when she told him last time. She reminds him that she was willing to introduce him to many connections. She adds with a mysterious smile that it seems that could happen a bit faster now. Something tells me the cavalry is coming. She vanishes in a burst of speed, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust behind. Dong-hoon is left standing in his apartment, realized the real fight is about to begin. The girl stammers, totally floored by the S-rank's sudden disappearance. MC stands alone in his room, looking at the empty floor where So-yeol was just standing. He mutters about the many connections, the words sinking in. We cut to a dark pier at night. The water looked cold and unforgiving. This is definitely where villains hang out. A close-up of tactical boots thudding onto the wooden planks. The Shadow Group has officially arrived at the rendezvous point. The kidnapped brother is lying on the ground, tied up and shivering. He looks totally terrified as the villains loom over him. The leader of the group, wearing a spider mask, checks his watch. He's got that patient, I love it when a plan comes together vibe. His watch shows it's 5 minutes until the deadline. The tension is thick enough to cut with a dagger. The masked man mutters that he'll be here soon, looking off into the darkness. He's 100% confident that Dong-hoon will show up. The sound of rhythmic footsteps echoes through the night. Someone is approaching with a very calm, steady pace. Dong-hoon emerges from the shadows, his face set in a mask of total focus. He looks like a man on a mission, and that mission is revenge. The masked villains snap their heads toward him, their eyes widening in surprise. One of them shouts that he's coming this way. The leader hauls the kidnapped man up by his collar, using him as a human shield. Talk about a total scumbag move. Dong-hoon doesn't say a word, his aura flaring up as he enters the pier area. He's surrounded by a cool blue light. The brother grunts as he's tossed back down into the dirt. He's a far cry from the brave hunter he probably used to be. The spider-masked leader lets out a low laugh, totally enjoying the drama. He mocks Dong-hoon, asking if he really came. Another villain asks if he has guts. He looks at Dong-hoon's skeleton summon and dismisses him as a low-ranking necromancer. Big mistake. Dong-hoon scans the group, realizes that even the hunters at the front are all A rank. He knows there are probably B ranks stationed all around the pier too. Talk about being outnumbered. The spider-masked leader draws a glowing tactical knife, his eyes burning with malice. He asks if he should know better than he does why he called him here, and the look in his eyes says that the negotiation phase is officially over. Wide shot of the pier at night. Dong-hoon stands off against 3 assassins, while a hostage lies tied up in the middle. The blue-tinted atmosphere is heavy, setting the stage for a high-stakes negotiation. The assassin leader in the spider mask is losing his patience. He grips his tactical knife and demands to know if Dong-hoon has already figured out the real reason for this meeting. Dong-hoon plays it totally cool, acting like a clueless delivery boy. He claims he only showed up because the note told him to, keeping that poker face steady under pressure. He points a finger at the hostage, reminding the thugs of the deal. He's here, so according to the rules, they're supposed to let the guy go. Yeah, right. The leader is definitely not buying it. He gets right in the frame, asking if Dong-hoon is really going to keep pretending he's not in the loop when everyone knows he is. Close up on Dong-hoon's hand. Something is definitely moving in the shadows, and our boy is just waiting for the perfect moment to pull the trigger on his plan. The leader hauls the hostage up by his collar while the poor guy muffled screams through his gag. He demands that Dong-hoon explain every detail of the opportunity he found and hand it over immediately. The knife is right at the hostage's throat. Talk about a bad day. The assassin makes it clear, if Dong-hoon doesn't cough up the info, this guy is as good as gone. Dong-hoon puts on a masterclass in acting, looking down and sweating. He claims his hands are shaking and reminds them that he's just a lowly E-ranker with 5 weak skeletons. He summons a wisp of purple energy, looking totally defeated. He asks himself what he can do while the energy swirls around a floating skull. The skull glows with an eerie light. Dong-hoon drops the act for a second, thinking that his opportunity isn't actually something he could give away even if he wanted to. He looks back up and gives in. He says all right, he'll tell them everything. The leader just smirks, thinking he's finally broken the kid's will. The leader gives a condescending laugh, telling Dong-hoon that's how he should have acted from the start. He thinks he's won, provided Dong-hoon actually values his life. Wide shot as the tension simmers down. The leader mocks Dong-hoon for talking so much, but our boy just stays humble, acting grateful for the chance to live. Dong-hoon's expression goes neutral as he prepares to tell his story. He starts off by saying his secret is actually pretty simple. He shows a vision of his master, the old man, standing majestically on a mountain of clouds. He reveals that he has a master who teaches him, and you know this lore dump is going to be good. The assassin is instantly intrigued. He asks if this is the same master that Kang Jae-hyo mentioned, the one even Gi So-yul struggled to handle. Dong-hoon gives a firm nod. He explains that his master is so cracked that even the Dark Emperor challenged him dozens of times, only to get bodied every single time. The leader is totally floored by the news, finding it hard to believe such a monster actually exists. But he's still suspicious, wondering why he can't see this master himself. He looks around at the empty pier, dismissing the master as useless if he's only visible to Dong-hoon. Big mistake, buddy. Dong-hoon smirks, letting them in on a little secret. He mentions there's a special method to make his master visible to others. He leans in with a smug look, telling the assassins he can actually share his master with all of them. He's leading them right into a trap and they're eating it up. The secondary assassin is hooked, asking if they can really see the master and if he can teach them too. Greed is a hell of a drug, man. Dong-hoon gives a confident of course. He claims that's exactly why the Dark Emperor stuck around. He wanted that knowledge too. The leader gets right in his face, demanding that Dong-hoon pass that knowledge on to them right this second. He's practically drooling at the thought of more power. Dong-hoon smiles politely, saying he can transfer it immediately. The catch? It takes a 30-minute chant to prepare the spell. Smooth move, stalling for time. 30 minutes on the clock. We see the shadow of the assassin leader waiting impatiently as Dong-hoon begins his prep. While he's chanting, Dong-hoon sneaks a look at his phone. He's not praying, he's checking his DMs. A text from So-yul pops up saying, understood, and for Dong-hoon not to try to fight recklessly on his own. She's looking out for him even from a distance. Dong-hoon notices another message incoming. This better be good news because time is running out. So-yul mentions those connections she talked about earlier. She says if she asks them, they'll definitely show up to help him out. The final instruction is simple, just 30 minutes. Hold out for around 30 minutes. The pieces are finally moving into place. Dong-hoon stands alone on the pier, staring at his phone. He repeats the words 30 minutes, realize that he's in for the longest half hour of his life. The assassin leader is getting ready, asking which one of his goons should receive the transmission first. He's totally convinced this is a real power-up. Close up on the leader's mask. He's silent, just waiting. The tension is reaching a breaking point as the deadline hits. Dong-hoon gives a truly wicked, jagged grin. He thinks that the die has been cast. He knows he's playing with their greed and that it's impossible for them to tell if he's lying. He realizes it's their choice to fall for the bait or not. Either way, he's already made his move. Close up on tactical boots thudding on the wood. The assassins are closing the distance, getting impatient. Dong-hoon is sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, pretending to chant. The goons are watching him, noting that he's been at it for exactly 30 minutes now. The leader is starting to get suspicious. He remembers that last time they met, Dong-hoon also stalled for time with a bunch of talk. The leader's silhouette is shown as he connects the dots. He realized the situations were different, but the tactic is the same. He thinks he's definitely up to something. The leader barks at him, snapping Dong-hoon out of his meditation. Our boy just gives a calm sound like he was interrupted during a nap. The leader is fuming, his eyes burning with rage behind the mask. He demands to know when the hell this is going to end. Realize he's being played. Dong-hoon plays the "I'm just a sensitive mage" card. He tells them to wait just a little longer and warns that if they keep interrupting, he might lose focus and have to start all over. Absolute savage. He gives a tiny, devious smirk. He starts to ask if it could be, his confidence finally showing through the cracks. He calls the leader out, asking if he's actually getting nervous. It's a total power move, flipping the script on the guys holding the knives. Dong-hoon doubles down, telling the leader that if he's scared, he's free to back out. The assassin's veins are practically popping out of his forehead. The leader has had enough. He draws a black dagger, his mask showing his pure fury. He grabs the hostage again, the knife gleaming dangerously. The poor guy is muffling for his life. Dong-hoon acting shocked, asking what the hell they think they're doing. He's really leaning into the role of the betrayed partner. The leader points out that Dong-hoon said 30 minutes, and since he broke that promise, the hostage has to pay. He's ready to kill just for spite. Dong-hoon's face goes cold. He says not to blame him, this is their own doing, and you just know the cavalry has arrived. A massive sound effect as an explosion or a flash of light erupts behind the assassins. They're totally blindsided. The leader spins around in shock, his eyes wide as he realizes they're the ones being ambushed now. A white bone spear slams into the pier right in front of the leader. The impact is huge, shattering the wood and throwing up a cloud of splinters. The leader is blasted back by the force of the attack. He's completely lost control of the situation in a heartbeat. He looks around frantically, his eyes darting through the dust. He screams, asking who launched that attack. The shadow of a skeleton looms over the pier. The assassins are floored. They never expected a summon to be this powerful. Bone 3 is standing there, glowing with an intense yellow energy. He looks like a total boss, ready to single-handedly take down a whole squad. The goon can't believe it. A mere skeleton managed to pull off an attack that nearly took their heads off. Dong-hoon stands up, dusting himself off. He mocks them, saying it's a shame they dodged, but the fact they even moved is impressive in its own way. He gives a sharp grin, thanking them for waiting all that time. He says they bought him just enough time, and the villains realize they were the ones being stalled. The leader is vibrating with pure, unadulterated rage. He spits out a curse. The red energy of his aura starts to flare up. He screams, asking if Dong-hoon really thought he could mock him like this. He's surrounded by a vortex of dark red energy as he hits his limit. He bellows for all the assassins to assemble. He orders them to kill the hostage and capture Dong-hoon immediately. It's total war on the pier. Dong-hoon just stares them down, totally unbothered. He tells them he's going to make them pay dearly forever trying to deceive him. A skeletal foot thumps the ground with a massive sound. The ground cracks under the force of the summon. The skeletons are moving fast, their forms a blur of white lines as they charge into the fight. They're clacking their teeth, ready for a feast. A skeleton catches an assassin's blade with its own weapon. The sparks fly as the two factions finally collide in full combat. Dong-hoon raises his staff high, a massive pillar of purple necromantic energy erupting into the night sky. He's finally unleashing his full power. Close up on his wicked grin, he commands them to wipe them all out, and you know there's going to be nothing left of these guys when he's done.